Let's go live. Yo, what's going on, everybody? Jay the Great here. Welcome back to another stream here today. We got a ton of, a few good topics. A few things have transpired. The Game of the Year awards. Excuse me, the Game Awards. The Game of the Year snub, aka Spider-Man 2. GTA 6 trailer. A lot of great trailers I saw. A couple highlights. I would say Wolverine, Blade. What's some other ones that I remember? Suicide Squad.
Really surprised about Blade. Really surprised.
Yeah, but unfortunately, for the first time in a while, it's not a PS exclusive; it's an Xbox exclusive. So
yeah,
very disappointed. Marvel, what's going on? But we got the Wolverine one though, Insomniac Games. I'm very very excited for that one. Wolverine's
so
really dope.
that's weird. Like, wait, so Blade is only Xbox, but Wolverine is.
I forgot the gaming company that's making the game, but it's not Insomniac. I know that. Yeah, what's going on, Steven?
Oh, so it's probably in its own verse then.
Yeah, it looks dope though. I'm not gonna lie, it looks really cool. But what's going on, Seal of Reconciliation? What's going on?
We say a Baldur's Gate, that's
ain't no way a fucking mobile game won Game of the Year. Yeah, fucks, dude.
Oh yeah, mobile game.
It's mobile.
Yeah,
no wonder
bro, the amount of memes that, bro, I guarantee you, the amount of memes and like fucking like all kinds of shit created on Twitter right now, and you name it, like even Facebook, like of just like how the fuck did Spider-Man not win?
Yeah, dude, that was crazy. That game was, I mean, popularity wise, it blew every other game out of the water. Like, what's going on?
Literally, statistic, everything.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't even know how the voting system works, but it's definitely not by majority. I tell you that. Highly
Starfield would have done a lot better too when it released, but it just didn't hit, man. Like it was anticipated,
Yeah, that one just. Yeah, it was a disappointment, not gonna lie. Yeah, folks, feel free to ask any questions at all. What game won Game of the Year? I think it was like Boulder Gate 3, Boulder Gate, whatever it's called.
Nobody knows what the fuck it is.
I don't know what the fuck
that
is.
I've heard of it. I don't even fucking know what the game entails though. So it's
all. Zero.
That's
dude.
crazy.
I never fucking heard of that game in my life, but I guess it won. But by the way, folks, make sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. It's greatly appreciated. The more likes, the better. It's up in the algorithm. But yeah, any questions you have, feel free to ask. It can be about the Game Awards, anime. I've been keeping up with JJK. Whatever you guys want to ask at all. Any current events, feel free. But yeah, it was a good week, I guess, for gaming. I know the Game Awards was a big thing. A lot of good games coming. What's going on, YCA Prodigy? Thanks for coming in.
Hey, he's
nice
back.
To see you again.
Prodigy.
What's going on, brother?
I have a question for you guys, actually. So,
yeah.
Featured Gohan, right? Like the the first Gohan we see in like Trunks' timeline with like the one arm cut off. He's having a tough time facing off against the androids and shit. Like he's pretty old. He's like an adult at that point, right? And obviously nowadays, his potential is fucking insane. And the superhero movie, like, it took some like shenanigans from Piccolo to like make him awaken his potential and shit, right? So it's just like, how if like Goku and everyone else dies, he doesn't get the like anger amp or potential amp to defeat the androids like he does in like the timeline that we grew to watch, if you know what I mean. So I always thought that was kind of like an inconsistency. You know what I'm saying?
That is bizarre. The only possible rationalization is because it's a different timeline. Maybe things work differently, but besides that, the only way to rationalize it is an inconsistency, especially being a Saiyan, and with Saiyans, historically, when loved ones fall, they usually get Zenkai boosts. We've seen it throughout, but yeah, that was a weird moment. I don't know. I don't understand why that it didn't phase him, or like it didn't give him a boost at all. That was a strange moment. Definitely an inconsistency in Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, Dragon Ball Super has numerous, but yeah, it's
absolutely.
Yeah, that was a strange moment.
If Android 16 can die and he goes Super Saiyan 2, it's like, wouldn't you think Goku would make him like do some work, maybe?
Yeah,
but
literally.
I guess not. Like, yeah.
What's going on, Isaiah? Baldur's Gate has thousands of hours. Spider-Man is just more mainstream, doesn't make it better. That's true. Being mainstream alone doesn't make a game better, but usually
thousands of hours. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think more gameplay makes a game better either, though. You can just have better quality
because like
gameplay.
Because think of it this way: if Spider-Man had like a tremendously longer story, or maybe even practically an infinite story in a way, what's it called? Like, then obviously that's gonna be blowing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of like all because that game is incentivized to keep doing for like either grinding purposes, et cetera, et cetera. It's kind of like GTA, whatever you name it. Like even after you beat the story or whatever, you're gonna keep doing it for X, Y thing. Spider-Man is just one story, side missions, and that's it. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So
did you guys watch Lightning Snow? I think I've heard of that content creator. I think I've seen his videos around.
Snow.
I think
Oh yeah, Lightning Snow. Yeah,
I think he did a video with
I've seen him a little
TG.
bit.
Yeah. I haven't watched his videos, but I think I've seen him with TG. Oh, let's go. Oh, thanks for the $2, Steven, or €2 rather. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that.
Lightning Snow does sound familiar though. Definitely.
Yeah,
I think he did make a collab
with with TG, and I think I've seen him on the algorithm before.
He's a cool guy. What's it called? I was introduced to him by like a really sus, freaking video at first. It was like him basically like dogging Kakashi, saying how bad he is or whatever, you know what I mean? Like yada yada, like just it was so bad. It was such a bad but then he apologized and he made a video like saying why he's the GOAT, and then it was whatever, but it was like I was shown that video at first, and so it was just like kind of like a bad impression, and I was like, wait a minute, I don't know, guys, what you mean? They're like, wait, no. So, but no, he is cool. He's goated.
Yeah. We are the exception, Gamabunta. Yeah, shout out to Gamabunta, man. The Game Awards votings for Game of the Year is done by a few judges, but Baldur's Gate 3 is still one player voice, which is decided by the audience. Oh, really? Wow. They must have some very devout fans, man. That's insane. Baldur's Gate 3 is carried by its early and mid game. The end game is so bad they shouldn't have won. Really, I've never heard of it, never played it. Goku and Frieza saga at its peak, his speeches were impeccable. Oh, dude, when he was fucking dog walking both physically and verbally Frieza in Namek Saga, it was amazing. It was very amazing.
Yeah, the emotional roller coaster he went through in Namek was just peak for Goku, man.
The Super Saiyan reveal was probably still the greatest power up in anime history at this point in time. It was that good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really amazing. It was amazing. Spider-Man 2 got robbed. Facts. I think CM2 Heavy Sasuke versus Sasori is a good fight because Sasuke is immune to poison because of Orochimaru. I wouldn't say immune, but I would probably say resistant. And he did stalemate Datara. I think he'd lose to Sasori, to be honest. More than likely, he probably would lose to.
Yeah, CM2 heavy.
No.
Absolutely.
If he's struggling super hard to Datara, come on.
Yeah, no, I highly doubt that. Yeah, Goku ruined by Super for real. Ruined? I don't know, but yeah, I do see there's problems in Super though. I agree. There are problems.
Yeah, I wouldn't say ruined, but it's different. It's a whole different vibe nowadays, man.
Yeah,
can't argue with that. I think
Loco was saying Heavy Sasuke was relative to Hokage Minato as clickbait. Probably, dude. That's an insane claim.
I hope it's clickbait.
No. He's dead ass. He thinks it's not clickbait. Like what the? No. Trust me. It's I wish.
Yeah. He lost.
He thinks Minato loses to Heavy Sasuke. That's why he made a whole stream about it. And then he thinks Heavy Sasuke scales the KCM Naruto and
he struggled with Datara, but he's relative to Minato. Okay.
I guess Obito loses to Datara too now.
I guess Datara is
he thinks Obito loses to Heavy Sasuke as well. The one that fought fucking Minato, he calls him Slobito.
What the fuck?
Slobito. Gotcha.
Didn't Sasuke and Taka try to blitz Obito and he like casually phased through it?
Bro, Taka Sasuke got bitched by fucking Killer B.
Killer B, bro.
You're not nowhere near his level. Yeah, that's not. That's insane, dude. I like Loco was saying. Oh, I just read that. Bro, I kid you not. When I saw some gameplay of Baldur's Gate, it literally looks like a mobile game. Someone said earlier it is a mobile game. But hey, I guess it's a good game, man. Shit, I've never played it, so
crazy.
I can't say shit.
Yeah.
Ambu Itachi versus CM2 Sasuke pre-absorption. Ambu Itachi.
Pre-absorption? Wow, that's even worse.
That's even a worse matchup for Sasuke if it's pre-absorption.
Yeah. He can't even beat Orochimaru, who got bitched by Itachi several times.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Even post-absorption was saying the only reason I beat him is because he was sick, and that's already when he was absorbed. Yeah. So Itachi didn't too long after Ambu fodderized Orochimaru. That wasn't like way after. That was maybe a year after Max fucking folded.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Loco is crazy on his Minato hate. Yeah, he's kind of like Noodles with Kakazu, except Kakazu is like
oh gosh.
Yeah, but at least Noodles is more like believable, bro.
Yeah, like Noodles is a better sophist in my opinion than Loco. If I had to give Noodles
Now,
credit.
I will say this for Locos, like to give him the benefit of the doubt in a way, it like what he was doing with Heavy Sasuke, like there was a certain part of it where he was trying to show like because basically like if you all forgot, Naruto KCM Naruto at least when he first starts off, he has like 3 arbitrary levels of speed. It's his first one, then the second one he tries to do against V1 Raikage, and then the third, which is surpassing V2
Me
Raikage,
too.
right?
Yeah.
And that's basically what it has. So what he kind of did is like he was analyzing those levels of speed KCM Naruto has, and then he was correlating that to Suigetsu and Jugo along with their feats against Raikage, Daru, whatever in V1, and then therefore saying Suigetsu, Jugo, and even Heavy Sasuke would all be KCM speed in like a certain
Wow.
regard like that. Um, but what he doesn't understand, it's all false equivalences. He's talking about stronger variant characters that are like more way in the future. And two, the Suigetsu and Jugo that like has feats even remotely at that point in time against V1 like Raikage, those are just like wait, that's towards the 5 Kage summit. He's trying to correlate Suigetsu and Jugo during Heavy Sasuke and Heavy Sasuke around that point, like, and those two are like they're nowhere near that level of power. It's like it's not the same time aspect of things. Characters get stronger through time, etc. Even when they fight, they get stronger. You know,
Yeah,
so
talking about if I presuppose Loco's scaling style is similar to that thing we reacted to last week, he does a lot of
yeah.
false equivalencies, and he also only extracts like convenient pieces of empirical data and ignores the
Yeah.
rest to try to make a claim. He does that a lot.
Like that's
Noodles
what he
does
was
baffles
it.
me.
trying.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
he
that's what
does
he
it.
was trying to do to make it believable and whatever. And in a
Yeah,
sense, I get it, but what he's not understanding is KCM level is like when we say KCM level, we're talking about like full power, like KCM Naruto, Minato, V2 Raikai, whatever, blah blah. We don't
Yeah.
give a fuck about V1. We don't give a fuck about, you know, like Naruto using a you know, some juice in the tank, right? You know, just to see what he can do, whatever. Like all that like is blatantly arbitrary like
yeah.
levels of power, and we don't give a fuck about any of that.
Yeah,
That
and that's a
doesn't
common
dictate anything.
it's a common tactic that Noodles does, but I'll admit this, Noodles does it better. Like the way he does it is harder to combat, if I'm being honest. But Loco does
Yeah,
Yeah.
it
it's pretty
pretty
obvious the
similar.
holes in his chain of logic, which kind of like
Yeah,
loses me
Yeah.
altogether. To be honest,
exactly.
it's like
Like
I
It's
don't
just
see how
like
you're connecting the dots here
yeah,
yeah,
at
it's
all.
just
exactly.
silly Shinobi because he was doing that at first. I'm like, all right, I'm like, that's not the end of the world. I see what he's doing, whatever, blah blah. Even though that's technically not valid either. But
Mhm.
then where it got irritating is then he fucking like backtracked or like did the reverse Uno card, and then now is saying he's greater than Minato and this and blah blah yada. I'm like, what? Wait. If you just said he's not, you know, Naruto's like, you know, max speed or V2, I care about whatever, but now you're saying he's better than Minato. That makes no fucking sense. Minato's literally like, so he was just going back and forth, and he couldn't just pick a scaling for Sasuke. It just didn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah.
I guess
It's
not,
not
bro.
it's not
Yeah.
logically consistent, yeah.
No,
I have no idea how someone can scale Heavy Sasuke and Minato outside of maybe using the B statement. Yeah, you could just say it's overridden by feats though, either way. About Taka
that's
Sasuke
not
not
Heavy
being the strongest.
Sasuke. That's Taka
And that's
Sasuke.
Taka
Yeah,
Sasuke,
that's
by the way, yeah,
Sokka.
exactly.
That
Yeah.
Not
Taka
being the strongest
Sasuke is
one.
stronger than fucking Heavy Sasuke, bro.
And the
Yeah.
statement very it changes contingent upon the like if it's manga or anime as well.
Yeah,
And to be
exactly, yeah.
fair, yeah, anime and six actually for like this is the one moment where like anime can be like victory for once. Like the majority of anime is always goaded. It's normally never wrong. Like Naruto anime is actually really really good compared to most. But for this moment, the anime stated that he was the second strongest or
Exactly.
toughest opponent.
Yeah,
While the
Yeah.
which makes
manga
more
just says
sense.
like just you know whatever, and that
Flat
makes
out
more sense. If you
strongest.
analyze the data books, the manga, everything, right? That
Mhm.
makes consistently wise way more sense. And not only that, if you look on the official Naruto website, they have 3 people in order to translate everything, and it also includes the anime. It's stated verbatim, you name it. So that means when they were trying to match everything as close as possible to the manga, right? Because they say that that's their whole goal and everything. You can just read it and go to the Naruto official website if you want all the info. But to keep it short and concise, they want it to reflect exactly what the manga and to English translation to be as accurate as possible. And there's 3 people for it. And when they went, that means when they went over that scene in the manga, that somehow, some way, for the anime, they had to correct it. And for the manga at that one moment, it wasn't put out correctly. So, like, basically, where I'm getting at is for the most part, 99% of the time, everything is really good for the manga, whatever. In certain instances, the anime will be readjusted accordingly to what it was actually trying to say. So, and especially if you analyze everything overall as a whole, it makes sense consistency wise.
It does.
You
I mean, like
Yeah.
to say that a fatigued Sasuke during Taka would be stronger than someone like Minato,
Crazy. Crazy.
it just
Yeah,
doesn't even
that's
make sense to me. So it's like, it's obviously understandable to question the statement.
yeah, that's an extraordinary
Yeah.
claim. Yeah. Let's see what you guys are saying. I have no idea. Okay, I just read that. Sasuke wasn't trying to kill Data though; he was holding back. I never got that impression. I thought he was trying to kill
What?
him. Never got that impression. Killer Bee versus Jonin Minato. I mean, we kind of saw that, and Minato was holding back and almost folded his faster brother. So I kind of know how that would go. Someone said Ninetales has no speed. Oh, he definitely has speed. I don't know. It's definitely not.
It's unquantifiable,
Not
really.
quantifiable,
To be
but
honest.
I wouldn't say he has no speed though. Yeah. I
Yeah.
understand
Yeah,
Spider-Man
we
not
do
winning.
know Heavy Sasuke's fast as fuck though. Like that was his whole thing. Like you know what I mean, like that, and like let's be real. Like any character, this is for any anime. When you are really built different when it comes to speed, that's gonna put you over a lot of fucking people. It's a big deal, you know. And that was what made like Heavy Sasuke so dangerous. It's for one his intellect, his jutsus he had, the Sharingan, right, being a genius, and then just his speed and shit and power. Like he was no joke, but he's not like fucking cracked like Itachi, Minato, Obito, and you name it.
Yeah,
Like
he's
that's
not even
just
relative
crazy.
to light speeders until Five Kage Summon.
Yeah.
Uh,
Like that's just blatantly
Literally.
like come on.
yeah,
Like
Which is
his
reacting
speed
to
was
it.
so high
Yeah.
where he was above the common high tier, like like Kakashi, whatever you name it, blah blah, all those people, whatever you name it. He was over them, but not when you're talking about like high levels of fucking power, like Sonic
no.
Plus and in or like in you name it. Like that's just absurd.
Yeah. My opinion, but I don't think Kakashi was even close to Itachi until the war arc. Even when Itachi was kind of sick, Kakashi was only kind of scrap. Yeah, Kakashi never touched Itachi, dude. Maybe not even the war
No,
arc.
never. Not even War Arc, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
How
Not
the
even
fuck
try.
did
Yeah, I don't even think War Arc either, but
how the
No.
fuck
I know
does
people like to
Kage?
say like he's KCM or even KCM 2 and
Nah,
all this nonsense and yada yada. Or be like, oh look, he's built like Minato, blah blah. And it's like, bro, like you guys are literally cherry picking certain instances and then like blatantly ratting and being a sophist. And if you analyze it all as a whole, he's clearly not KCM 1 or KCM 2. Like, what do you mean?
I will say, like, War Kakashi versus Sekitashi is kind of
that might
interesting.
be interesting. Yeah, it might be interesting.
That's interesting in a way.
That's a little interesting.
He is sick, and his speed is definitely not as quantifiable as
not
when
peak.
he's healthy.
Man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like definitely not
Like
comparable.
I'll be honest,
so.
like even when you compare those two, Itachi still looks pretty built different, but like fucking,
Let's see. How the fuck does Sugetsu and Jugo scale to Heavy Sasuke? Yeah, that was not good scaling. I saw that part of the video. Not good scaling at all.
Just flat out.
Yeah. So like this was the weird part about it. It's like what he would also do is he would be like, oh, Jugo and Sugetsu are speed blitzing V1 Raikage and this and that, or even Killer B, but then say Heavy Sasuke was way stronger than Sugetsu and Jugo, which is what most people say too, right? That Sasuke is stronger than those two. There's nothing wrong with that. You can even use that one scene where he's like, "Do you want me to kill you both?" Yada yada.
Yeah.
But then like he'll do that, but then just completely go the opposite direction again and say like Sugetsu and Jugo are just monsters, and therefore like Sasuke is just beyond that, and it's like it was just so weird, bro.
Yeah, it's not good scaling.
It's like how the fuck did they get like over and then below and then like in competitive with something like I don't know. It was just weird, bro.
What's going on? Nile, thanks for coming in, brother.
Yo.
I only saw up to Tobarama. Okay, I'm talking about something else. So now Data is relative to KCM1 in speed, so that Heavy Sasuke can be KCM1. But look,
exactly.
Boy. Yeah, that's exactly. So y'all are arguing that Kishimoto willingly retconned that statement out. I always accepted that B fighting Minato wasn't a plot point until later. Either way, the feats contradict that statement anyway. Like,
it's data books, feats, and other statements. Yeah,
Minato is clearly over fucking Taka Sasuke, who isn't even over Heavy Sasuke. Like, come on, man. And it's
and like, bro, like this one blatant thing, like when Raikage says Naruto, you're the second person to dodge my fastest punch. He doesn't say third or anything. You know what I mean? Like, bro, like there's just so much shit out there.
Killer
like,
B too.
Yeah,
like literally, and we're talking about like 5 Kage Summit Sasuke, who's the strongest we see compared to like especially Heavy Sasuke, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that just
and he wasn't even built like that. Like he needed Susanoo and Amaterasu because he was getting speed blitzed the whole time by V2A.
Yeah, exactly. That just indicates Sasuke's inferiority to KCM1. That's 5
literally,
Kage, not even heavy Sasuke. So,
not even, yeah, exactly, bro. And when beat made that statement, it was talking Sasuke, bro. There's no way you're telling me that iteration of Sasuke beats Minato, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah,
exactly.
like 5 Kage summoned Sasuke within like his body speed and 3 Tomo. Like he can go toe to toe with V1A, you know what I mean? But not fucking V2, you know, or full KCM and blah blah. And that's another thing Loco didn't understand too. He also says like Naruto had that speed to beat the Raikage. It was only a mental amp. It was a one-time thing. I'm like, bro.
Yeah, well,
like, did you not analyze the narrative and like all the context and blah blah and like, you know, because the reason why Minato is built that different is his body and like also flying Raijin. So it's like, oh, okay, I guess, you know, Naruto is just a one-time trick guy, you know, and he's not like clearly being compared like Minato to where he would definitely be like that consistently and overall, you know, like
because like when he unlocked KCM from Turtle Island with Killer B, like he almost like immediately went to the battlefield. Like he wasn't like training with it, mastering the transformation, none of that. And even what was his name? Yamato, right? He says like you're not as savvy as Minato.
Yeah, he said you don't have to finesse like Minato, but you got the speed and power. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like it just illustrates that like he's not like as adaptive to transformation quite yet, which makes sense.
And he even did the full speed at that moment too. He was having a problem with controlling it at first. You know, he just acquired it. You know, like because when he first has it, he immediately charges at Kasame and speed blitzes him, and Killer B and Yamato like, wow, just like the yellow flash. I mean, like holy shit, so fast. And then it goes whatever, you know, you name it. He's using certain arbitrary levels of speed, and he's trying to control the fucking power. And then it's blatantly shown with the Raikage interaction. That's why he's struggling with V1 Raikage. So even though he is in KCM, he doesn't have control of the form, and his fucking level of power is all over the fucking place. You know what I mean? Yeah, and that was the problem. And then Naruto's like, all right, let me just amp myself more, right? You know, just like filling it up further. And then Raikage could still match whatever. And then when he's finally able to tap into the full amount of power, he pulls the Minato feat again that he did originally. So it's blatantly obvious how it's construed and shown, but people just, once again, like Jay said, they cherry pick this or whatever, blah blah, and trying to paint a false narrative, and it's just stupid.
Yeah. Sage Naruto literally stated that Big Ass Nine Tails was fast. Yeah, Nine Tails isn't slow, that's sure. Loco said Suigetsu blitzes pain once. When was that? Suigetsu.
What the hell? Come on, dog. He's trolling.
What are you talking about?
Come on.
He said Suigetsu and Jugo speed blitz Killer B and Raikage. And the moment he's referring to is when the Raikage and Darui have their attention on Sasuke. It's right when they do a Genjutsu combo. So the guy does his Genjutsu to create an opening. Then Raikage and Darui run at full speed to try to kill Sasuke. And then they're all focused on him. And then Suigetsu comes out of nowhere and blocks the Raikage's attack. And same thing for Jugo. He blocks Darui's attack. And he thinks that's the speed blitz. I'm like, bro, if that's the speed blitz, if there's speed blitz tiers above, they would be speed blitzing Darui and Raikage over and over then.
Either way,
that makes no fucking sense.
It still wouldn't hold because it's not V2 Raikage anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and it's not a speed blitz because speed blitz by definition is you can't react or do anything. They were able to still block the attack.
That's not even the Raikage's maximal. That's not even the Raikage's maximal speed anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Literally.
I now demand Jay versus Loco.
No. But what's it called? But what makes it even worse is if you watch the manga and even the anime. In the manga and anime, Suigetsu is going like multiple blows, blow for blow with Darui, bro. So it's like, how the fuck is he speed blitzing Killer B and like, come on. And then with when he does it again with Killer B, it was the same exact moment. Sasuke's about to get killed by Killer B. He's on the ground, and then Suigetsu comes and blocks Killer B's attack.
Yeah,
that's all it was. And he's like, "Oh, he speed blitzed him now." It's like, what?
I do get sometimes where Toriyama fans are coming from because he is powerful, but he's nowhere near Jubito, which is what some of these guys are saying. I was just wondering how he could prove that summit versions of Suigetsu and Jugo wouldn't scale above Heavy Sasuke. How he could prove that summit versions of Suigetsu wouldn't scale above? They don't scale above him. I mean, Sasuke says he can kill them. They don't. That's how you prove it. Minato thinks 14-year-old Obito is superior to Pain, so does that mean KCM Naruto beats Pain?
Oh,
Boruto
hell
or
no.
Obito superior to Pain. That does that mean Casey and Naruto beats Pain? We saw what happened. He got his fucking ass spanked by Nagato. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh,
Literally.
we saw that happen. Sage Jiraiya versus the Akatsuki. He would he'd be
He
lucky
said
to
his
get
ass got
Age
spanked.
Pariah,
he'd get
bro.
lucky to get
I'm
past the
sorry.
Sasori. If I'm being generous, he gets past the Sasori max at best.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
very
high
generous is
balling.
the story, but like, I come on, like,
Yeah.
you know.
Data, I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
So
Datara, yeah, he'll probably get past that, but Sasori, who's like able to go toe to toe with the third Kazekage and is it, about with the Cheeto scaling
imagine the
below Hanzo.
whole
Yeah,
Akatsuki versus Jiraiya at
Like,
once.
like, like, I'll
literally.
say this, bro. Like, I don't know. Like, I'll say this because this is like some people bring this up in the game and in the anime where there's additional screen time. It's not part of the manga. It's like an extra thing of who knows when and where this even happened, right? But what's it called? It's the same thing. For Orochimaru, Sasori and Datara were both fighting him, and Orochimaru's like not even breaking a sweat. It was really just Sasori that was the problem, not Datara. Datara was just kind of in the backline being Sakura basically during the whole fight, and Sasori's puppet was going against Orochimaru's Edo Tensei, the third Kazekage, and they were fighting whatever. That was it. Whatever they leave, right? And Datara couldn't do shit. Then we see Sasuke come have a full-on death fight with Datara, and it was like super fucking close, right? Like he was exhausted, you name it, whatever. So it's like you kind of analyze in that spectrum with like the anime or the game, like it's like, I think there's a clear difference in that certain regard if you analyze it that way. And in the game, it's the same thing. Like Sasori has a full-on competitive battle with Orochimaru, and then Orochimaru's like, "All right, I've had enough." Charges Pain, and then Pain just no diss Orochimaru. So it's like overall, like I don't know, like fucking heavy Sasuke. He's strong, but he's not like fucking cracked like that. Like I think
No,
it's
he's
just
not in that air. He's not. He's like mid Akatsuki level, Datara level.
yeah.
It's not even contentious.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
would slam Kakazu and hit on,
Oh yeah,
but
that's obvious. Yeah, he just lined the fuck out of them. But yeah, he's not
yeah.
getting past Datara level. Not mistaken. Did Nobito say if Sage Naruto showed up at the Kage Summit, he would have did better? I'd have to reread. I don't remember, so I'm not sure.
I don't remember that statement per se.
I don't remember him ever saying that, but I'd have to reread to make
Wait,
sure.
what was his statement?
If Obito said if Naruto's Sage Mode showed up, he would have done better than Sasuke at this fight.
No, he doesn't. He never said.
Yeah, I don't remember.
What?
I remember having that.
Oh
that
yeah,
he never said.
exactly.
Now the statement when Obito's there, he was pissed at Sasuke and like was roasting him in a way, and he was like, "Bro, like I expect you to take some hostages and shit, but never brings up Naruto or anything."
Minato wasn't talking about Fortune Obito. When he was talking to Naruto, he was talking about current Orange Mask. That makes more sense. Yeah. I always thought that Naruto blitzing the Rikage was him getting better, not just a one-time mental amp thing. Like after that, he's consistently shown to show growth. I think they're not mutually exclusive. I think it was growth and he was mentally amp because of the odds that were at stake. So I think it was a little bit of both. Yeah.
Yeah, and to be fair, like Naruto's always, in a general sense, mentally amped throughout the story. Like it's always something, right? Like in part one, it was a retrieval with Sasuke, right? Then before that, Konoha Crush is to protect Sakura. You know what I mean? In the beginning, it's to fucking avenge, Sasuke, after fucking Haku, potentially killed him, right? Like it's always some shit that's going on to like really feel Naruto, but he still always has a consistent amount of scaling. The only moments where it's like an actual one-time mental amp was when he fought Gaara. Like instances like that where it's blatantly obvious that that's just not something he's normally doing, right? Like 2,000 plus clones, and then fucking all this other shit. So it's like, even with Neji, like when he brought out all that Nine Tails chakra, that's something he normally never does, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Loco would have to prove that Sogetsu and Juga move a greater distance than A and Daru, otherwise not speed blitz. Here's the thing about A. This is why that doesn't matter, even if he's able to prove what happened in that specific context and situation. When A goes up in versions, his neurotransmitters also are enhanced. Even C explains this. He says his neurotransmitters.
It says neurotransmission, yeah.
So even if you prove this distance equation, let's say you can do it empirically, it doesn't matter because he's not in V2. So his neurotransmitters aren't at their maximal efficiency. So it doesn't matter anyway. That's not him at his fastest speed. And Darui is not important in this discussion. So that wouldn't. If we were to debate, that wouldn't mean anything.
How many times to be the strongest in his village?
Yeah, even if Loco did prove that wouldn't matter anyway. I'll just say that's not V2A. It doesn't matter.
It gets worse, Jay, as well, because when I reread the fight when I was debunking that video when I saw it a bit ago, and I was watching through it. He does the same thing what Naruto does when he had an interaction with him. He uses a first level of arbitrary speed, and he's like testing the waters and fighting and doing teamwork with Dari and the other guy. And then when he gets more pissed off because Jugo is talking shit, like when he's in his monstrous CM2 form or whatever, he like gets bloodlusted and he says, "You need to know your fucking place," and yells. He amps himself a little bit further. He's still in V1, and then just immediately fucking is like speed blitzing Jugo into the wall. Jugo was able to block, to be fair. He does like block and everything, but he's getting clearly overpowered and he's way faster, right? And he just like puts him into the wall and he's like one down. Like it was blatantly clear who was the stronger at that point. And that's still V1A. So it's like he has his first level he was doing to use teamwork vibes. Then he gets pissed and he goes Kage mode and just shits on Jugo and would have done the same to Suigetsu. And the only one that was competitive was Sasuke.
Yeah.
So it's like it's
exactly.
stupid.
So
it's false equivalences.
That's a blatant false equivalency. I demand it. Hey, one day. I mean, Loco. I have no problem with Loco, but I won't lie. I used to think it was a mental amp thing that that made him blitz Raikage the first time, and then after that he's just faster. Like Naruto did say the Raikage is keeping him with Biju mode. Yeah, relativity, but he did outspeed him. I mean, the Raikage conceded on that.
For sure.
Yeah. And then not only that, like I hate the Killer Bee stuff too, because like that's what's weird about Loco as well. He says Killer Bee's like stronger than Raikage and all this other shit, blah, blah, yada yada yada. When we actually analyze B, for one, he got bitched by Kasame. We see all the base feats. We even see V1 and V2 and Kasame. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you connect all that. Like, come on, bro. I know Kasame's strong, but he's not fucking, the levels that we're talking about here. Like, V2 Raikage, Minato, Itachi, and all that, right? So it's like, you have all that. That clearly, shows, like, Killer Bee's, like, limits, right? Killer Bee is really strong, but he's not all the way to that point yet, like full and beyond. And then that's even further shown in the interaction with Casey and Naruto, because when in V1, when Raikage goes to charge at Naruto and to kill him while in V1 only, literally B has to use his full partial transformation to block his attack.
Absolutely.
Body, his fucking 8 tails, big ass fucking
partial transformation.
And you name it. So it's like it's blatantly obvious Killer Bee has his limits and what actually gets him in a certain ballpark. And that's just V1, not even V2 when he had to do that shit.
And and here's the thing about this argumentation in general. I think a lot of people fall into this rabbit hole. There are such thing as conflicting premises that are both possible. But what happens a lot of time is when you're in arguing and engaging in argumentation, someone comes up with a possible premise. Some people end up shutting down. They're like, "Oh my God, this is possible. I lost." But the thing is, it's not about what's possible. It's about what's more probable. So if you're able to establish the higher probability of your premise, it doesn't matter if your opponent's premise is possible. It doesn't mean that they've automatically are claimed triumphant over you in the debate. If you're able to establish higher probability of your premise, it doesn't matter if theirs is possible. You can even concede, "Oh yeah, it's possible." It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean it's more probable than mine. You just gotta substantiate the higher probability of your own premise. That's a lot of people sort of shut down after they hear a possible premise. Like Kakuzu versus Pain, for example. Noodles is a good sophist, for example. He uses a possibility that if you're being objective does exist, but all you gotta do is establish a higher probability premise, which is very easy if you know anything about Pain and Kakuzu's.
What you have to do in a fictional.
And if we ignore probability and subjectiveness as well and only stick to what we objectively know, then it's even tremendously worse for those people that are arguing like that.
An analogy would be, let's say, for example, a vaccine. For example, let's say the premise is, if you take this vaccine, you could die. But what's the statistical probability is usually less than 1%. There's a 99% probability that simply put, you'll get antibodies that'll make you immune to the virus in question. So what's the decision you're going to make, and what are you going to make it based off of? The higher probability. You're not going to fucking take it and risk getting a virus that could kill you over the less than 1% chance of dying from the actual vaccine. So that's the way you should kind of perceive argument, especially in fictional-based reality, argumentation. If you could establish probability, especially safely, then you're usually going to win. You can't allow a possibility to. In a way, it seems to scare people, especially when you're going against a guy with good rhetoric. It'll scare you because it sounds good on paper rhetorically, but the possibility empirically is very low. For example, with like Minato versus Heavy Sasuke, or whatever weird claims people make, Tobirama being over Jubito, or whatever weird shit. It's a possibility. It's very improbable though, when you actually peel the layers back and actually refute the argument. That's the way you got to approach those kind of strange claims. Now, when it gets where it gets interesting is actual contentious topics like Itachi versus Pain, for example. This, like for example, Gojo versus Goku. This weird shit where it's hard to establish possibility in general, let alone probability. That's where you're really tested, is like logically rather than rhetorically. So that's what I would recommend. Try to establish probability. Focus on probability rather than possibility. So a lot of people freeze, I see, when they hear a claim that goes against theirs. That's possible,
Well,
So
it kind of makes sense too, because like most of these discussions, like you're saying, are like they're fictional fundamentally, and
yeah,
because of that, like it's basically a battle of like hypotheses or
exactly,
premises, like you're saying, that really can't be objectively proven. So like
yeah,
that has to be understood by both parties for any like progressive resolution can be made, right? So it's like it's a fictional argument or conversation or whatever you want to call it, and because of that you're going to have possibility on either sides, and because there is no objective truth, rather you have to, like Jay said, come to the most reasonable, rational, plausible explanation between these two premises or
yeah,
possibilities. So it's like
exactly,
that's what you have to do. It's
Yeah,
fictional.
and
Yeah,
to fit that even further, it's like, for instance, it's like the same thing Jay said. That whole probability, like, sure, yeah, it could kill you, but is it really? You know what I mean? Whatever, blah blah. So, for instance, you take that thought process, right, to the moment where Loco's doing the same thing basically. Here. Loco is like, oh yeah, this can kill you, whatever, for like heavy Sasuke being Kate, blah blah, right? But when that's not the case, because the probability, whatever, it's the other way with all this abundance of other evidence. And for instance, we take Killer B to where he'll show the fucking moment where Killer B is able to overpower V1 Raikage, in just base, right? And mind you, that's when he's having a mental amp and there's a lot of whatever, blah blah. Yet completely ignores the abundance of consistency of feats of V1 Raikage bullying base Killer B and bullying Naruto at the same time while in KCM, like just dealing with them effortlessly, and it's just
yeah,
consistent feats. So it's
and
like it's just it just
yeah.
doesn't work.
And especially in fictional based reality, we've spoken about this before. You can't really speak in absolutes most of the time,
Yeah.
especially in contentious matters. There's sometimes you can speak in your absolute, like, oh, 10-10 gets fucked up by Mater. Like, we can all agree on that. But there are contentious topics where absolutes should be avoided, especially argumentatively, because if you claim that your claim is absolute and your opponent introduces a new possibility, then you've essentially lost the debate because you're claiming yours is absolute and there is no other possible possibility. So I would actually be
Yeah.
careful of claiming absolutes, especially if you're in a formal debate where there's actually a dialectic. You can't, retract a statement. If you're speaking in absolutes, then once you say it, there's no going back. So, yeah, I would be careful
Literally.
speaking in absolutes, especially. So,
And
very, very
that's the
mindful.
problem nowadays in most like anime communities or scaling whatever, blah blah, and content creators. They'll over here be like, if they're fucking some dictator or tyrannical shit, and it's like, oh, this is absolute and this is only whatever, and if you disagree, how fucking dare you, or you're dumb, blah blah. And
Yeah,
it's like, bro, if there's blatant contentiousness, or if it's clearly not that simple, you can't just sit there and act like that, bro. Like, you need to understand devil's advocate's a thing and be completely humble and transparent and just not be dishonest. Like that's what's such a big issue nowadays,
yeah, it's
and it's
definitely
just
dishonest,
annoying.
especially on
And
contentious
I
topics.
know there's
Yeah.
incentives for it, like it's either shock value or business growth, whatever, blah blah. But it's like, bro, you're trading your like you know what I mean, like your integrity
integrity.
for
Yeah,
for
literally.
something that's only temporarily, basically. Like sure, I give you one shining moment, but then that's it, and you're stuck. And congratulations, what did you get? Now you're known as the
The
this and
rat.
whatever, blah blah, yada yada, or the rat and yada yada. Like it's like, come on, like if you actually stick to your shit, you're being transparent, you're being legitimate, you're even playing devil's advocate, you're being whatever. Like look at even TG for an example. Okay, you name it, etc. You're going to grow, you're going to triumph, you're going to prosper more.
Yeah.
And while going in that phase, you eventually will have very unique or very like interesting things to bring upon that is normally not even talked upon, or the same recycled crap or whatever. And that's how you really start to pick up. You don't want to pick up and try to be in some weird temporarily like light, if that makes
Cesspool.
sense.
No,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's
Yeah.
just stupid.
Yeah, you're setting yourself up for sort of a marginalization when you are disingenuous, especially
Yeah.
logically and as basically a person of note, person of influence, whether it's anime creator or whatever. If you're speaking absolutes, you're gonna lose the favor of a large group of the audience for sure. Besides the very biased ones that follow your hype train or bandwagon.
It's very niche though.
Exactly.
Yeah. Or especially if you're gonna be dogging like one of the most lovable and popular characters that even won the fucking poll. You know what I mean?
Literally.
AKA Minato. Like what business logic does that even even make sense to me though? You know, like what?
Yeah, exactly. My goat Gamabunta versus the Akatsuki with Ninetales amp. Gamabunta's the goat, facts. Talking about Pain, not Nagato. Pain at full power, there is no rational reason to consider him significantly weaker than Nagato, though. There really isn't.
Yeah, no. It would make no logical sense. It's Nagato's chakra. It's the same shit.
Yeah. What are the most
and plus, he used the animal path to, capture Naruto. And that's
that too.
considered like one of the weaker passive pain. Literally. But like arguably, like Nagato can just influx his chakra into any one of the passive pains and do work at whim because he has a plethora of abilities to utilize that hand. So
and there is no reason to contradict that. So yeah, it's like the most rational.
There's feats to substantiate it. There's statements. There, you know what I mean? Like not only that, even white hair crippled Edo Nagato was like fucking up KCM Naruto and Killer Bee.
Yeah, Killer Bee. That was even before.
Like, bro, when he got hit by a Mataratsu and then finally was in full like Kabuto in like full tryhard control mode, basically, because basically the way it started, he was on autopilot, right? He was allowed to have conversation and only defend when he needed to, right? That's all he was doing. And then and then Itachi as well. Then Kabuto gets serious, cuts that shit away, makes him emotionless tools. And the moment that happened, he blows away a Mataratsu. He moves so fucking fast. Naruto and Killer Bee have no idea where the fuck he went. He literally perception blitzes and he's just gone. Goes into the summoning, shits on them, doing things, whatever. Killer Bee has to immediately go into V2. He's like, oh fuck, this is bad. There, he goes, he still gets shit on. Now he has red hair and basically at prime, right? Instead of white hair now. So before he was not having that full power and he was already blitzing in a tier above. Now he's at full fucking power and just completely no diffs and stumps. Like,
and plus, like with Pain, like he has like 6 bodies, which give him like a peripheral, amplified peripheral, as opposed to Nagato. So it's like it gives him even more time to react to KCM1 Naruto and do whatever he wants to him.
Yeah, at that certain instance. His perception is like enhanced by the degrees of vision he has, basically.
But it doesn't matter if it's Pain or Nagato. Like KCM1 Naruto is just not enough.
Like Nagato's cracked, and there is correlation to Pain at the end of the day. It's just what people don't understand. And this applies to any character, even Six Path Naruto and Sasuke, or even someone like Madara and Hashirama. They fight long enough, they're going to get nerfed and fatigued and eventually be way weaker and not be performing what they would normally be performed to. That's what people don't understand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like false equivalences, and people be like, oh, this and that. And it's like, no, it's not Pain at full power.
Yeah. We'll try to speed through this chat, though, folks. I know a few of you guys some things. Plus the 6 passive Pain were weaker than Nagato, at least to me. Well, and the Pain are to work because they're fatigued. I mean, yeah. Let's see. What's your opinion on the 3 Sani versus 6 passive Pain? Tendo would slap all of them if you exclude Eidos. Full power. That wouldn't be a competition. I honestly think KCM1 Naruto only struggled so much with Nagato because it's all abilities in one. Let's be real. So it's harder to counter him when he's like that than it is with the Pains. I mean...
like I just said, like the peripheral is extremely advantageous, and it's because it doesn't really matter, to be honest.
It seems implied at least that Tendo has all the physical capabilities of Nagato, so I mean I don't think he'd have a better time, but I mean it'd be a different event, but I don't think it'd be easier necessarily. What's going on, Sir Goats? You're coming in. Kabuki versus Weeb. Probably Kabuki.
Oof. Yeah, that's a hard one, man. That'd be such a fucking debate, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, that'd be fun actually to watch, to be honest. Let's see, where was I? What's going on, Yellow Flash? Thanks for coming in. Sage Kawato versus each Akashi member. He'd beat the majority. He'd probably struggle with Itachi, Nobito, and Pain at full power. Now against Pain is interesting. Full power. That's an interesting battle.
That is interesting, for sure.
If he can blind him with his blinding ability he has, or use the Genjutsu, that's quite the ability. But then again, these are the passive Pain that he can sort of delocalize and deactivate if it is the passive Pain. As opposed to Nagato. That's a tough fight. The toughest fight is probably Pain versus Kabuto. That's the most contentious fight there.
I feel like it would definitely matter on like the environment they're fighting
Oh
in.
yeah, yeah,
And also like, Pain has like the chameleon, or he can levitate, or he has like a lot of like tricks up his sleeve that like aren't really like favorable for Kabuto to go up against, especially in open terrain, like I'm
yeah.
saying. So I think it's certainly situational. In terms of like raw tangible stats though, I think it's pretty equal, to be
Pretty,
honest.
yeah,
I
it
think it
really
really
is.
does come down to hacks abilities though.
Yeah, I
That's what
would
really
say
decides about it.
it's so close that I would say the odds would be circumstantial and dependent upon, like Tsunobi said, the environment and the context. I think it's that close of a battle. Like if they're in the caves, like when Itachi fought Kabuto, Kabuto would have the environmental advantage. If it's open terrain, though, rather, Pain would have the advantage, especially with the 360 degrees of vision as well. The
Mhm.
sort of freedom to move around and have his passive Pain sort of disperse around the battlefield, things like that. So it would do, the odds would definitely depend upon multiple factors. That's a close fight, very very close, I'd say. Um, the other Akatsuki below those three, I mean, he beats pretty easily, handedly. But yeah,
Oh yeah, Kisame, everyone. Yeah, for
Kisame,
sure.
Deidara, yeah. KCM 2 is a base Edo Hashirama victim. He doesn't need stage mode for that kid. That's a debate that people like to have, yeah. I've gone
Hilarious.
to a point in my responses with a guy makes a criticism I've already debunked in the prior section. Should I skip over it? Yeah, ad nauseum doesn't get in either side anywhere. You're just
It
kind of
really
it's
doesn't.
kind of like revving up an engine but not moving the car. It's just going nowhere. So, yeah. What does Kage level actually mean when debating Naruto? Kage level is a very broad term because Kage is very greatly. Look at Mei versus Hashirama, for example. They're both Kage. The discrepancy is vast.
Even
Like
Jonin, like
even
yeah,
Jonin's
it's
vast. Look
all
at
very
exactly.
loose. Yeah,
Look at Kakashi and look at like some fodder ass like Ebizu. Like it's a large
literally.
discrepancy. So
Yeah,
obviously it's dependent upon the definition of Kage. That can vary from person to person. But if you're just going based off the label Kage, who has the title, it's a very broad term and a broad spectrum of power. Look at Naruto, for example. Boruto versus fucking Tsunade. That's a huge gap, and they're both Kage. So it really depends, I guess, on the debate and whether you're using the actual title as a definition or rather some other arbitrary definition. So yeah. Yeah, I know it was a mental amp. What I meant was that just because it's a mental amp doesn't mean you can't do it again after that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. What's up, fellas? What's going on,
like a
Phantom River
resolve
here?
amp.
What's going on, brother? Yeah,
What's up,
Resolve
Phantom?
amp. Yeah.
How's it going, bro?
Doesn't base B overpower V1 Rikage? Does he overpower him? Um,
What
they
was the question?
seem doesn't base B overpower V1 Rikage? They seem kind of comparable. I think when they behead Kisame or whatever, I think Rikage was in V1. I think. I don't remember exactly. When they
It's
use
been
the
a while since
lariat.
I've seen that battle.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah,
a
for
while. I know they
sure.
use the lariat, and I know one of the prerequisites is they're going the same speed and stuff like that. I think it was V1. I think. I'd have to go back and look though, but
I also don't think the Raikage was like necessarily bloodlusted in that engagement. Like I think it was like
yeah.
B just being arrogant and like trying to like change the Raikage in his like stubborn ways, and like it wasn't really the Raikage trying to like defeat an enemy per se. He was just trying to get B out the way. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
exactly. It wasn't like a bloodlust situation. Yeah, it was rather him annoyed, if anything. So.
Yeah,
What's up, fellas? What's going on, Phantom Redbeard? Thanks for 9, brother. To be fair, Killer Bee, I don't think he had been allowed to go full A-tail state. He would have beat Kisame. Kisame had trouble absorbing chakra from V2 Lariat. Full A-tails BG bomb probably would have cream pie. Here's the thing, though. Kisame had the perfect arsenal for a Jinchuriki. Samehada, with one slice, was taking 6 tails worth of chakra at a time. On top of that, you have the Water Dome, which subtly takes chakra as well away from the opponent. On top of that, he was able to get into shark form, which allows him to heal from mortal wounds. Obviously, he's faster in the water. I would argue that on top of the
yeah,
siphoning of chakra, B is slower in the water because he's not on land. So he's basically a kryptonite to tail beasts. He was like one of the best tail beast hunters, to be fair. So yeah, if the situation was different, and let's say he does go V2 right away and try to blitz Bloodlust, blitz Kisame, maybe he would have a better shot. But yeah,
absolutely.
Kisame was just a hard counter to the guy. Yeah, honestly. Hanzo versus Danzo, fucking Hanzo would slam him. At his prime, I
Yeah,
mean. Yeah,
unfortunately.
he would.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ambu Itachi versus third Kazekage. Oh, 20 bucks from Sir
Ooh.
Goats. Appreciate that, brother.
Okay, brother. Thanks, man.
Sir Goats in the house. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Let me put that on the screen right quick. Oh,
Well,
here's your
if
K
it's
question.
if it's Anbu Itachi, he would technically have the MS. So
Yeah.
What's it called? And at that point, like I think Amaterasu is obviously a win con if once he uses it. We know he can use Tsukiyomi, that's for damn sure, right off the whip.
Oh yeah.
He has that. So it's I feel like he has like already two broken win cons already, along with him just being really, really strong and even narratively shown to like be somewhat of a threat or in a similar caliber with Obito, out of all people. So I don't know, but
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree.
Kazekage
Hack's
is
abilities go
he's
to Itachi
Sasori
for sure.
level. He's around Sasori's level, give or take.
A little bit
Itachi's a
below.
little
Yeah.
bit below, I'd argue. Yeah, Itachi's just above that, even in the Anbu. I mean, a few months later, maximum, we saw what he did to a blatant Sannin with no difficulty whatsoever. Um,
yeah, like it was like right after the massacre when he was in Anbu and had MS. He literally goes at Obito, puts on a robe. Like it's like back to back, right? It's kind of like with the five Kage into the war arc time sequence. It's like the same shit. It's extremely short, no big time skip or anything, and he's immediately bodying fucking Orochimaru just
yeah, I'd
instantly.
probably say Itachi, especially because of the hacks. He has the Genjutsu ability. I think the Kazekage would struggle with that. Um, more than likely, more than likely. Six pass
Yeah.
Sukuna versus six pass Gojo. Here's the thing. I would say obviously the most contentious topic would be Sukuna without Mayorga versus Gojo, right? Because Mayorga was able to adapt to Infinity, but then Gojo goes on to say that wasn't full power Sukuna either. So you could argue because he didn't have 20 fingers consumed, nor all four arms dispersed, he wasn't a full power anyway. I would argue Sukuna probably would win because if Gojo has no reason to lie about that, and Mayorga was present, he did help, but it wasn't full power Sukuna himself, and Gojo still lost. So I'd probably say Sukuna would probably take that. Now, if six pass, let's presuppose that they're kind of like relative in power, kind of like Naruto and Sasuke were in the war. Then simply put, Sukuna would just be more powerful. If you add on top of the six pass powers, the powers they have within their own respective verse, so Sukuna probably takes that. I think he would overpower Gojo, and his cursed energy and domain expansion and cursed techniques would be too much for him. That's what I would say.
That'd be crazy though, because like if we gave JJK characters like six fast powers, like we're
Oh
giving them
Jesus.
like things like Renegon and I don't know, maybe like some unique dojutsu or whatever it may be. So to add that on top of
Speeds.
their already like
Yeah.
inherent abilities would be quite interesting for sure.
Gojo would
Definitely. I wonder.
legitimately be, yeah, he would be legitimately be unstoppable. If he has infinity plus like light speed reaction time, I mean, good luck.
Yeah.
He's unstoppable. So, yeah. Let's see. Let's see. What does Kage? Oh, I just read that. Where were we? Speaking of Gojo versus Goku, have you seen 16 video? I'm gonna check that out. I know he dropped that recently. Definitely gonna check out what he said about that. I'm assuming Goku wins that, and he's probably gonna talk about Infinity. If I had to assume what he's gonna say. Have y'all played Astro's Playroom? Haven't heard of it. What is your opinion on Kawaki's ideology? Do you think he's wrong in thinking that Suzuki are too strong for ninja? He's not wrong in that. He's right as far as the problem. His solution is what Boruto has a contention with, and most of us readers do. This purely just extinguishing and eliminating every Atsuki-based entity in the world, including Boruto, since he has Momo inside of him.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
yeah, he's correct about the Atsuki being too strong. However, his antidote is not the correct antidote, and Boruto's trying to show him that and trying to stop that from taking place. So, yeah, he's not wrong about his observation, though. He's right. They are too strong for ninja. I mean, even fucking Naruto and Sasuke, the epitome of shinobi, were not enough to defeat Jigen.
Who needs six fast powers, which come from Otsutsuki to
It
begin with,
literally,
to
yeah,
even
and they
to
they,
even
they
contend with them. Yeah.
literally, yeah, they needed six pass powers to even remotely contend with these individuals. So Hashirama,
Exactly.
yeah, Hashirama essentially was the epitome of non-six pass, and he couldn't even compete with Jubito. And Jubito is a
Yeah.
poor man's Jubidara who's inferior to Otsutsuki. So just put that into perspective of how inferior Shinobi are without six pass intervention to Otsutsuki. It's not even close. I mean, it's buried. They're buried as far as the caliber. It's not even close. It really isn't. Hey Shinobi, I have a spicy topic for y'all. All right, let us
Oh
know.
shit.
Phantom Redbeard, let us know. Um, White hair crippled Nagato blitzing B means that Pain faster as Pain has his mobility. That's a fair statement. I mean, he is crippled. You could argue he's an Edo though, so despite him having white hair, you could argue perhaps his sort of old body nature isn't hampering him. But then again, that's contentious
Yeah,
though. Yeah,
that is a fair
yeah.
interpretation for
Kind of
sure.
like
Yeah.
Itachi with his sickness, like it's no longer like actually affecting him. But yeah, it's
Or Kimimaro.
or Kimimaro, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So, let's see. White-haired Edo Nagato is basically full power Tendo, but he can use all 6 paths when he wants. Yeah, yeah.
Facts.
Yuki versus Tojo. Yuki? Look that up and see who that character is. Okay.
Yuki doesn't sound familiar.
Doesn't sound. Yuki to Tsukumo. Oh, this character. You don't really see her around, do you? I don't even really. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know too much of her. I haven't really kept attention to her. She's a special grade
Yeah.
sorcerer who can use Star Rage. I'm assuming just because I like Toji, I'm gonna say Toji. He almost killed Gojo. I mean, there you go.
Hey, yeah, Red.
Well, early Gojo to be fair, but still Gojo was the best sorcerer on the planet at the time. Before obviously Sukuna got his his power. Um, let's see. Rank these 4: Orange Mask Obito, Sage Kabuto, Edo Itachi, Edo Nagato. Orange Mask Obito, Sage Kabuto. At the top would probably be Edo Itachi. Probably. Then Orange Mask Obito. Damn, those other 3 are quite tough.
Fuck, dude, that is tough, man.
Yeah,
I agree. Itachi #1, probably. Fuck, man. I think Kabuto probably #2 to be honest,
probably.
man. Unless
Yeah.
Obito has access to Izanami as well, which he probably does.
Probably does. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it'd be hard for him because I think Kabuto. I think so. I think Itachi is at least relative to Obito.
Yeah, at least.
Without his sickness, of course.
Yeah.
Which Edo Itachi does not have his sickness, for example. So I think because Kabuto is able to do so well against Itachi and Sasuke collectively, I'll admittingly holding back for numerous reasons. Itachi was at least. I think it'd be a tough one, but I just think like Kabuto is like a Swiss Army knife, if you will. He has Genjutsu. He is immune to physical damage with liquefaction, infinite Sage on energy. I mean, he has a lot. Whereas Obito, it really isn't like an AP specialist. He's just known for, dodging attacks with his Kamui or putting you in a dimension if he's fast enough to do so. Which I think Kabuto would be fast enough to evade. So
yeah,
it's a close one.
That's a close one. Yeah, that is a really close one, honestly. Yeah, I agree actually. What's your opinion on Kawaki's philosophy on Otsutsuki being too strong? Because from what I've seen, he's not wrong. He's not wrong on that now. Street Fighter versus Tekken. Personally, I've always liked Tekken.
Bro.
Yeah, Tekken.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I love Tekken.
Street Fighter is a classic, but yeah, Tekken just has it.
Yoshimitsu, bro.
Yeah, literally, there's so many iconic characters in the game, man. Honestly, a lot of DBZ fans had problems with Buu Saga. What are your thoughts? Really? I mean,
I love the Buu Saga.
I loved it. My favorite all time is probably Cell Saga, but Buu Saga is great, man. It's a great saga. I haven't really seen major critiques. I've seen critiques, but
yeah, like okay. First of all, Buu is a great fucking villain. Okay, we saw the Supreme Kai, we saw Super Saiyan 3 Goku, we saw Majin Vegeta, we saw Gotenks, we saw so much good shit in that saga.
Stuff, man. Yeah, it was great. Like
Buu was heat.
Buu was he was so threatening and intimidating he wasn't really even like at times not even sentient. Like Kid Buu, for example, he was more of a primal force, which was just really cool. It was kind of a change from Cell, who was more sentient and intelligent and calculated. Buu was more of a primal monster. Obviously, he had his other versions like Buu Han, who was more intelligent, but Kid Buu and even Fat Buu.
Super Buu is thick, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Those are more like primal versions. I enjoyed Buu. I enjoyed the Buu Saga. Great moments. Majin Vegeta, Vegito, Gohan, Gotenks. So that was
Vegito, cool. Fuck.
Oh, dude, that shit was awesome. Yeah, great introduction with Vegito, and yeah. Overall, I thought it was a great saga. What would you suggest Kawaki do if he was wrong then? Because this is why I think Kawaki is right. Even if Boruto does win over Kawaki, we don't know how strong other Suskis or even Shibai are. Shibai, honestly, I don't think anyone's gonna reach him. I don't think he should be considered. I think he's more of like a conceptual force. The problems are Damon and Ida. Those individuals are extremely powerful. I would still deduce they're probably still stronger than even Boruto now and Kawaki. They're the real
Yeah,
problems, I'd say.
it's like saying the Soul King went up against Ichigo. Like that's just not fair, dude.
Yeah,
You know what I
exactly.
mean?
Like that's
It
more of a
just defeats the whole.
conceptual.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it just doesn't make sense for the whole story that's been built up this whole time. So it's like
yeah, no,
Shibai is just left to be a concept, like you're saying, for sure.
yeah.
Just like
I highly
Hagoromo
doubt
was,
he'll. Yeah,
you
exactly. I
know?
highly doubt he'll be like the final antagonist. That'd be insane. I mean, how the fuck do you reach 4D? It's not. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
So yeah, Ida and Damon are the real threats. I'd say they're the biggest threats at this time.
Unless Amado gives like some fucking
Oh God.
Shibai amps to
Yeah,
Boruto
literally.
or
Unless Amado
something,
just
you know?
keeps
Yeah.
impressing us, honestly. On top of that, also these new Tento clones. Apparently, one of them is Sasuke. Spoiler alert for those guys that haven't read the newest chapter. And apparently, they seem relative to Boruto. I mean, they were able to press him enough for him to evade Code's base. So they seem pretty fucking powerful if they're able to contend. Well, to be fair, he wasn't using Karma. He wasn't using Sage Mode, to be fair. But still, to press him in the way they did, they're at least
It's
above
impressive.
Code. Yeah, they're at least above Code, who couldn't even touch base Boruto. Even Code was fearful of them. So, I mean, yeah, they seem like threats. Obviously, Boruto didn't go all out, but the Sage Toad that was accompanying him did say you should leave. And I'm sure he's aware of what Boruto can do. He did say, hey, get the fuck out of here, dude. We're not going to make it. So he had to leave and go meet up with Koji and talk to Koji, and that's how that chapter ended. But yeah, they seem pretty threatening. I'm not going to lie. Seem pretty threatening.
Koji's story is interesting, man. Like,
Yeah, I wonder
has
how.
him and Amado connected by chance yet in the manga, or have they
No,
still?
but I wonder how that's gonna go. I'm sure they are. If I
Yeah,
had to
exactly.
predict, yeah, I mean, he created the guy. They were working together behind the scenes to kill Jigen. Obviously, it didn't work, but
And
they
he's going
were.
to be sacrificed too. That was
Yeah,
the plan. Yeah.
literally, he was gonna sacrifice himself. Fortunately, he didn't wasn't able to contend, but yeah, I'm sure they're gonna connect somehow. If I had to predict, there's no way it'd be kind of weird if they didn't. Who wins in the free for all? Kisame, Prime, Tobarama, War Arc, Oro without Edos. It's hard to scale Oro in the war arc. Obviously he got stronger, I would assume. You could argue he absorbed all the knowledge of Kabuto as well, but he's hard to scale. I mean, he didn't really do anything. He saves
Hmm.
Tsunade, and then he fucking fights the Zetsu enhanced Yamato alongside Karin and them, and that's about it. I mean, he really
Not
didn't do
that
much.
impressive, right?
Yeah, really not
Yeah,
that impressive.
exactly.
Probably Tobarama, I have to give him credit. He probably would be Kisame. I mean,
I don't know, man.
maybe.
Kisame is able to react to V2B, bro,
Yeah, that's
and that's
impressive, man.
almost
That's
that's
impressive.
pretty
That's a
much
tough
like
fight, man.
KCM1. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's a tough fight. I don't know, man. I mean, Torame
I
is
think,
Kage, but Kisame did do what he did empirically. It's observably shown. So, I mean,
and I mean, Togurama does have Edos, admittingly, if you want to go that route. But I
yeah,
think, like,
yeah.
stat wise, I think Kisame would probably
Kisame
win
just
that,
has
to
more
be honest.
empirical. Honestly, he does. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
It is what it is. So, his best bet would be Flying Raijin. It's the only hope he would have against Kisame. Uh, Speaking of Tekken, who's Tekken 8 and who's getting Tekken 8 and who's everyone's main? I haven't played Tekken in a while, but am I gonna get
Yeah.
Tekken? Maybe, maybe it's
I've
fun.
played since 6, 5.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
it's
same
been
here.
quite
I
a
think it was
while.
like Tekken 5 or
Yeah.
6 last time I played.
I grew up on the game, though, for sure,
Yeah,
since like
I grew up
PS1.
even yeah PS1, PS2. I used to play a lot of Tekken too. Usually people argue Cell Saga or Frieza Saga to be the best. Yeah, in my opinion, probably Cell. Frieza's great too though. I like Boo as a villain so much because he brought on such a different atmosphere than Freezer instead of an actual person. He felt like a force of nature. Yeah, exactly. Great.
Literally.
Yeah, great
So
change
good.
in tone. Yeah, exactly. One of the major criticisms of the Boo saga that I agree with is that Super Saiyan 3 has nothing to do with the story or characters. It doesn't have a single legitimate W in the arc. Thoughts? That's true. I mean, as far as sort of progressing the battle, I mean, it did in a way, but I see what you're saying. As far as like in comparison to other forms, and like Vegeta, for example, it does have like a trivial contribution. It's just a very iconic moment as far as him powering up to Super Saiyan 3 aesthetically as well. But I do get what you're saying. It's a valid critique. I mean, it is a valid critique.
I
Yeah.
I agree, but the thing is with Super Saiyan 3 Goku, when he first like transformed and was fighting up against Fat Buu, the first form, like he could have won that battle, but he wanted to, like, I guess, let the people who were alive and the new generation take over this threat because he thought they could take it, just like he had with Gohan when he fought against Cell. But like he literally told, I think it was the Supreme Kai at the time, or the King Kai. Like, he's like, yeah, I could have defeated Buu if I wanted to. So it's like the
Yeah.
transformation could have had quite an impact on that saga. But if he just beat Buu then and there wouldn't have been much of a story to unfold. So it's like I think it was more of like a writing decision that kind of gave it the lackluster appeal that you may be hinting at. But nonetheless, I think it did its job, and it still gave Goku the status that he had with Vegeta, for example, or even against Buu. So I thought it was a very iconic transformation. It had its place, and inevitably was enough to take on Kid Buu, thanks to
Yeah, exactly.
Vegeta and some do Ex Machinas. But
Yeah.
nonetheless, I thought it was a great arc, for
Yeah, I
sure.
agree. It served its purpose. Is it like perfect? No, I get it, but yeah, it served its purpose, I'd say. Even though the emotional appeal with the Vegeta moment, where he kind of discusses his disappointment in himself because he feels inferior, etc. It served a purpose, but I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's see here. Kid Goku versus Chunin exams. Kid Goku transcends reality. So Kid Goku. Literally, he broke through a panel. So,
Yeah,
oh, two
bro.
bucks from
That's not
Kedge. What's
even
going on,
fair.
brother? Thanks for coming in once again, brother.
Hey, the ghost bet.
Kedge versus Bet. Let's put this on the screen. What is your dream fight in boxing? That's a great question. Dream fight. Honestly, I would have to say Prime Mayweather versus Pac-Man versus Pacquiao. We saw them fight, but it wasn't in the prime. I would have loved to see them in prime. But besides that, um, Ali versus
What
Tyson.
about Spencer in his prime versus who did he
Oh,
just
dude.
fight?
Oh,
Was it?
Crawford. Yeah, in recent memory,
Yeah,
that would have been the biggest fight in boxing. Would have been Prime Spencer versus Crawford, or Errol Spence versus Crawford. Um, that would have been the biggest in the last 5 years. Pacquiao versus Mayweather, Prime Pacquiao versus Prime Mayweather, and then I would say
yeah.
Ali versus Mike Tyson. Obviously, we couldn't
That's
get that because they were different eras, but that would have been a hell of a fight if they were to actually engage. Besides that, mm, let's see. That's another good one. More good one.
dude. CM Punk versus Mike Tyson.
I think he's actually back. Speaking of that, I think he's back in WWE. He probably realized he's not
I
meant for real
saw that.
fighting. Uh,
Yeah, he probably
him and
isn't.
I think some
Yeah,
other big name, Randy Orton or some shit. I'm not big into WWE, but I remember Randy Orton from when I was a kid. Apparently he's back too.
Dana better not let his ass back on UFC, bro.
Oh
That
hell
shit's
no.
done. That shit's done.
He did awful against the guy that was like 1-0. He literally got his ass
Yeah,
beat. That
that's
was
like
bull.
masochist behavior. Like you're just
Oh dude.
asking to get beat up, bro.
Yeah,
You know.
he was so sloppy. Like, yeah, WWE, pay respects to it. It takes a lot of athleticism and discipline, but it's not real. I'm sorry, not real like actual physical violence that you have to defend from. It's scripted. It's still tough. You're going 365 days a year usually on the road. I get it, but like it's not real fighting. So,
Yeah, like I like when I was like hella younger and shit, dude. Like I thought that was sick.
oh, shit
Undertaker,
was
Stone
dope.
Cold
Yeah,
Steve
yeah.
Austin. Yeah, but
When you're
like,
a
dude,
kid,
I
that
can't
shit's
imagine
amazing.
myself 40 years old, fully realizing this shit is fake as hell and enjoying it. Like I'm sorry,
Yeah, I'm
I
sorry.
can't.
Like, I get they're huge fans, but I can't see it either. It's like I know it's fucking scripted. Why the fuck am I gonna enjoy it? Yeah.
Yeah,
But I
exactly.
get it. I mean, I know those guys. I like it and shit. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's just I need to see the real things where the odds are actually high and the stakes are high, like actual fighting, in my opinion. Yeah. So, um, oh, by the way, folks, for you folks, next week, the final UFC event of the year is taking place. We're still going to do a stream like this, but it's going to be a fight companion. So basically, the way it's going to work is we're going to probably start about a half hour early, get people in, but we're going to be answering questions as usual. But when fights start, we're basically going to be reacting to the fights. Obviously, we can't show the fights. We're going to have separate audio. I'm going to make sure it's separated from our audio because we're going to get fucking banned. But if I do that, basically during the fights, we'll be like engaged in the fights, and then when in between rounds and in between fights, we'll be answering questions. So it's gonna be like a fight companion for you UFC fans. We're gonna be reacting and streaming to the last fight of this year, the last main UFC card. So
Yeah, I wondered
yeah,
if you guys think Colby's gonna win or freaking Edwards? Because like
yeah,
I genuinely hope Edwards wins.
yeah. You UFC fans, let us know who you think's gonna win that. Do you think Covington gets it, or do you think Edwards maintains? You guys let us know. It's gonna be a good fight. I mean, Covington's tough. Edwards is a sniper. And there's some other good fights on there as well. I believe Paddy Pimblett's fighting Tony Ferguson. There's one Ian Gary's fighting. I know he got
Dude, you
kind of
see how
shot.
Bobby Green just lost, man? He was on
Oh,
the come up
dude.
too, bro.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
was.
that was unfortunate.
Yeah, that was unfortunate as well. Apparently Ian Gary is getting shit on because he's dating a woman that, first of all, she's a lot older than him, and apparently he's like a
Okay.
simp, and she cheated on him or some shit, and he's still with her, some weird shit like that. I forgot the exact shit,
Hell
but
no, bro.
he's
Fuck
kind of in
that.
like he's kind of a simp apparently. I don't know the whole story, but yeah, apparently he's with some hoe that cheated on him, and he's still with her, and apparently he's gonna sue. Apparently someone made fun of him for it, like a big name. I think it was Chell Sonnen or something, and he was like simping and telling him to shut the fuck up and stuff. Like I'm like, dude, we're trying to
Well,
save
that
you,
guy's a
okay?
Chad, bro.
Literally, dude,
But
Chell
it just
Sonnen.
that's so ironic because it's a fucking they fight for a living and yet they're
Yeah,
doing so demasculating activities to themselves,
literally.
bro.
It's like,
Like that
dude,
makes no sense.
you're
Yeah.
one of the best like prospects in the UFC, and you're allowing this hoe to run you. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy to me.
Come on, G. Yeah, nah.
$2 from Kedra. Appreciate it again, brother. Appreciate that. Thoughts on this screw attack Goku versus Superman? Oh, you're talking about Death Battle? Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah, they
yeah. So
reposted it, right? Is it a new
yeah,
iteration or is
I
it
think
just
it's
like
a
reposted?
third. I think it's a third iteration. I saw it. Here's the thing about Superman, man. Like I always say, comic book characters are composite characters. There's versions of Goku, excuse me, of Superman that aren't that
Yeah.
powerful, and that Goku probably would be. And then there's versions of Superman that are multiversal that Goku would have no chance against. So Death Battle just has more leeway with Superman being a composite character, and they gave him the benefit of the doubt here. They gave him like extreme powers towards the end of the fight, and he was fucking cracked. And obviously he was gonna beat Goku when it's that iteration. I mean, come on, he's fucking like multiversal at that point. So I guess it makes sense that iteration would be Goku. What do you expect? You know, there's 90 years of literature on the guy, hundreds of versions of the guy. While Goku is, yeah, Dragon Ball's been around for a long time, but there's only one major iteration of the guy. You know, so it's like, what do you expect? You know, it's Superman. I mean, I'm not surprised. That's all I could say. I'm not surprised. It was a cool
And
fight,
I'm
cool
sure
animation, but
isn't
yeah.
Superman's universe just like massively bigger than the
Oh,
Dragon
way
Balls
bigger.
as well?
Way
So
bigger.
it's just
Yeah.
like that's just something
Like,
else to
and
take
he's
note of
beyond
because it's
universal
like
in that multiverse, and that universe is fucking huge. And apparently, it's
yeah,
expanding all the time. Like, it's still expanding currently in the DC continuity. So it's like, holy shit, man.
that's cool.
It's pretty cool. So I'm
Yeah.
not surprised who won. I'm really not. But yeah, it was a cool fight though. It was cool. I like
They're doing
the
it 3 times though. That's crazy,
Yeah,
man. It's
that's how
just
you know
like
they're trying to
yeah.
milk the profit. You know that fact.
Facts,
I
right?
don't blame them
Yeah.
though. It is like the two most iconic characters in fiction, so I kind of get it. There are three kinds of evil: natural, chaotic, and lawful. There are light, Yagami, and Aizen. Where are light, Yagami, and Aizen labeled in these three? Light's more chaotic towards the end, I'd say. Aizen, he's more disciplined, I'd say. I'd say more
Hmm.
lawful. Like obviously he lost the way he lost, but throughout his malicious intentions, he was pretty disciplined in his plan.
Absolutely. At least
Yeah,
initially.
yeah, at least
Yeah.
initially. So I'd say more lawful. When I think in the Buu Saga too many transformations were introduced. That didn't get the job done since Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Ultimate Gohan, Marin. Yeah, I see what you're saying. There was a lot of transformations, but I enjoyed it. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
I
Um,
loved all of them. I think
I
Gotenks is
really
a
liked
little weird.
Vegito. I really liked Super Saiyan 3. I even enjoyed Gohan. I mean, obviously he was a little arrogant, but I enjoyed that too, honestly. And
And
Gotenks.
Boo's transformations were sick, bro.
Yeah,
I'm not
very
gonna
unique,
cat, dog.
creative.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed those. Buhan, especially, a great transformation. Yeah.
Yeah. They're all great.
When did the opinion White Mass Obito beats Eder Mater become such a popular take? I agree that Mater has no counter to Kamui. Why the massive swing in Obito? Really, I haven't seen that. I think the majority of people still think Obito would lose that, but yeah. I do think it's ratty to try and scale 6 paths of pain to red-haired Edo Nagato. The latter blatantly got amped from absorbing Beast chakra. You could argue he got amped, but you could argue he just got replenished too.
Exactly. Just
There's
kind of
not,
back to his like
yeah,
normal self, if you will, before he was
exactly.
sick and crippled and things of that
Yeah,
nature. Yeah.
you could argue he's amped, but there's no way to really substantiate that. Yeah. I
Hmm.
like Obito, Wincon is Conway, but Mater no diff reacted to Casey and to Naruto. Here's the thing, Conway wouldn't matter if your neurotransmitters are inferior. Maters, I would argue, are superior to Obito's at this point.
Makes
So it wouldn't
sense too.
matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like the flying Raijin. Yeah, like yeah, it's instantaneous, but if your neurotransmitters are inferior to your opponents, it won't matter because they'll blitz you before you could activate it, so it doesn't matter. Would you say the same thing about theater plays? That shit's also faked. Everyone knows it's faked, and a lot of people still enjoy it. Oh, theater plays? You mean like Broadway? Shit like that?
No,
Um,
that's a different
that's
like type of
different. Yeah, it's
entertainment
kind of a
though.
false equivalency because I get what you're saying. It's a little similar, but theater plays are like, I mean, you're literally paying for a theater play in a way, and they're not portraying themselves. Well, I kind of see what you're saying, but it's a false equivalency in a way, you know?
Because theater plays they're meant to like emit like a immersive experience, whoever it may be consuming it visually.
Yeah,
There's like acoustics, whatever it may be, but it's just like with like fake wrestling, like professional wrestling, it's like it's almost like immature. You're
yeah,
literally full well that like what you're witnessing is completely fake, and it's just like it's the same mundane, stupid shit all the time. It's
yeah.
like chairs, tables, punches. We
Exactly.
get
And
it.
the
But theater
main
plays,
difference, yeah, exactly.
yeah,
The main difference is fake wrestling and WWE tries to immerse itself into the real world to make it seem as realistic as possible. Theater plays is blatantly like they're confined to the theater stage or whatever. You're not gonna see fucking you know, Alice in
dragons.
Wonderland walking up to one of the audience members and be like, "Oh my God!" Like it's not that not absurd, but rather uh intimate. It's not like attempting to disperse itself in the real. I mean, even social media, you see WWE wrestlers talking on social media as if they're in real conflict with each other. You know, you're not gonna see fucking Brad Pitt on fucking Twitter pretending to be the guy from World War Z talking about zombies. Like it's not that kind of thing. You know, it's the false equivalence. I see what you're saying. It is theater, but it's a different kind of theater. You know, so
Precisely.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. $2 from Kedrick. Appreciate that, brother. Comic book question. Dick Grayson versus Jason Todd. So this is what I'll say. Dick Grayson, in most continuities, is the closest thing we've had to Batman. And in fact, when Batman was absent and kind of MIA, he actually took the mantle because he was the next up in line in the Bat family. So I would say overall he's more skilled than Jason. Would it be a tough fight? Yes, Jason is very skilled. I think he's a prodigal. I mean, everyone in the Bat family is a prodigal figure, but Jason Todd was specifically discovered by Batman working on one of his Batmobiles as a young kid without any training, and he was actually knowing what he was doing. So he was very intelligent. But Dick Grayson is almost Bruce Wayne 2.0. So I would say Dick would most likely defeat Jason Todd. He's more mature. Um, he's taken more training from Bruce. He's followed Bruce more carefully. Also, not just his code, but his actual techniques. Jason kind of went rogue, especially obviously after Joker killed him and he was resurrected with the Lazarus pit. He went on his own road. Obviously, still he was still very deadly already because of Bruce's training, but I would say Dick would probably take him. In most cases, he would take him. Even with killer intent, Jason would probably still lose. Dick is very skilled. He's almost Bruce level. So I mean, he's almost Batman for he's that level. So I mean, tough fight though. I'd say still a tough fight. Even Bruce struggled
Hmm.
with him. Bruce struggled with Jason. You could argue he's holding back because it was his kind of like a son to him. Um, and Jason did have killer intent. But yeah, I would probably say Dick. Nightwing would take it against the Red Hood. So yeah. The guy that I see maybe surpassing his father is Damian Wayne, his actual son, biological son. If he continues to evolve and really take mentorship from his father, he may surpass his father, maybe one day. I know in the comic books, I think Damian's like a teenager now. I haven't been catching up, keeping up with it, but yeah, that's a guy that might surpass Dick one day, and Batman himself. Let's see. Batman stay disappearing from the stream out of nowhere. No, he's I think he's working. That's why.
Yeah, he's multitasking,
He's multitasking,
bro.
but yeah, I saw your community post about reading on stream or making videos based on what you read. If I can suggest one, you should read Invincible comic arc by arc. That's a good idea.
I've
Give
heard
your
good
thoughts
things
as an
too.
e-reader. That's a good idea. Yeah, yeah. JJK, I'm going to start doing on-stream readings because it seems good. I see some guys do that, and people seem to enjoy them, and the Boruto ones. I see some content creators do that as well. So I'm gonna try to do that when I can. JJK, Invincible is a good idea. Invincible comic is a good idea, actually. Those are a couple of things I have in mind. And JJK rants, JJK videos. It's coming soon too. Um, Anyone who still thinks Kampala Superman loses to Goku at this point is retarded. No one reps Goku in that matchup. Yeah, dude. Composite Superman would fucking slam him, man. I mean,
For a reason. Yeah,
he's
exactly.
Superman. I mean, what the fuck? Yeah. Uh, the spicy topic is on Shinobi's server. Spicy topic? Let me see it.
Hmm.
Hot takes. What is this? Disney censoring.
Oh shit!
What
Damn, what the fuck? Is this actually canon?
the? Oh, this is like Star Wars, huh?
Weird, bro.
This is a Legend Sith character adapted to Disney's new narrative. Shout the fucking Oh shit!
Shout out to Disney.
Yeah. $2 from Ketchup. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate $2, brother. Put that on the
Oh
screen
yeah,
real
man.
quick.
Goat, man.
World War Z zombies versus I Am Legend zombies. Oh shit. Overall, you don't have to worry during the day if you're intelligent, like Will was in the movie, about the zombies. As long as you cover your tracks, like your scent, for example. He utilized, I think, vinegar to like mask his scent. I'd probably take overall the World War Z, the I Am Legend zombies. Just move very carefully, because World War Z zombies, first of all, obviously light doesn't affect them, and they sprint. So imagine
Yeah,
having to
dude,
run
they jump
forever.
hella far too.
Yeah,
Like
jump
they're
hella
fucking
far. They're
super
fast as
agile.
fuck. They
Yeah.
seem kind of a little bit kind of. They actually seem kind of durable. Not as durable as the I Am Legend zombies, but they seem a little bit durable, at least in comparison to like Walking Dead zombies. So I'd probably say the I Am Legend zombies. You just have to be careful because if you fuck up, you're dead. At night, they're gonna come after you. If you fuck up, like that one chick did that kind of sold and hoed Will Smith, you're dead. I mean, we saw what happened. So I mean, you gotta be very careful. Mask your scent. Don't leave any traces of yourself behind. Don't be outside during the night. You should be all right. You know, Will was okay for a while. I think he survived with his dog for a while, like a long time. So, yeah, probably the I Am
Yeah,
Legend
I
ones
think
for
the I
sure.
Am Legend ones, like if I seem to remember, they are more like comprehensive. Like
Yeah, definitely more
the World
intelligent.
at War at War, they're like I don't think they would really like be able to like necessarily like react to an imminent threat, like let's say other zombies coming at them, unless they're actually being attacked.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
almost kind of like just like dumbed down, if you will. So it's just like yeah, they're more agile and stuff, but they're not really like looking to attack, if that makes sense. So I think that might be handicap
yeah,
at the end
exactly.
of the day. So it's an
Yeah,
interesting question though, for
that's a
sure.
good question. No, yeah, they're definitely more primal. They're more like just primal, mindless beings, rather as
Hex.
opposed to the I Am Legend zombies. They're actually kind of sentient. They even have like their own hierarchical structure. They had like the alpha, whatever zombie dude at the end, like yeah. So it's definitely a different thing. They're kind of like Wolfpack in a way. They have like their own hierarchical structure and stuff.
Mhm.
Um, if you look at the Dragon Ball popularity, the phase in which manga was the most popular was Frieza Saga for the anime. The most popular for the manga was the Cell Saga. Makes sense. Great sagas. Super Janemba versus Buhan. I know that's been discussed for quite some time. Buhan
Oh,
versus Super
I would say
Janemba.
Buhan for sure.
Yeah,
Like
I'd agree.
Janemba took on Super Saiyan 3 Goku, who I would say is stronger than Gotenks and probably Boo Tank for that matter. But Buhan is obviously like Mystic Gohan and Boo. Mystic Gohan is stronger than Super Saiyan 3 Goku
Yeah.
already. So to add Boo on top of that, I think Buhan would probably win more than likely. But Super Janemba is freaking pretty damn strong, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
Buhan more than likely empirically based off what we know. Yeah, being a kind of like a sort of a combination, like Shinobi said, of Mystic Gohan, who's considered above Super Saiyan 3 and Boo, he most likely would
yeah.
take Janemba. Yeah. Rank DBZ sagas from worst to best. That's tough.
From best
Number
to worst.
one, number one for me would probably be Cell, then Frieza and Boo. I mean, it's tough. Uh, to me
Fuck,
personally, I
that's
feel
so
like
hard, bro.
yeah, I feel like Boo just had more overall for me. Uh, the saga itself rather. Then Frieza. I think after that was Android. I mean, Android's not bad, but yeah, it's probably the after that.
Yeah, I'd
Probably
probably
after
go
that. Yeah.
sell Boo Namek. Even though I fucking love Namek, like don't
Yeah.
get me wrong, dude. Like that's what started it all. Obviously, so you were saying one Goku and all that shit, but I don't know. I just feel like Boo would just have more substance, man. To be
Yeah,
honest, like
exactly. More substance. Yeah. Overall,
you
it
have to
had more.
appreciate these characters more at their peak. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Exactly. Yeah. Uh, let's see. I Am Legend zombies are probably more intimidating. The only better side is that you don't have to worry about them during the day. Oh yeah, if we did have to worry about the day, I'd easily take the World War Z zombies over the fucking I Am Legend ones. But they're way more intimidating and tougher physically. They seem more durable as well. She's actually pretty badass. Her name is Darth Talon. Oh, makes sense.
Huh.
She nearly killed Luke Skywalker's descendant. Oh damn. Yeah, the Mauls. I mean, the Darth Maul and the Darth figures seem very powerful in Star Wars. Not to mention her skin color is a very rare gene, like 1 in a million. Yeah. Despite
Darth
how much,
Talon's kind of sick. That's
yeah, that's a cool name. Yeah. Despite how much I love Ishiki and Kawaki's character, I view pieces of After Shippuden literature as non-canon because Sasuke and Naruto were my beloved characters. Now they're sidelined. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I saw a lot of people in the comment section clowning on Mills on Miles' last outfit in Spider-Man 2. I'm not gonna lie, dude, that shit was ass. That
damn.
Miles Morales last suit was ass. Like even Spider-Man in the fucking animations, like, bro, what the fuck is this bullshit?
Come
He's
on,
like,
dog.
I want my own suit. Like, that shit is ass. Like, put on your regular shit, dude. So, yeah, I was kind of pissed too. Apparently, it was an Adidas sponsor because he was wearing a Adidas. Apparently, Adidas like made a deal with Insomniac, and that suit was in the game because of that. It was ass. Like it really was.
That's
Like,
lame.
yeah, I kind of get it. I kind of get the clowning. It was kind of ass, and thank God for custom suits because I took that shit off real quick. I didn't want to wear that shit when I was playing with as Miles. So, especially because it leaves his hair exposed and would get him caught if someone got a hair sample. Yeah, dude, he left his fucking hair out, and some smart guy takes his hair and figures out his identity. He's fucked. So it is kind of dumb. Which was better fight, Goku versus Vegeta or Goku versus Majin Vegeta? You
Oh,
mean Saiyan Saga? Saiyan Saga, the stakes were higher because I mean, legitimately, Goku could have died. Goku versus Majin Vegeta. I mean, it was cool, but he wasn't going all out there.
yeah,
He,
I preferred
yeah,
the Saiyan Saga, to be honest.
yeah. The stakes were high. Literally, the world it was at stake, and Goku barely beat him.
Kaioken was
Kaioken.
pretty unique. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty. Yeah, so probably the Saiyan Saga fight. Majin Vegeta one emotionally was great because Majin's goated, Majin Vegeta, but yeah, he wasn't going all out against Vegeta. Um, I mean, seriously, Naruto and Sasuke worked very hard and trained to get strong. Then you get these DBZ style rip-off aliens and they match and even overpower them. I mean, DBZ is a different taste. DBZ, not to say that Goku didn't earn his power, because he certainly did. All the trials he's had, he's definitely earned it. It's just it's different. It's more aesthetically based, battle based, as opposed to Naruto. Naruto is more emotion involved. Uh, I think there's subtle emotion involved in Dragon Ball. You kind of have to peel the layers back to really see it. And Naruto, it's more apparent. You have the
Yeah.
moments. Yeah. So I see what you're saying, but DBZ has its own taste. It's a different kind of emotional appeal. I think the battles are what appeal to us. What's at stake, and
Legendary.
yeah,
Yeah.
like Goku versus Frieza, or Gohan versus Cell, or Boo versus Vegeta, or Boo versus Super Saiyan 3 Goku. It's like it's different as opposed to like Naruto versus Pain, where there's actually philosophical sort of aspects. It's a little different. So
Yeah, there's no talk, no jutsu in DBZ,
yeah, like
bro.
Frieza doesn't
Like,
give a fuck. You could talk to him and be like, "What the fuck, dude? Like, the fuck are you talking to?" He won't give a damn. You're gonna have to
yeah.
scrap. There's no way around it. Yeah.
Yeah, someone's gonna die or you're gonna beat me. Like that's
Yeah,
how it
like
is
you're
in
gonna have to
DBZ.
kill me, or I'm gonna kill you. Like, it's that simple in Dragon Ball. You don't have that bullshit. Jiren, like imagine
Literally.
talking no fucking jutsuing Jiren or fucking Boo, or Boo can't even understand what the fuck you're saying. Like, let alone talking
Literally.
jutsu him. Yeah, talking about like
Wants
eating
candy.
shit. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's a different thing, man. It's a different thing. Saying Pain is better written than Obito or Itachi is one of the worst takes someone can have. Pain does nothing better than those two. Better written? He's probably not better written than Itachi overall. He's a hell of a villain, though. I think he's a hell of a
Obito, I
villain.
mean, I don't think that's a crazy
Yeah,
statement to
over
make
Obito
though. Like,
though, yeah, I think he is better written than Obito. But I mean, Obito's not
yeah.
badly written, but yeah, I think Pain's better.
I think for like Obito is just a huge like way to connect the dots. A kind of a convenient plot character to fill the pieces, if you will. You know what I mean? He
Exactly.
wasn't really like there wasn't much lore on him. Like I don't know, it was kind of like spontaneous. I felt like,
Yeah.
and I don't know. Pain was just like a cool introduction to Rinnegan. His philosophy with Jiraiya was cool. His ideologies and Sergeant Nikoski and all that stuff. Like I don't know. I just felt like he had more of a shine to him, if you will. Whereas
Exactly.
Obito was just I don't know. It just didn't do it for me. That's just my
Yeah, like
subjective opinion, of course. So yeah.
yeah, exactly. It's definitely subjective, but yeah, even when looking at their narratives, the Pain arc just made Pain so intimidating and threatening to the verse, as opposed to Obito, where he was playing a character. Literally, he was playing a character as Madoru Uchiha. He was portraying Madoru Uchiha, And obviously, the revelation that it was him rather than Madara was big, but we didn't because of that. We're not as appealed or attached to Obito as we are to like Pain, for example. At least
Yeah.
in comparison, So yeah, I mean Obito's not badly written, but yeah, I think Pain's better written. Will you play the new Budokai game? Oh hell yeah, definitely gonna
Fuck
play
yeah,
that.
dude.
Hell yeah. I still need to buy Boruto Storm Connections.
Connections.
I haven't bought that yet. I could buy it
Same.
any moment, but I might wait till Christmas see if there's a deal or something. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna check that out as well. Let's see. Majin Vegeta versus Goku had more emotional weight to it, so to me, I like it better. I get it. Yeah, yeah.
It
There
did.
was
It
some
did.
there are some cold moments in that fight, especially like dialogue wise with Vegeta, especially before they started fighting. When he's telling him like, "Hey, it's not slavery when you get what you want, buddy." Like, that shit was cold. So I get it. Yeah, definitely very emotionally appealing. Raven is akin to Itachi in terms of power in Star Wars. Yeah, those Darth people, man, are strong. Gengetsu versus Kisame 2, strongest people from the mist. Who takes it? Gengetsu versus Kisame.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. Interesting.
that's an
Okay,
interesting
so he's
fight.
relevant to Mu, who is relevant to.
Anuki.
Oh, he got blitzed by Casey One Naruto pretty handedly, honestly.
Yeah, he
And
did.
Kisame isn't like that far away in like max speed. Of course, he has to like absorb chakra and maybe fuse with Samehada to give him that amp, but the gen jutsu would be a interesting ploy. So it's just hard to scale Gengetsu like
It is. Yeah.
outright, but I just think Kisame has a better showing empirically though. Going
Yeah,
up
I'd
against
probably say
E and
Kisame. Yeah,
yeah.
Gengetsu, stalemated Anuki's mentor.
And Samehada is kind of sentient, so maybe he's able to break Kisame out of Genjutsu as
Yeah,
well.
maybe
It's
he'll like
just a
poke him
theory.
or some shit out of it. Yeah, he might be able to actually
Yeah.
get him out of it. And yeah, like you said, empirically, Kisame just has better feats against tougher opponents that are in a higher caliber. So I'd probably say Kisame too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Baby Goku versus Kiba. Kiba's a bitch, so even Baby Goku would beat him. To be honest.
Yeah, Kiba, bro, come on.
Kiba's ass. Yeah, I'm sorry. Is it
Keep
wrong
it
that I
moving.
literally, dude, sharp level, literally? Is it wrong that I treat Boruto as non-canon because I really want 3 reasons? Boruto is definitely canon, but I mean, some people just don't like Boruto. Some people revere
Yeah, that's
Naruto.
fine.
Obito was absolutely planned from early on. His statement to Sasuke, knowing what it's like to wake up to an unknown spouting nonsense, is an exact match for his later backstory. Yeah, I know. I remember all the theories back in the day before we knew who Obito was, way back when. That was back then when
I never thought it was actually moderate though, to be honest. I never really
yeah,
got that vibe,
it just
you
never
know?
really made sense. Like,
It's
I
like
mean,
moderate's never gonna act like fucking goofy, dude. Acting as
yeah,
Toby.
like
You
why
know,
would he act
I
like
was
that?
like,
Yeah,
yeah.
literally. Sage Motokawa versus Sori, Data, and Kisame. Would those three be able to take him down? They'd all be too slow, I'd say.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, I mean, it
Yeah.
really
And
matter the
I
numbers.
don't think Kisame could absorb that Senjutsu as well. So it
Yeah,
would really hamper him. Yeah.
yeah, I think he'd blitz them all, even Kisame. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, Obito's kind of a dumbass, bro. Bros finally really go to war with just an army of Zetsus. Yeah, I mean, he was a little arrogant when he had the white mask and the Renegon. Madara came in there and kind of settled him and kind of put him in his place. Told him, hey, this is my plan. I'm gonna be in Cherokee, and you're not built for it. So it is what it is.
Yeah, for
Um,
real.
Jay can't stay along with you next time. Thanks for your name, Christian. Appreciate it, bro.
Oh, thanks, Christian.
Uh,
Appreciate it, man.
but yeah, folks, any questions at all? The GTA 6 trailer just came out. Feel free to ask about that. Game Awards. JJK, current events. I know you guys see the title about there was an individual that spent over 100K on an OnlyFans thought, and that just kind of illustrates the simp pandemic we're currently experiencing. It's very
Jordan
pathetic.
Poole again? Or
Jordan Poole. No, it was like some weird ass like dude. I think Ruby Rose was the hoe that he was donating to. Apparently, he donated 100K in 1 month to her. 100K, dude. That's like most people's salaries aren't that shit, and he's donating that kind of money to some thought that doesn't give a shit about him. That
I
exposed
just don't
him.
understand why,
Yeah,
man.
that's pathetic,
Yeah.
dude. And what's funny is she made fun of him for it on social media. He donated her 100K just to get made fun of by the person you donated to. That's fucking pathetic.
Yeah.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's sad, bro.
And then
God.
she showed all the messages of him like begging for her attention, like fucking paragraphs. of like messages, like him begging for her attention, and his name as a contact is Weird OF Fan. Imagine getting named that after donating 100K. Like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're a fucking pussy. I'm sorry. That is pathetic. She's a bitch for doing that, for exposing him. You know, gave her tens of thousands of dollars to expose him, but he's a pussy. Like, that's really
You hear
pathetic.
about the Joe Smith scandal shit too,
I
bro?
think I heard about that too, actually.
Like he used to be like an NBA player and shit, and like his wife is now doing fucking OnlyFans again or something,
Oh,
like
yeah, I think I
behind his
did hear
back
about
or
that shit.
something.
Oh my
And it's just
God,
like,
dude.
bruh,
It's a
dude.
pandemic, dude. I
Yeah.
call it the simp pandemic. That's what it is. The simp pandemic. Because the truth is, OnlyFans only exists because OnlyFans thoughts only exist because simps contribute to their thought, to their thought nature. It is what it is.
There's no discipline in
It's
today's
pathetic,
society.
dude. It's pathetic.
Yeah,
Like, dude, go to
it
the
really
gym,
is.
go get some sunlight, get the fuck away from the computer. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I don't understand. 100K? You know what you could have used that for? A house, a car,
Feeding
investments.
the homeless,
Yeah, feeding the fucking homeless.
doing
Something,
something
something,
good,
fucking
bro.
something, dude. That's fucking
Yeah.
insane. I can't believe that shit.
What?
That's fucking insane,
Yeah,
dude. That's a lot of fucking money. Like,
that is a lot of money, man. That's a
and
lot of money
apparently
to
he,
just
he was
blow
paying
away like
another
that.
hoe because another hoe responded to Ruby Rose on Twitter and said, "Oh, he's my top fan too." And apparently he spent like 60K on her. So who knows how much money this guy spent, dude, on all these hoes? Probably hundreds of thousands, if I had to guess. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, probably.
It's just like for what, bro?
Like,
Like
like just to get made fun of? Like, what the fuck,
he's not
dude?
even with you, do anything
They
with
don't
you,
give a fuck
bro. It's
about you. They don't
literally
give a
just an
damn.
internet connection. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
they're
saying?
making
Like,
fun of him for the money he's spending. Like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, to me,
yeah.
when I saw that shit, dude, I was disgusted. That is fucking pathetic. I'm sorry. Get help. That's all I can
It's
say.
amusing in a way because it's just like I can never imagine myself in that position,
Oh my
that amount
God,
of
dude.
money to just
I
waste it like that.
cannot.
Like,
That is just fucking
no.
pathetic, dude. Like, no self-control. None. Like, holy shit.
And for her to
Best.
just disrespect you like that, it's just,
Yeah,
man, dude.
those
Yeah.
girls they're bitches. I'm not gonna lie, they're fucking bitches for that. But he's a fucking loser. Like both of he's a loser, and they're obviously like just remorseless hoes. It is what it is. Yeah. So, best meme of the year. Meme of the year. Hmm. What's the most like?
Fuck, that's a hard one.
It's a hard one. Iconic meme of the year. I can't even.
Speaking
Dude.
of WWE, have you seen that Vince McMahon meme going around, dude?
Oh, that might be it. That's the one. That's the one I've seen the most. Yeah, I know what you're talking
That shit
about.
is hella
Yeah.
funny, bro. I've seen that so much shit,
Yeah.
dude.
Dude, I've seen like perfect memes for it. Yeah, that might be meme of
Yeah,
the year actually, the Vince McMahon one. That's the best one I've seen.
that one's pretty sick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one's sick. Let's be real, it was always obvious the masked man was Obito. Kind of, yeah. But I think once we got later on in the narrative, it started to become more and more apparent, I'd say. Have you played Starfield? The game was completely wicked. I heard, I heard it was really good. I never played it though.
I haven't played it yet, but yeah, I've heard great things, man. I love Bethesda games, so it's like,
Yeah,
yeah.
it seems cool from what I've seen. 100K and a woman who won't even talk to you. Facts, dude. Facts. It's fucking pathetic, man.
Dude, yeah, for real, bro. That's sad,
Yeah,
dog.
what's funny is she didn't even answer him. Like he sent her like fucking paragraphs, and I don't know whether it was her phone number or what, but she never responded. She just like
Like,
scrolled
is she
through
just
it.
like a porn star or something?
I
Is
think
she
she's
like
a
even
Ruby Rose. I think she dated some so she's for the streets because she's dated a couple high caliber guys like DDG. Who else has she dated? I think Future or some other rapper and athlete. Like she's for the streets. She's like one of those, but
Yeah,
uh,
she has no real
yeah.
talents or skills
Yeah,
or
no
anything. She's
talent.
just
Like
hot.
she's just
Okay,
hot. Yeah,
gotcha.
I think she was on Offset's Bad and Bougie video. I think that's where she blew up because she was bad, and she started getting traction, and then she became
Yeah.
like a famous thought on the internet, and then
Famous thought.
yeah,
Okay,
basically
yeah.
that's why she is a famous thought. Yeah. Um, I also remember Swag pointing out that pre-redemption, Obito had a very dark and sadistic sense of humor due to his nihilistic outlook. That's a cool trait. Yeah, he definitely adopted that probably through all the shit he's seen and experienced.
Is
Uh,
there?
yeah, the amount of people Obito went out of his way to fuck with and mock just because the world, just because he could was entertaining. Yeah, dude, he was arguably the most prominent shinobi on Earth up until the war arc. Obito, he's one of them. Very very capable. 100K is a hit in third world countries, bro. Yeah, dude, that's a lot of fucking money.
Bro,
A lot of fucking money.
absolutely.
The fuck, dude? That's a fucking. Most people in the United States don't earn that in a year. In the United States, let alone third world countries. That's fucking crazy, dude. Ruby Rose is an actress, or at least used to be. No, she's only one kind of actress now. Definitely not a movie actress.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
That's so sad,
it's
man.
fucking pathetic,
Like
bro.
seriously.
So
Yeah.
pathetic. Like, dude, get help. All I can say
But
is
can
God
you
help you.
blame him, bro? Like these
Yeah,
guys
dude.
are just like asking to give her money. Like, hey, do you want
Literally,
money?
like
Like,
he's why I can't really
like,
blame her. Like these fucking losers are paying her. Like, dude, the fuck, dude. Like you are the problem. You're the one paying these hoes to be these kind of people. It's your fault.
yeah.
Like, what the
So
fuck,
in
man?
her head, she's like, should I go to school and struggle and work, or do I just shake my ass and get like
Literally, dude.
100K? Like,
Like,
I
what the
wonder,
fuck? It's pathetic.
it's like,
That's
yeah.
fucking pathetic. Like, dude. Apparently he's a crypto guy, so it makes sense. He probably didn't earn any of that money. He probably got lucky and bought a Bitcoin or some bullshit, whatever he did. Obviously, he hasn't earned like probably any of that
That's why
money.
he's so nonchalant with the money. It's
Yeah,
just like,
it's fucking pathetic, man.
yeah.
Apparently, he got a tattoo of her. He's just a fucking loser. Like, I'm sorry. He really is.
Wow, that's how
Yeah,
sad.
that's pathetic as
Yeah.
fuck. Will you ever stream games? I'm thinking of doing Boruto Storm Connections probably. Yep. I just need to get the game, and then maybe we could do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm super about that, man. Or even
Yeah.
that zombies stream
Or even
too
zombies, yeah.
sometime.
Maybe we could do that for you guys' entertainment. Zombies, maybe
Yeah, that'd be
even
lit.
one day GTA 6, and that's not gonna come out for another 2 years, but maybe
Oh, we
down the
have
line we
to.
could do that. That'd be so sick, honestly.
Nice.
Did y'all read those messages? Man was really out here confessing his love to someone he never spoke to. Anyway, anyone who responded would have probably been hired anyway, confessing to a man. Dude, you know what's funny is these hoes hire people to message these simps. So it's not even the bitch you're talking to. It's like their fucking manager. It's a dude on the
Secretary or something.
yeah, it's a
Yeah.
dude on the other side of the fucking screen laughing at you alongside that thought while messaging you, pretending to be her. So you'll be like, "Oh, hi, honey," or whatever, and it's not even her responding. It's some fucking dude that she hired as a manager. They don't give a fuck about you, bro.
They
They don't
probably
give a damn.
charge people just to message her too.
Oh
Like, you know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah. That shit apparently
That's
is
crazy.
apparently
Yeah.
there's paywalls for everything. There's like the monthly subscription because I was listening to a podcast about it. There's a monthly subscription. Then there's like paywalls behind the content itself if you want extra shit to pay even more. It's like, dude, you're pathetic. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know, it's really pathetic, dude. I'm
It is
disgusted.
sad.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
disgusted, bro. That's all I can say is I'm disgusted and God help those people. That's all I can say. What are your 10 favorite fictional characters? They can come from anime, TV, movies, etc. That's a great question. In
10.
general, Goku, Batman, Naruto. Let's see what else. Honestly, Levi Ackerman, he's a dog, man. I gotta say, he's a dog. Um, all fiction. Walter White, stud. Uh, who else? Really just appealed to me. Rocky's my guy. Rocky Balboa. Uh, let's see.
Scooby Doo.
Scooby Doo. That's pretty. He's pretty iconic, honestly. Trying to think of another good one. It's another iconic Homelander. No, I'm just kidding. I don't like Homelander that much. I like Soldier
I
Boy
know,
from The
right?
Boys. That's recency bias, though. Not that he's a good person, but I like his personality. I like Soldier Boy's personality. He's not a good person. Obviously, he's a fucking asshole. But Soldier Boy, uh, probably Spider Man. Actually, thinking about it, Spider Man's a great character. And then one more. Probably Pablo Escobar in Narcos. He's not a good person, but I don't know, he has swag. At least in the show.
Yeah, that show is amazing,
Yeah,
dude.
that show was
Yeah,
amazing. I
for
gotta
real.
say, man, that shit was fire. $5 from Kedra, I appreciate it, brother. Appreciate the
Oh yeah, bro.
$5. Would you rather get hit with a Chidori or a Rasengan? Well, either one would blow me to bits, but
Yeah.
Chidori is
Probably Chidori.
yeah, it's quicker. It's through the heart, kill me, it's over. Yeah. Rasengan might take a little longer to kill me. I mean, they're both the APs in real life would blow us to bits, like incinerate us, but
Yeah,
probably
facts.
Chidori.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a little quicker. Is Sasuke in the top of that list? Sasuke in my top 10 ever? I mean, he's probably top
Maybe
20.
Batman, but not Sasuke. Yeah.
Yeah, nah. He's up there though. He's probably my top 30, probably maybe top 25. Like all fiction, probably. But yeah, there's a lot of fictions, man. I've seen a lot of there's Marvel, DC, the TV shows, and anime.
So much, man.
So much shit.
Yeah.
It's a very select few that can make it to that level. So you put this on the screen real quick, folks. Give me a second. Appreciate it, Kedrick. Appreciate the donations. Appreciate everyone. Sir Goats, Steven. Appreciate you, brothers.
Yes, sir.
Let me see here. Put that on the screen. Appreciate that, brother. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. I love the meme of Ultra Instinct before being foreshadowed 30 years ago in the DB manga. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen that. Should those kinds of women have a small amount of respect for using their skills to gain a lot of money? They deserve no respect. I'm sorry. Those hoes deserve no respect. But to be fair, those simps deserve no respect. The simps paying these hoes to just shake their ass on a camera in front of a camera. They deserve no respect as well. Especially the losers like that are paying these hoes hundreds of thousands of fucking dollars. They don't deserve respect. You don't.
Because they don't really respect themselves when they do
Absolutely,
that
yeah.
shit.
They definitely don't. They have a problem.
So
I
it's
get it.
like, why would they really like expect respect from other people around them? You
Yeah,
know,
dude.
like
It's degeneracy. It's honestly, I think that guys like him are addicted. I think they're addicted to beauty. And honestly, I think it's kind of like a cocaine addict. He's the same thing, but with women. And that's a real problem. Some guys are really actually addicted to these hoes. You see it on social media. You see it on these fucking dudes on these hoes OF. You see it everywhere, all the fucking time. It's like, dude,
yeah, I agree.
and the
It's just
thing is,
because
it's
like
not
it's like
illegal because sex will always sell. Always. It always has since the beginning of fucking human history. It's always
oh,
sold.
absolutely,
And
always, dude.
it's so
Yeah,
easy. Go to search up OF, search up hot girl, click subscribe, and then these guys get addicted to this bullshit. You gotta have self-control, man. You gotta be man enough to ignore your lower, I would say, your lower sort of hot primal mind urges. Ignore the dopamine hit urge, whether it's food, hose, drugs, alcohol. You gotta ignore that bullshit, man. It's not good for you. It's really not.
yeah, exactly.
You know?
Because like the way they're getting money, so I respect people getting their bag, like
Yeah,
as
yeah,
a
yeah.
general statement, but
In
the way
general,
that they're doing it, I don't respect. It's almost like saying like, oh yeah, this guy's dealing drugs and he gets a lot of money, and because he's getting a
exactly,
lot of money, I respect him. It's like no, it doesn't work like that. So it's just
exactly.
like respect is a huge word. Like I'm not trying to date a woman that does OnlyFans. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
hell no.
I want
Hell
to
no.
date a
Yeah,
woman I respect. And that's just
exactly.
completely different from that altogether. So it's just like there's not even a
Exactly.
little respect there. Not
Hell
even
no.
a
And
little.
the truth is, like, what's hard is respected. Selling drugs isn't hard. Being a hoe on OnlyFans isn't hard. Being a fucking
Yeah.
loser eating Cheetos in your basement isn't hard. You're not gonna respect that. You're not gonna respect that person. What's hard is respected. Going to the gym, learning a new skill, becoming a better, articulator, better rhetoric, better man, just better at everything. That's respected because that's difficult. Being a fucking hoe on OnlyFans, it's not respected, man. It's not. Or being a fucking simp paying these hoes, it's not respected. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
So you got to do what's hard. Life's rewarding when you do things that are hard. You work hard, you make more money. Go to the gym, you get in shape. The thing is, with fast money comes slow problems. These hoes might be making money, but when they're 45, old, spoiled goods, they're not going to have a partner, they're not going to have kids, they're probably not going to have many friends because of what they did for a living. You see these with older women, they regret what they've done. Honestly, they do. A lot of these hoes are depressed because of what they've done. Fast money, slow problems. It is what it is. So when you make a decision that gives fast satisfaction and fast dopamine hits, expect some repercussions in the future. That's all I
There's
gotta
always
say.
a consequence to actions, man, whether good or
Exactly.
bad.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And that's
proceed
absolutely true.
cautiously.
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
Chidori would just be a normal piercing death, or something that would fuck up your internals. Yeah, dude, I would say the Chidori.
It
Yeah,
just
for
blow
sure.
you up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'd blow your
literally.
ass up. The Chidori would just kind of like take me out. Kind of like a snipe, kind of like getting sniped or something. So, what do you think of the rumors of Batman 2 having Clayface as the main villain? Clayface is cool. Clayface is alright. I think
Huh.
he's one of the better villains. He's not like top tier in Batman's rogue gallery. The top tier is like Bane, Riddler, Joker, Penguin.
Penguin?
Yeah, Penguin would be cool. Clayface is like a B tier, in my opinion, like a B tier villain. He's alright. I don't mind it. We'll see.
Penguin's
We'll see.
iconic too,
Yeah,
for
Penguin's
sure.
definitely iconic. Joker, Bane, those guys. I get it. I get why they're probably picking Clayface because they don't want to like keep recycling Joker and keep recycling Penguin and keep recycling Bane. So I get it. Just hopefully they deliver.
Yeah.
What's going on, random? Thanks for naming, hot
So
take. If
man,
the main character of the story isn't the best character, it's probably not a good show. JJK. Well, Yuji's not a bad character. But
Attack on Titan, maybe.
Attack on Titan. I mean, he's not the best character. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Levi probably is or Mikasa, but
agreed. Yeah,
look how great it is though. It's amazing.
exactly.
Yeah. So that. I would say most of the time it probably is the case, but not all the time. JJK, Attack on Titan. Some exceptions.
Even DBZ, arguably, bro. There's a
Arguably,
lot of
yeah,
other people that shine as well that you could.
exactly like Vegeta. A lot of people actually like Vegeta more than Goku, actually.
Yeah. Or there's
Yeah.
I mean, even the creator likes Piccolo more.
Yeah,
You know
even
what
the
I mean?
fucking
So it's just
Toriyama
like,
likes Piccolo more than Goku.
no, it's like,
You know?
yeah, it's still a great ass story though.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say every time, but yeah, I see what you're saying. Probably most of the time. When did Goku surpass Super Saiyan 1 Goku from Namek arc? When did base Goku rather? Probably
when he got back from Yamdrat, what was that planet called? Where he like learned instant transmission? Yardrat?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, around that time I'd say he probably surpassed his power level there in base at this point in history. It's probably when he's around
Hmm.
that time. Yeah, he has better feats already in comparison to when he was in Super Saiyan back then. So
And he fucked up Trunks, who was already Super Saiyan as well, pretty
exactly.
much. While
Yeah,
sick.
who
Yeah.
seemed experienced as a Super Saiyan too. On top of that, so yeah.
Yeah.
How did an Akatsuki how would an Akatsuki free for all go? The lower tier would get exterminated quickly, just from the collateral damage from the higher ups. Pain would fucking level and kill most. Itachi would be up there, Obito. Kisame would last a little bit, but then the top three would probably take him out. It would go down to those last three. Obito would be hard to kill because of his Kamui, especially if we're talking about sick Itachi, would have a hard time triangulating his position. Um, Obito technically could win it all by just leaving or sending the other two to the Kamui dimension if he's quick enough to do so. Obito would probably have the best odds if it's against Sekitachi and like the pain that we're familiar with in the narrative. Probably. Because
Yeah,
Kamui,
it's between those three, are like
yeah.
undoubtedly.
The rest
Yeah.
of the three, the rest of the Akatsuki would just be like collateral damage, to be honest. My favorite DBZ character is Piccolo. I mean, hey, it's Toriyama's favorite character too. It makes
I
sense,
love
you know?
Piccolo too, bro.
Yeah.
I love Nail. I thought it was a
Yeah.
great character
Great
too.
character,
Yeah.
yeah. The Mechans in general is a great race in the series, honestly.
Facts, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Does
like Trunks a
Krillin?
lot too. He's like up there for me.
Yeah,
Underrated, I think.
I think he's underrated as well, honestly. Does Krillin tying with holding back Super Saiyan Blue Goku mean he solo Z? Dude, that shit was so stupid. I mean, I get it. You could
Oh
argue he's holding back,
gosh.
but why go Super Saiyan Blue if you're holding back? I don't understand that.
For real, isn't that
Like, what the fuck?
overkill?
Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
little much. That was inconsistent and kind of bullshit to me. I'm not gonna lie. Um, I guess he would solo Z, man. Even against holding back Super Saiyan Blue Goku, that's so fucking impressive, man.
It's like he didn't get any like potential amp or nothing.
Nothing.
Like he's just like he's retired, dude, from
Yeah,
fighting. He's a police
retired.
officer now.
In
And
base.
it's
Like,
like
what the
he's
fuck,
blue
man?
level.
Yeah, that I don't understand. That was fucking ridiculous. That's probably one of the worst moments in Super, I must say.
That makes no sense,
Yeah,
bro.
that was really stupid. I'm not gonna lie. And I love Dragon Ball, but I don't know what the fuck that was. Um, let's see. What are your thoughts on shonen manga becoming shorter and shorter? Will there ever be another One Piece in terms of length? I think because
No.
we're in a point in history of fast twitch, fast receiving information that market teams know that recency bias is everything in social media. If you want the maximal amount of profit in a short duration, it's trying to establish hype, and hype dies off. So if you have a long running manga, for example, the hype will die off, and your profits will also pay the price. It's hard to establish a legacy today as opposed to back then, like with Naruto and Dragon Ball. The reason Naruto and Dragon Ball and these others are still around is because they're grandfathered in. We grew up with these narratives. We grew up with
Exactly.
Naruto, Dragon Ball, even One Piece to an extent. It's a little bit newer, but it's One Piece. Now we have JJK, which is I would say, much more fast paced. Now we have Boruto is even more fast paced than Naruto was in comparison. Like Boruto's already surpassed his predecessors. It took Naruto a while to surpass everyone. He didn't do it right
Oh yeah.
away. So I think that's the main reason why they're becoming shorter and shorter. And as far as your question on whether there ever be another one in terms of length like One Piece, it's theoretically possible, but I see it very improbable for a long time.
Agreed.
It'd have to
Considering
be,
how One Piece is
yeah,
still going as well too for like a
exactly.
pretty long time. So
Yeah,
yeah.
it's gonna be a
It'll
while
take
before
over
that
20
happens.
years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's gonna take
Minimal.
a long time before that happens. Yeah. Is your guys' criteria for a character being better than another based on how much you like them or enjoy their presence? If so, I understand someone saying pain over Obito, but I have a different criteria. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's criteria to an extent is inevitably who you like more.
Yeah,
But obviously
exactly.
but there are reasons for that, like how polarizing they are, how much they appeal to you. That can be subjective, of course, but yeah, obviously it depends on your criteria, like of what is considered a good character. But yeah, I would say so. $5 from Kedrick, appreciate that, brother. Appreciate the $5.
Nice.
Get on the screen right quick. But yeah, folks, next week is gonna be the first fight companion we've done. I don't think I've done a fight companion in a long time. Should be fun though,
Yeah,
because
it's gonna be lit.
we're still gonna answer questions and stuff. But when the fights come on, then we'll be like basically like the commentary team, the UFC pay-per-views are going to be like trying to give you guys a play-by-play what's going on, obviously reacting to what's happening. It's gonna be lit, it's gonna be pretty lit. So stay tuned for that next week as well. I'm actually excited myself for that card. There's a lot of good fights on that card as well. But it's on the screen. Appreciate it, Kedrick. He said, if Gohan keep training after Cell Saga, how strong would he be in the Buu Saga? If he kept training,
Good question.
That is a good question. Obviously, he got his potential unleashed regardless. That's a good question. Rationally, I would assume.
I think it's yeah.
I would assume more powerful. But Gohan's a tough guy to gauge because he has these large increases in power rather quickly, right? Like against Cell, for example, or against Cell Max, for example. So it's kind of hard to quantify. So that's a good question.
Yeah, I think it's contingent upon like who is Gohan really training with, because like in the Buu Saga, he's training with like the Supreme Kai and like his partner, whereas like Cell Saga, he's training with like Goku and the hyperbolic time chamber.
Yeah.
So, and obviously like the potential amp was like the main reason or catalyst rather that enabled him to be as strong as he was during the Buu Saga. So it's like if he was training with the Supreme Kai the whole time since the Cell arc, I mean, he would be like fucking really strong. Like, it's hard to really quantify exactly how strong, but I mean, Super Saiyan 3 wouldn't be that impressive at all compared to how strong Gohan would really be in that time. So, I just really think it comes down to who he's training with.
That's true. Yeah, specific sort of version of training that's being executed does matter. Like whether it's his father, Supreme Kai, the hyperbolic time chamber greatly aids obviously progression. Look at fucking Frieza, what happened in a decade. Look where he is now. So yeah, it definitely depends on the type of training he is receiving. Like for example, if he would have kept training with his father in a hyperbolic time chamber, and he gets that potential unleashed, I mean the guy's gonna be fucking cracked. I mean, he probably would have soloed Buu. Honestly, he would have been extremely powerful. So
he can only go in there like 3 times or something, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and Frieza
that's
took
limited.
That shit. He took that shit to an extreme, man. He went in there once and made sure to make it count. It's crazy, crazy. I rarely hear people say that Naruto's the best character in the series. Is that a common opinion, or am I just figuring out I'm NPC? You know what? I kind of don't really see that too often either. Yeah, Naruto really isn't most of the time considered the best character in the series. It's usually Itachi or Kakashi or Minato. Those guys are usually like the most revered I see. So you're not wrong.
It's just because Naruto is just too simple and basic in terms of like an ideological like standpoint, whereas like Minato or Itachi, they're just so complex. They have layers to them, and that's what, at least for me, makes a character interesting.
Exactly. Yeah. Naruto is like obviously he has his legacy, but yeah, he doesn't have the intricate layers of character and sort of personality that Itachi has, or even Sasuke to a degree, or Kakashi. Yeah. Like they have more. Not to say that Naruto doesn't have his humanity, obviously he does, but the main emphasis on him is his underdog sort of story. But with Itachi or Kakashi, they have like more layers to them. They have like their trauma, their their mature, the way they mature, their ideologies, and their intellect. Yeah, so it's just a little more substance to them. Not to say that Naruto's a bad character, because he's not, obviously not. But yeah, these guys are just a little more intricate as far as
it's like how many times do you hear someone say Hashirama's my favorite character? Like,
yeah,
probably not that often.
Not that often. To be honest, this is a more less layered character. Like for example, Attack on Titan has extremely layered characters. Look at Eren, look at Mikasa, look at Armin or Levi. Like very very layered characters, very well done. A lot of layers in those characters. As opposed to JJK, honestly, the layers for those characters are lacking in comparison to Attack on Titan. It's a great manga, don't get me wrong, but Gojo's not the most intricate. Yuji's becoming more intricate, so is Sukuna, because those guys are like the main focus right now, but most of the characters in JJK aren't very layered character-wise. The power scaling is cool, obviously. Gojo's cool, but he's no Kakashi.
Yeah, because like you can be simple like as a personality, but like if you compensate with like badass feats or like aesthetics, like you're gonna win the favor most of the time. And not like look at fucking Goku or All Might from My Hero. Like these guys are super simple, but they're just badass when they fight. So it's like it's hard not to like them. You know?
He's like Gojo, Goku, Saitama. It's fucking simple as hell. Look at him. So
Yeah,
it's
exactly, bro.
so
Perfect.
that is true. You can't compensate for lack of character with other sort of factors like your aesthetics, your battle ability. So yeah, that's definitely true. I remember Swag clowning on Z feature Trunks for only doing two cool things by killing Frieza and the androids and Cell, then spending the rest of his series as they're walking out. It's kind of true. It's kind of true.
Yeah,
Uh,
Future Trunks kind of got bitched, bro.
yeah,
Yeah.
especially like when fucking Goku stopped his sword with one finger. I was like, Jesus Christ, that was pretty bad.
And he was sick, bro.
And he was sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't like at his best. It's kind of embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie, but Goku was the guy at that point. I remember Naruto is easily the second best Naruto character. Sasuke is more focused on, so he's number one in my opinion. But Naruto could be argued at one. He could be argued, but most people don't argue that. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Facts.
And it should put in Naruto versus current Boruto equal stats. Dude, the current Boruto, man, it's just so much broken shit. Like, Boruto can use a Rasengan that implements damage as long as the Earth continues to rotate. Like, how do you even fight that? Ida can fucking globally affect the world with the Genjutsu. So let's say equal stats. How would like if he hits let's say Boruto for example hits Naruto with that Rasengan variation, Naruto's fucked. He'll continue to take damage
Well,
even if it's equal
it,
stats. But
yeah, that is true. I think
yeah,
like he would just have to continuously influx chakra into the Rasengan to like override Naruto's Rasengan, for instance. But then it comes down to a battle of like chakra
yeah,
amounts, if you will. And it's like, does Naruto have more than Boruto? It's just like that's what the question really boils down to. But
exactly. Yeah,
besides that, other abilities, like I think it would be interesting with like, let's say Naruto has like the True Secret orbs, right? Or like some of the like six past powers he had at the end of the war. That would be problematic to say the least. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Um,
The most optimal version of Naruto versus Boruto would be interesting with equal stats, of course. It would be interesting to see. He does have the true Seeking orbs. He does have, the blatant six pass abilities. Kurama at his side. So that would be kind of interesting. Um, but yeah, but Boruto just has also has some very, very cracked
Broken.
defensive abilities. Yeah, he could
Yeah.
BFR Naruto and send him to another dimension via Flying Raijin. He can do that. He's just so much shit. It'd be
Oh
interesting
yeah.
though.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would be interesting
I
to see
forgot
that.
about
Yeah, he
that.
can do it interdimensionally, blatantly. Go to a different dimension, just leave his ass there. And he has probably Sage Mode and Karma, and it's insane. It'd be interesting though. It'd be
Clones and all
interesting.
that. Yeah.
Clones, yeah.
Seriously. Yeah.
Is it weird that personally enjoyment isn't a factor for me when evaluating a character? I usually go based on the character's climax, the themes they explore, their conflicts with other characters. Climax, though, what a climax is something that we enjoy more than any moment in the story. So in a way, you are enjoying that moment. The moment you consider the climax is supposed to be set up for the most enjoyable moment in the narrative. But I see what you're
Mhm.
saying. I mean, it depends on your criteria when deciding who's the best character. It's inevitably subjective. So I mean, hot take: Goten versus Trunks and Goku versus Oob are extremely underrated fights. Goten versus Trunks, yeah, Goku versus Oob was cool. I enjoyed that fight. Yeah, definitely not
Yeah.
talked about very often. I see what you're saying. It's not really talked about. But underrated. I mean,
They never
it's
really
cool.
did anything Oob either, did
Yeah,
they?
exactly. Yeah, so it's a cool fight whenever I remember it. So when I think of it, it's cool. Trunks had a hard life though. Oh yeah, I mean he came to warn everybody.
Facts.
He had a fucking hellacious environment. Yeah, he did. Who had it worse? Who had it worse than Future Trunks? Who had it worse than
Probably
him?
feature Gohan, to be honest, dog.
Yeah, I mean the way things seemed to go for him didn't seem very very peaches and cream. I'll say that. So um, yeah, folks. Any questions at all? Any questions you may have? IRL. Even political. I mean, if a couple of these have gone political, luckily we haven't gotten yellow marked. I don't think they care as long as we don't talk about certain things. But we've talked about everything on these pods. Anime, politics, IRL, the red pill, all kinds of shit. So
Controversies,
controversies.
politics,
Yeah, we talked
sports.
about
Yeah.
basically everything on this stuff. Sports as well. If you guys want to ask about sports, um, it can be combat sports, which is my forte primarily, but we do like other sports, like football, basketball. So you guys can ask about that as well. Um, yeah. Any questions at all, folks? You guys want to ask? Feel free. Great stream so far, though. A lot of variation. A lot of variation for sure. If everyone on every land If one of every land animal fought in free for all, what animal would come out on top? I got a rhino winning it all. What animal? So
Hmm.
one on one, only an individual animal. The most dangerous would probably be like the hippos, the elephants, because of their size. Rhinos, like you said. One on one, it'd probably be one of the larger animals that have more aggressive tendencies, like a hippo
Yeah,
or
the Rhino's a good choice because it's just like AP and defense. Like,
yeah, AP defense, durability. Uh,
yeah, I mean, yeah, I was going to say polar bear, but like, I don't think it's taking a Rhino to be honest,
yeah,
man.
rhinos. Yeah, probably like a rhino or a hippo or something like that. Would probably take it
Yeah,
out.
elephant, but like,
Yeah, or an
nah, it's not going
elephant.
to do
Like
much.
the Asian elephants are fucking gigantic. They're like 12,000 pounds. So I mean,
The
one
African
of
ones are
those.
larger, actually.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, Africans are huge as well. Yeah, so
Hmm.
one of those animals would probably win, like the large aggressive ones. If it's one of each. Obviously, if it's like by nature, there's gonna be packs, but obviously it's just one on one. So yeah, it would be one of the bigger ones. Probably like the hippo or the elephant or the rhino. One of those.
The animal power scaling is hilarious. I love it, to be honest.
Literally.
Yeah, it's
And
great.
in real nature, packs are the predators attack in packs. Like lions are not gonna fucking attack one elephant by themselves. So. But yeah, one on one, yeah, wouldn't the bigger ones would probably win. History of Goku, excuse me, History of Trunks Special or Bardock, the father of Goku. I would love to learn more about Bardock, man. He's that guy. I really
Yeah,
like
he's just
him.
kind of, I don't know, like he seems really cool. He seems to be like as powerful as Prince Vegeta too. So it would be nice to have some lore on him for
Yeah, that'd
sure.
be awesome, honestly. Bardock just has a swag about him. I mean, he is Goku's father after all, but yeah, he just has some swag. Destiny's recent divorce proves that open relationships don't work no matter which side is open or how high value the man or woman is. I don't think it proves that. I think it proves that women, on a balance of probabilities, aren't meant to be in open relationships. I think that's what that proves.
Yeah,
Because
you can't let that one example prove how it is for everyone else.
yeah,
It
and
doesn't
on top of that, at
equate.
the beginning of time, women have flocked towards high value men, the guys that are successful and the prominent figures in society, and that's the way it's been since the beginning of time. And obviously, humanity has continued to flourish since then. Now, in modern civilization, marriages are down the drain because women have more options now than ever before. 50% of marriages end in divorce, 80% are initiated by the women. Most of the time for AKA irreconcilable differences, which is AKA they're bored of their men and want a more successful man. I don't think they're bad for that. I think that's just due to the very fact that they have more options due to social media, dating apps, Instagram, Twitter, whatever's. Um, I think that men and women are biologically different. This is what I say: you should live life the way you want to live it, regardless. But pragmatically, it, relationships usually work when the man is a successful provider and the woman is the nurturing sort of entity. That's usually when relationships have the highest probability of success. That's what I would say, statistically, regardless of our opinions on what's wrong and what's good and what's wrong. Statistics don't care about that. Toriyama has a
Yeah,
massive, yeah,
yeah, sorry. I just want to say, I just think it's kind of counterintuitive to have an open relationship most of the time. Like, keyword most of the time. Of course, there's like exceptions, but like, I think the point of an open relationship is to explore other options because you're not necessarily like comfortable in commitment with one individual or you know what I mean? Like it's really
yeah,
like a trial and error process for a lot of people, especially in modern society. We don't really have like the luxury of having longevity full relationships. It's more so like there's so many options and that temptation is always ever present amongst females, especially because they just have a plethora of options. It
plethora,
really
yeah,
just how it is.
yeah,
So we have to deal with that reality. And if you're going to commit to open relationship with a woman, you have to understand that like you're kind of setting yourself up for something that may not succeed per se
yeah.
because you're allowing things to be open. You're allowing each one of you to explore other things, and it's like if that's how it's going to be, you're allowing the possibility to exist. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. Statistically, if you have a two-sided open relationship, it's not going to survive more than likely, especially if the
yeah,
female's allowed to. Like females get emotionally attached much more easily than men do. So, Toriyama had a massive issue forgetting what he wrote. Bro straight up forgot that he wrote Namek Arc Frieza is already knowing Goku had a kid. Yeah, I think Toriyama's even stated he's made like forgot things. I mean, it's a long narrative, man. It's 3 decades worth of literature. I don't really blame him, but yeah. Oh shit, Destiny got divorced. Apparently, yeah, his girl found some other guy, and yeah, they're having problems. Since the beginning of time, women didn't flock to high value men. They were married off to the highest value men. The women had no say in the matter. Depends on the culture. But if you leave a woman to their own devices, they're gonna flock to the higher value man. It's just this
They just have more
today.
access nowadays, though.
Today just
It's
illustrates
different.
that
Yeah.
women naturally will gravitate towards the best candidate. It is what it is. So it has happened since the beginning of time. Like I've always said, Destiny's biggest flaw as a person is how much of a raging coomer he is. Destiny's all right, but I don't know. It's just I don't know. I think he does get emotional at times when he converses about his opinions, his political viewpoints, things like that. So he's all right though. I mean, he's an intelligent guy, successful guy. Obviously, his wife or whatever is not going to be with him much longer. She found someone else. It happened when you allow her to be in an open relationship. But yeah, so
Yeah,
um,
literally.
yeah, literally. So it is what it is. How strong was Jiren during what does that say? During the Cell games? I mean, we never heard of Jiren back then. I'm assuming more powerful than Goku though. I mean, seemed like he was always a very respected entity in his universe. But we'd have to speculate.
Oh, Jiren? Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. It's a speculation.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
all
back
fiction.
then.
Yeah. If a girl is allowed, if a girl has allowed you to step out on her, she probably doesn't like you like that. Not necessarily. If you're the best option for her, she'll tolerate it because she knows that it's easier to replace her than it is to replace you. And I mean that from a marketplace value. I'm not saying you're better than her or anything. I mean from a marketplace value standpoint. If you're a high earner, in shape, dominant leader, she's gonna know it's hard to replace you. And if she's being provided for with the lifestyle she really wants, and all you're doing is stepping out, she'll be more willing to tolerate that as opposed to tolerating it from a guy that's average. It is what it is. Doesn't mean that she
Yeah,
doesn't
if a
like
woman
you.
doesn't respect you, then you just have to take yourself out of the situation, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Plain and
No, and
simple.
it doesn't
Yeah.
mean that she doesn't like you. If she doesn't like you, she won't be with you. That's what she just won't be with you. If she doesn't like you most of the time. Beerus Souls Black Frieza. I don't know, man. Black Frieza is pretty fucking
Mm.
powerful. I don't know. Obviously,
Beerus
yeah,
got that
but
Orochimaru scaling,
yeah,
bro.
yeah, Beerus scaling is so fucked up. You might be right, but then again, we might be wrong. We just don't know. Black Frieza is fucking powerful, though. Obviously, extremely powerful. Appreciate the $2, Kedrick. Appreciate that, brother. Let's see, put that on the screen right quick. But yeah, this is what I'll say about dating and red pill. This is my philosophy. If you earn your keep in this world, you should be able to live your life as long as you're not hurting anybody else. You should be able to live your life the way you want to live it. So whether it's monogamy, open relationship, whatever, if you earn it, the girl's okay with it. Hey, it doesn't matter. More power to you, man. I don't think you're bad for one way or the other. That's my opinion at least. Like if you want
Yeah,
to
that's
be
fair, bro.
if you want to be in an open relationship and you're happy, she's happy, cool. If you want to be monogamous and she's happy, you're happy, cool. If you want a one-sided relationship, you're happy, she's happy, cool. I don't judge people. But what I do is try to give the best pragmatic approach. Like what gives you the highest statistical probability of being able to live your life the way you want to live it. And as a man, it's becoming successful. It is what it is. It might sound cruel. It might sound like, oh, you're shunning those that are average. No. The highest probability for you to get the woman you want and to live the life you want to live is to become successful. That's just a statistical
Exactly.
fact. I'm not saying,
Yeah.
oh, you're a bad person if you don't do this. It's just gives you the highest odds of living how you want to live. That's all. And I think that's the message you should take from the red pill or whatever you want to call it. Do I think the red pill is perfect? No. Do I think there's negative connotations for women from some people that iterate the red pill? Yes. Do I agree with that? No. I think some guys are misogynistic. There is some guys like that that exist, and I completely do not agree with them. I think
Yeah, I don't.
most of the damage is because of men. If I'm being honest, not even the women, the men. So
True.
yeah, honestly, that's what I think at least. So
I just don't think the red pill community ideologically is a negative message to portray. I just think there are people who interpret it wrongly or
exactly,
articulate it wrongly, and
yeah,
then that negative narrative sets a bad narrative. And so here we are with this contention and controversy, but in reality, it's meant to conform and be constructive and things of that
exactly.
nature. So it's a tool.
Yeah,
That's
I
simply
agree.
all it
That's
is.
the way it should be. That's the way it should be perceived. Yeah, as a tool. Two bets from Kedri. Appreciate that, brother. Top three underrated Naruto characters. Underrated.
Ooh,
Underrated. Let's see. As far as like character, Who's underrated a lot?
It's a good question, man.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Maybe Asuma. I'm not gonna lie. I think he's kind of underrated. Like,
Yeah,
I think he did pretty well against an Akatsuki member, to be
yeah,
honest.
he
But
went out very honorably. Yeah, he's one of them. I'd say Asuma. Who else is underrated? Maybe
Chio,
yeah, Chio's another good one. Powerful, powerful individual, just not really
definitely.
talked about. Yeah, not really talked
Yeah,
about. Maybe Sasori, you could say, 'cause, how he went out. I mean, I would say voluntarily
absolutely.
went out, but yeah, he went out with
He's
Sakura.
hugely underrated. Yeah,
Extremely underrated, and he's actually very powerful. A lot of people don't realize how powerful
and
he actually is.
honestly, even Sakura. I hate to say it,
Yeah, if we're
but
being real,
like,
yeah, honestly, yeah, she's especially definitely power wise. People don't want to accept how powerful she is now. So, Sakura. As far as DB, you said Dragon Ball 2, underrated.
oh,
Trunks. I'd say Trunks underrated. Um,
facts.
yeah, he's definitely up there. Uh, I wouldn't say Piccolo. Maybe back then, not now, especially with Piccolo Dorado, not anymore. Uh, who else would be
Um,
underrated? Hmm.
maybe fucking I wanted to say like Ginyu, maybe
Ginyu?
like
Yeah,
Captain Ginyu. Like
yeah.
he was pretty strong, and he had
At the
pretty dank
time,
ability.
yeah,
Yeah, at the time. Yeah,
yeah, he was pretty powerful. Maybe Master Roshi. I mean, he did like display glimpses of Ultra Instinct in the Tournament of Power, apparently.
yeah, I know. Yeah, he
Maybe
went
him.
Hulk mode.
Yeah, the guy has a
Yeah,
legacy, man. That guy is a legacy. So maybe him. I would
Android
say one.
18 too. Or not?
Yeah,
I mean
Android 18.
17. Like
The
he went
androids, yeah, I
hard.
would say that, especially after Tournament of Power, they deserve a lot of respect, especially 17.
Absolutely.
Yeah, especially
Fat
17.
Boo, kind of
Fat Boo.
underrated.
Yeah, because he got bitched around by Beerus and forgotten about, but he's still powerful. I mean, that's Beerus. So, I mean, like, everyone
Yeah,
gets bitched by him, but yeah, so that's a good one too. I would say Fat Boo as well. Him saying the economy is awesome right now while he sits in an offshore apartment in Miami streaming is a bit ironic after he called out Hassan for doing the same on a larger scale. You guys talking about Destiny? I'm assuming so. Um, Beerus used 0.0001% of his power versus Goku. He used 70% actually, it's stated in the movie.
accordingly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
by
exactly.
Whis, yeah. Which doesn't make sense now because he's still apparently stronger than even Broly movie Goku. Like,
Yep.
way stronger
He
than he was in
went
that movie.
against Blue Vegito. Yeah,
Literally, what the hell?
that's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely inconsistent. I see what you're saying. Destiny relationship with Melina lasted for 5 years, which is more than most people who are shitting on him. He's a high value man in some aspects, not every aspect, but there's a reason why it lasted because he has high net worth, is a leader to a lot of people and in society and etc. He's not a typical average man, so yeah, it lasted. But guess what? It's falling apart now because he's lacking in other departments.
I
So
don't understand how like you're in an open relationship, but then you get married.
yeah, that's even stupider. Like, what the fuck are you thinking,
Like
man?
what?
Might as well just keep it
I'm
like
sorry. Am I the
casual.
only one who's like confused by that? Like I don't know,
Yeah,
man. It just
that's
seems
really
weird
dumb,
to me.
dude. Like, you might as well keep it casual if it's a open relationship on both sides. That's fucking, yeah, I don't know about that. In general, I
Yeah,
would honestly, in modern civilization in the United States, I would argue to not get married unless you have a prenup or it's by the church where there is no legal binding. That's my opinion. I'm not saying to not get married, but if for a man, the odds are against you. Alimony, child support, just favor from a judge is going to be on the female side. I'm not saying don't get married, but have a prenup or do it in the church where there is no legal binding. So if you guys get a divorce, it doesn't matter. That's just to establish risk control. There's always a residual risk. So, what's up with the Twitch allowing girls to be naked on stream chest stuff? Twitch is becoming a soft porn. Dude, absolutely. They'll ban Gideon. They'll ban Kai. They'll ban Aiden, but they won't ban these hoes showing their tits. Like, what the fuck is happening, bro? Like, what the fuck is that? I agree. That's
it's
bullshit.
everywhere too, man.
Yeah,
It's
these
just
hoes are everywhere.
ridiculous. Yeah,
Fucking, what the hell's wrong with these people? Twitch is fucking full of shit. That's all I have to say. Twitch is full of shit. Honestly, it's been full of shit for a long time. That's why Kick is becoming more popular. Rumble, because Twitch is bullshit. That's what it is. He'll be fine. He's smart. Destiny? Oh, I mean, he's a multimillionaire, man. He'll find a chick. Trust me.
oh
Why
yeah.
will people underestimate how much value a man needs to have before a woman will refuse to leave him? I'll say this: a lot of guys that grow resentment towards women with the red pill do underestimate how much value you need. You need to be pretty successful for a woman to tolerate you stepping out. You're right about that. A lot of men, I'll say this to be fair, a lot of men take that message in and they already think that they deserve to have that sort of, I call it a privilege, it's not a right. Like the privilege to actually have a girl tolerate you stepping out and them not stepping out.
Not at
They're
all.
not gonna tolerate. If you're
Yeah.
average, they're not gonna tolerate shit. They have way more options than you do. They're gonna be like, all right, fuck you. I'm gonna find someone else that won't cheat on me because you're average and I can replace you. You're right. There is a lot of guys that don't consider that. A man needs to either get woman financially dependent on him or be a millionaire before a woman will just accept him openly cheating on her. It's not cheating. First of all, cheating is when there's deception. If you're telling her, it's not
Exactly.
cheating. Yeah. Cheating, I do agree with the lying. You shouldn't lie to your girl. You shouldn't lie and fuck other chicks behind her back. You should tell her. And then if she doesn't want to deal with it, she should leave. You know, that's the way I look at it. I don't agree with fucking lying or fucking deceiving. That's fucked up. I don't agree with that. Um, I do agree that if you're high value enough and a girl tolerates you stepping out, there's nothing wrong with that. You're happy, she's driving a Bentley, you're fucking another chick. It is what it is. But if you're
Yeah.
lying to her, I disagree. You shouldn't lie. That's fucked up. Vice versa. Women shouldn't lie either about that shit. But if you're high value enough, they'll tolerate it. Obviously, if you're a millionaire, there's a higher chance they'll tolerate it. But yeah, I see what you're saying. You do need to be successful to get to that position. Relatively successful, yeah. To be frank, though, the specifics of the divorce seems crazy, but I won't explain. If you care, look into Destiny's community and figure it out. I mean, I've heard about it on social media, but yeah, I haven't been that into it. Do you think Goku will ever get his rematch with Beerus? Maybe. If anything, I feel like Vegeta versus Beerus would make more sense now that he has Ultra Ego. I feel like that would make more sense now, actually.
Beerus would be a great train
Yeah,
person for sure. Depending how strong he
exactly.
is, but yeah,
I
I don't
do
think they're
see
gonna
him maybe.
fight like to death again.
Yeah, not to the death, yeah, but yeah, I do see them like sparring probably, eventually. The 70% of power is one of the things I got undeniably retcon. Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken Goku would have been stronger than him if he wasn't. You could argue he got retcon, man, because yeah, I see what you're saying. 70% is a large percentage, and he's already using that
Especially
with.
20 times Kaioken, bro.
Yeah,
Like, yeah.
exactly. Like that's fucking insane. So I probably do agree with you. Probably was retconned. It's just an inconsistency because it's not blatantly stated, you know. So unless your girl is a cuck, bi, or poor, open relationship probably won't work. I can't even think of a celebrity example of an open relationship working long term. Oh yeah, Jay-Z and Beyonce. She cheated on him and they stayed together. Offset cheated on him on Cardi B. They stayed together. It happens all the time, and most of the time they're not going to tell you. I guarantee, statistically, most athletes are fucking other chicks on the road. They're just not going to expose it on social media.
Or rappers. And, yeah,
Rappers,
absolutely,
like,
dude.
yeah, they're absolutely fucking other chicks. Most of the time, the wife won't say anything. They're with a multimillionaire. They're not going to say shit. We just don't hear about it.
I
Which
mean,
honestly
women are just
sucks.
throwing themselves at them, dude. So
Yeah.
it's just
Well,
like,
imagine fucking like Pat Mahomes or fucking LeBron like on the road telling me they never fucked another chick. I highly doubt it.
I think
Highly
LeBron's a good
doubt it.
guy at heart. But yeah,
Yeah,
you
LeBron
might be
maybe not.
right, bro.
He's a really good guy though. Maybe like the younger guys.
Curry?
Oh,
Imagine,
dude,
bro.
he
That'd be
gets
such a
fucking
huge scandal,
so
dude.
much pussy, dude.
Jeez.
Yeah, I guarantee he has. I mean,
I guarantee you would. Yeah, I
yeah,
guarantee you would for
I
sure,
guarantee it.
dog. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a G. Like, guys like that, yeah. Which honestly sucks. It ruins the entire point of the finale of Battle of Gods movie. If Beerus was actually using 0.001% of his power like he mustn't. Yeah, but then it would have taken
Point
away from
zero
the.
zero one.
Yeah, the reason they didn't use that small ass fraction is because it would have taken away from the legitimacy of that fight. Like 70%'s like, oh, okay, Goku actually competed. But if it's like, oh, you only used 0.001% of your power, and the movie would have
That's
been like kind of,
pathetic.
it would have been pointless, and
Yeah.
Goku would have looked like fucking fodder. Yeah, so yeah,
Yeah,
I see what
dude.
you're saying now. In hindsight, now it would make more sense. But if that happened in the movie, we'd all be like, what the fuck is this? You know, like he was barely fucking toying with him. Like it's nothing. You know, so
That's nothing, dude.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's
And
nothing at
Goku
all.
has to unlock God to even be that powerful. Yeah, that's kind of
Exactly.
sad. Yeah.
Like he's barely using that, even with his god form. Nah. I get what you're saying though. Now it makes no sense, but yeah.
Yeah.
What if the girl only tolerates it because she's financially dependent on the guy to survive and is actually pissed at the stepping out? Good point. I think eventually a woman has to take accountability. So if a girl's in a position where she's financially dependent, then you're gonna have to make your own money to escape. You're gonna have to find another man that makes money that won't cheat on you. I think there has to be accountability on both sides. The guy
literally.
side and the girl side. It's a grown woman. You're in his house. You know what's happening. If you don't like it, fix the situation. As simple as that. Just like a guy, if you're a fucking loser and you're fat, it's your fucking fault. Go to the fucking gym. I'm saying if it's not like something you can, obviously people that are like have medical issues, that's different. But if you're a regularly competent guy that's fat, eating Cheetos in your basement, that's your fault. Get off your ass and go to the gym. If you don't want to be fat and treated like shit, go to the gym. It's your fault. You gotta take accountability. So
yeah, it's your fault for being dependent on someone else in the first place, man.
exactly.
Like honestly, if
Yeah.
you are fit and capable, like he's saying, for sure, definitely.
Yeah. Will Vegeta ever get a win against a new big bad? I hope, dude. I really do, man. It's about damn time he gets something. Like, give him some props. Like, he should have beat Frieza in the Resurrection of Frieza movie. He really should have. I really wanted him to win, and it got all fucked up, and it didn't happen. He deserved that moment, man. He deserved it, especially after fucking Frieza destroying his planet. But hey, it is what it is.
Yeah,
So
definitely. At
that would
least
have
he
been
beat
hell.
Topo though.
Yeah,
That
yeah. At
was
least
cool.
that was a great moment. At least he beat Topo, and that was a legitimate battle. Candidate for God of Destruction. So that's impressive.
But his quote unquote new form of blue wasn't that great. Like, let's just be honest.
Yeah,
Like,
I know that. Yeah, it was. Yeah, Super
it was
Saiyan Blue
kind of
Evolution.
basic, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like they kind of just gave him form because Goku has Kaioken. Like, I mean, it was cool, but yeah, nothing special. Yeah.
Nothing special at all, Yeah.
Cheating isn't the same as an open relationship because cheating implies that the relationship is close, but the boundaries were broken. So Jay-Z and Offset example doesn't apply here. Well, clearly those boundaries don't matter to those women because they're still with them, so they're tolerating it. That's the point. So in a way, that's only what we do know. We don't know what happens behind closed doors, what the media doesn't know about.
Yeah, we don't know shit, honestly. To be honest,
if a guy cheats on his girl and gets away with it publicly, you think he won't cheat again privately? Think about it that way. So yeah. Sans versus Batman. Who? Sans? Who's that? Let me see.
Isn't he from Nintendo?
Sans. I think I've heard of that. Sans. Nintendo. Oh, some other shit came up. Epic Sans. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. But yeah, this is what I say again. You should live your life the way you want to live it, if you can earn that privilege, whether you're female or male. That's what I say. If you want to fuck other chicks and your girl's okay with it, hey, power to you. I'm not gonna shun you for it. You think we could get a Moro arc adaptation in Budokai 4? Blue Goku was shown off a lot on Namek for marketing and never happened in the anime, so maybe Moro. Moro arc adaptation in Budokai 4. That'd be a good idea, actually. A Moro arc adaptation in Budokai 4. I mean, that would be a good idea. Maybe a DLC, possibly. Yeah, I don't see why not. There's some things that were missed that can be implemented in the game or added on top of rather. Biggest ass pull in Dragon Ball Super other than Krillin tying with Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Probably Kefla, like being able to contend with like God Ki Goku, even though she was like in Super Saiyan 2 or some shit.
Or Kaba being as strong as Vegeta.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
That's an ass pull. Like these kids are contending with these martial arts, lifelong martial artists that have been training for decades. Like that's a little bit of a stretch. I get it. They want to make the combat actually have stakes that are high, but come on, fucking kids. Like it's a little.
I think like speaking of that, I think one of the biggest ass pulls in DBZ was fucking when like Goten and Trunks get Super Saiyan at age 5?
Oh my god!
I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude. No, like, no, that shit. Yeah, that shit will never make sense to me. I'm sorry, bro. They're like, nah.
That was an ass pull. I agree. That was like, what the fuck is that?
And not only that, fuse and get Super Saiyan 3. Like, come on, fam.
Yeah, that's fucking. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that. What if I want to live my life unalive? Sorry, joke. Jesus, man, that's cynical. For me, it's Amazu merging with the universe and becoming immortal. That's a little bit asshole, yeah, a little bit, yeah.
That was stupid, yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of stupid. Toji versus 15 finger Yuji Sukuna. Honestly, I think Sukuna would probably take him. I think Sukuna with 15 fingers probably beats basically everyone except Gojo with 15 fingers. I think Toji still wouldn't be enough. Toji was able to contend with arguably an off-guard earlier iteration of Gojo and was able to almost kill him. 15 finger Sukuna, I would say, is probably beyond that early iteration Gojo.
Makes sense.
Say. So yeah, I would say Toji would probably lose to Sukuna with 15 fingers. Jogo rather, who fought that Sukuna, got his ass fucking spanked. I do think Toji would beat Jogo. Shout out to Six, I agree with him. Toji has better feats against mutual opponents than Jogo, but I don't think he's 15 fingers worth of power or above. 15 finger Yuji Sukuna power. So I think he'd still lose as well. There's not very many
did
people.
have a lot of like prep with Gojo as well. He
And
kind
on
of
top
had
of
a
that,
plan, get him
yeah, he had
fatigued
the
and
advantage
everything.
of having no cursed energy, so Gojo's Six Eyes couldn't detect him. Usually he knows everyone around him because they have cursed energy to detect. He doesn't have any. He has zero cursed energy. So yeah, it was an advantage. You gotta give him that. It was an advantage. It wasn't like he knew Toji was trying to kill him. So yeah, he had an advantage, like preparation wise, that Gojo didn't have.
Definitely have
So
prep.
yeah, exactly. Without prep, he probably would have died the first time to Gojo. So. What are the most toxic Naruto topics that get discussed, debated? I think is anything Itachi, Sakura, Minato related. Most toxic?
Tobirama, bro. That's
Tobirama.
just
Yeah, it's Tobirama,
Kakazu, bro. Toxic,
Kakuzu.
dude.
I think some tuning exam topics are always debated. I see all the time, like fucking Neji versus Rock Lee and stuff. They're not as toxic, but
Yeah.
I think you're kind of toxic.
Yeah, Lee and Sasuke. Holy shit,
Yeah,
bro.
Lee and
How many times have I heard
Sasuke.
that?
Oh my god,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a different one all the time. So yeah, probably Tobirama, Kakuzu, Minato, guys like that. There's a lot of a lot of shit with those guys. Even Sasuke, the heavy Sasuke stuff, I see that a lot. So yeah. Base form Kaba being stronger than Super Saiyan 2 Gohan at the beginning of Super is insulting. Facts, dude. That's fucking bullshit. Didn't Toriyama make up some bullshit during an interview about Goten and Trunks having special Saiyan cells that let them transform easily? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It even seems implied that if you're a hybrid, you just have more latent potential. Like, look at Gohan, for example. He's not full Saiyan. Or look at Goten. Look at Trunks.
It's an assful
Yeah,
explanation,
it is an
though. Let's be
asshole in my
real. Because
opinion.
rationally, how is a full blood Saiyan
Yeah,
doesn't have more potential? Doesn't make any fucking
it doesn't make
sense,
any
dude. Like, I'm
sense. If
sorry.
anything, it makes sense that they have less. But yeah, it's like human, like some weird way, a human and sort of Saiyan genome mixture gives more latent potential than just pure
Like,
Saiyan. Apparently.
we see how fucking arrogant Vegeta is. His ass is like desperately training across the universe to get Super Saiyan.
Constantly.
And look at these little kids, bro. Like,
Oh
you know
my
what I mean?
God. It took
It's like,
Goku
come on.
almost dying on Namek to get to Super Saiyan. His fucking son did it at like 5. It's like, what the fuck?
Exactly,
Yeah, it's
bro.
fucking
Yeah.
crazy, man. That is kind of an
Remember
asshole.
when they're in
Yeah.
like the gravity chamber, like Trunks goes Super Saiyan, Vegeta's just like, what the fuck,
He's like, dude,
bro?
it took me
Like,
how long? What the fuck is this?
exactly, bro. It's just
That
disrespectful.
is an asshole. I can't lie. That's a fucking asshole for
Yeah.
sure. Let's
All part
see.
of God's plan. How you guys
Oh
been hanging? Bro?
shit.
Batman's
Batman's here.
back. Yeah, we're
Hey,
talking
my
about
bad.
assholes in
I had a
fucking
dip.
Dragon Ball.
I had like a whole company meeting for a moment and had to do
Oh,
some
that's
work
lit.
shit. So
Oh, yeah,
my bad,
sure, yeah.
bro.
We're just talking about fucking
Batman
assholes in
returns,
Dragon
bro.
Ball. Yeah. There's a
Yeah.
lot of them. There's a lot of them. I can't lie. Yeah, adult Gato versus Toji. Oh, if they had a rematch. Toji's just that guy, man. But I think
Yeah,
adult
he really
Gato.
is.
Yeah, I mean,
He's pretty badass. Yeah.
yeah, to do what he did to fucking. I think with prep and Gato not being aware. Let's say it goes down the same way Gato, the iteration of Gato that lost to Toji did. He probably would still lose. I think with prep he might beat Toji. Like if he's aware of that he's coming, what he's capable of, he might beat him. It's a tough
That's
matchup.
fair.
It's a tough
That was
matchup,
so
but
well animated too, bro. That
so well
fight. Holy
animated.
shit.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
so even when Gojo fucked up Toji when they fought again, amazing animation.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, amazing animation. A
Yeah,
lot of great
JJK's
animation, dude.
animation is just fucking. This is good.
Literally. How much money would Taylor Swift make on OnlyFans? Oh, dude, she make a fuckload of money. Like a lot
Bro,
of money.
yeah, come
She'd
on.
probably make first month minimum 10 mil. Minimum.
He's so average too, and that's
And
the
she's
sad
mid.
thing.
Yeah,
She's
that's the
mid.
crazy part. Yeah,
Yeah.
yep. And
That's
she
so
would.
sad.
Yeah, she's mid, but her fucking reach is so large that so
But
many
that's all you
simps
have
would
to
pay.
be, bro. That's the crazy aspect of it, bro.
Yeah.
Like, there's no competitiveness in that regard. As long as you're mid, you're set. You're
Dude,
good.
oh my god. Look at that bad baby bitch, the one that the bitch from Dr.
Oh
Phil.
god.
Dude, she's
Oh
fucking mid as
gosh.
fuck. The second she turned 18, she made an OnlyFans, made $1 million the first day. $1 million.
Literally, I'm
Dude, she
telling
was
you,
only
bro. Like,
18. 18. She's mid as
and
fuck.
and
That's
even the
sad.
lows, even the lows, they don't make nowhere near that. But they're still making like
Yeah,
fucking
thousands.
way more than the people that only make 30K a year and 40
Yeah.
and 50. Like they're making that shit like on a monthly basis or whatever.
Some guy,
Like it's
yeah,
like
some guy put this in perspective. I think it was Justin Waller. He said, you know what's sad is that bitches on OnlyFans make more money than the guy that built the road for me to drive over here. They make more money than him. He's fucking busting his ass, putting asphalt into the
I
fucking
just saw
ground.
that on Facebook, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he literally said that. It's like it's kind of sad. He's making less money than these fucking hoes shaking their ass on
He
OnlyFans.
literally,
Like,
he like verbatim what I saw. Maybe it was the same guy, I don't know.
yeah, it
But
probably
he was
is.
like, it's crazy how a girl can shake her ass and make all this money, and then the guy that are busting their ass and working fucking hard construction, you name it, or whatever, you know what I mean? Actually,
Yeah.
something that matters to society, like is just nothing.
It's insane, dude. It's fucking
Yeah, like, and that's the thing, guys. It's like it's not even like a anomaly. It's something that's a normality, rather. Like
oh yeah,
like
dude.
it would be more understandable if it's like I don't know, like Sophia or like Megan Fox or something like
Yeah,
like
exactly.
rare examples. Like okay, sure, maybe right because they have like they're notorious for being baddies, right?
Literally,
But it's
yeah.
just like even a mid female, bro, has that much traction and it's abundant throughout our society. It's just really sad.
It's fucking
Hey, let's
I'm
be
excited
real.
for
Like it's
it.
our fault too, because the
oh yeah, dude.
majority of it
It's
is
Simps'
fucking weird
faults.
ass men.
Oh,
Oh, we
Yeah,
know
so,
that.
you know, you name it. Like at the end of the day, like I will say that when it
they're
comes to
funding these
accountability,
hoes.
it's us. Like they wouldn't have shit if it wasn't for us and
Yeah,
like
Simps are funding it.
enabling it.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can get that shit for free on the internet, bro. Why are you
Literally,
Which is
bro.
paying?
dumber because you can just look this shit up on Reddit. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Literally,
Dead
it's
ass.
like you're that desperate for like just something that's like it's just exactly the same too. Like there's really no fucking difference at all. Like and even if you throw in like, oh well, I think they do interaction or this is like, bro, okay, how many fucking websites there are like of like webcam sites and shit? Like, and
Oh
didn't Tate
God.
have like a webcam,
Even he did it.
thing or whatever
Yeah.
too? Yeah, so it's like at the end of the day, like all the shit you see, you could just have it for free elsewhere. So
Yeah.
Literally,
why
dude.
are you spending anything?
Yeah, it's pathetic, dude. Like, Simps are not only pathetic, but they're dumb because that shit's free online. So it's kind of pathetic. Like,
But
what
like
the hell,
at
man?
the end of the day, it is what it is. It's a harsh reality. You know, it is what it is, and that's what a lot of things. You know what I mean? Like I could even list things that vice versa. You know what I mean? But what's it called? But like it's really bad. It's just
Yeah, it's a
crazy. It
pandemic,
really
dude.
is.
The simp pandemic is it's a
It is
ravaging
a
pandemic, dude.
pandemic. It
Literally,
really
man.
is.
It's really
Yeah.
pathetic. It's like, damn, bro. Can someone remind me how Yuto's abilities work again? I feel like they haven't been too explored. That, and I probably have to reread. But he's just known for having a shitload of cursed energy, like tons. I think he said he might have more than Gojo. It's just that Gojo's more efficient. He's one of the most revered talents in the verse as far as sorcerers. He's up there with the best of them. But I'd have to reread to see exactly. I think recently, spoiler alert, he did something to a certain someone with one of his abilities. I think it was off guard attack, though, to be fair. But yeah, he's very powerful. My headcanon is Saiyans have the power and humans have the potential because of better emotion control. It's a fair theory, yeah. Bardock versus Omni-Man. Bardock.
Dude, Bardock all day. From what I've heard,
Yeah,
bro,
even
Bardock.
even Bardock being a low class Saiyan, he probably even him is like beyond planetary probably.
Here's this for a point of reference. He's supposed to have a power level of 10,000.
Yeah,
Now, 280 is small planetary. So
literally.
there's your point of reference right
Yeah,
there. So,
Omni-Man at
yeah.
his best can take out a planet, but he needs time. He can't like I've never seen him display amounts of power that can like one-shot planets. So yeah, Bardock could probably beat him. Yeah,
Yeah,
probably be
easily.
faster. Yeah, pretty easily. He's
Like when he went to like this one alien planet, like he had to fly and like built up like momentum and speed just to wipe out a whole city instantaneous.
yeah, it took him a little bit.
Just from his speed and
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, like things like that. Like so, like Omni-Man is strong, but like he's not crack strong.
Yeah, he's not
I mean,
definitely not sane level. Yeah, nah, he's
no.
not. Those guys are like beyond planetary, I'd say. To
Oh,
be
way
frank,
beyond it.
way beyond.
Yeah.
Yeah, even fucking Roshi, the power level of less than 1,000 is blowing up moons and shit.
Because
So
I'm
Yeah,
just gonna be real
exactly.
with you. There's some weirdos out there that are scaling Omni-Man, and they're just like making him cracked.
yeah, he's
Like,
definitely not like, especially definitely in the animated show, he's not even above planetary, I'd say. Yeah, no. To be frank, isn't OnlyFans just another symptom of women having more natural advantages than men society-wise? Absolutely, it's absolutely what it is. It's
oh yeah, sure, it's true. Yeah.
it's
Like
women's.
I think the main thing we beat them in is like in the medical part. I'll say that like when it comes to like freedom in a sense or whatever, or like certain things like we have that in a sense medically wise, but when it comes to the majority of everything else like political or court system and then that and your business, like bro, hands
Yeah,
down.
women in the dating marketplace, a woman's primary agency is their beauty. Men are inherently biologically we're visual creatures, and social media is basically a device that allows instantaneous visuals of beautiful women everywhere literally at the tip of your fingertips at one
look
click
at
away.
models, Jay. Even models like blow the water out of compared to like men models, you know. And
Yeah,
shit.
it's not even close. Like fucking vast majority of
It's like
models.
sports all over again. You know how like guys make more for sports, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Generally or normally, it's the same shit for women. Like when it comes to women modeling, women just blow like that's their shit. That's what
it's
you know.
supply
like,
and demand. Like for example, the argument that the WNBA should make more than the ABA doesn't work because the demand is not even remotely as prominent. Man, people want to see Kobe, LeBron. They don't want to fucking see like
they don't want to see
no disrespect, but they don't want to see Brittany Griner dunking, barely getting off the ground, going 8-foot rim. It's just facts. But conversely, people don't want to pay to see fucking dudes on OnlyFans. They want to see fucking chicks. They want to see bad bitches, and these guys are simps. They're fucking pathetic ass simps, but they're doing it.
And that's anything. Like that's what's crazy about that, right? It's like for like this is the crazy part. This is where it's just like there's just no equity whatsoever. So it's like with sports, you at least gotta bust your ass, right? You either gotta work hard, you gotta earn it, whatever you name it, or you're just talented, but you still gotta work and do shit, whatever, right? It's a process. With the beauty aspect with woman,
you're just born with it.
All you gotta do is just have the looks. Yeah, it'll be me.
If a woman has a fat ass, she's straight. She has a fat ass and she's bad. OnlyFans money's
like
coming.
it's just that's the reality, bro. And hey, you know, it is what it is. You may like be like, oh, there's some bullshit with it, but that's just how it goes. And even like when it comes to like job places or whatever, workplaces, like bro, like this is how it goes for them. I mean, the very woman, whatever, instantly promoted, or instantly like the boss. You know, it's like being the simp. You name it. Like,
oh, dude, facts. The reality is, when you compare the average man, the average woman in today's society, the average woman has much more power of persuasion in life in general. Whether it's a job, a partner, getting what she wants from a fucking store because some simp buys her something. Like they have much more powers of persuasion compared to a guy. If you're 18 and you're a guy, you don't have shit yet. You probably don't have money yet. Probably maybe just starting college, living with your parents. If you're a girl and you're decently attractive 18, OnlyFans, fucking bars, clubs, you can go to the fucking store,
or slap on the wrist.
Literally, you can pull your tits out for a speeding ticket, not get a speeding ticket. There's all kinds of shit you could do if you're a female. If you're a guy, you're fucked. No one gives a fuck about you. No one gives a fuck about you. You can say, imagine you trying to get your way out of a ticket. A cop would be like, "Are you retarded? Like, here's your ticket."
Yeah. You know, like like the fucking celebrities, or if it's IRL or even just like acting, so whatever. They all just say the same shit. As a guy, you are fucked. You gotta
literally. It's like you're fucked, dude. And it's not.
Yeah, a lot of men.
If you're a loser, or if you're you know fat, whatever, overweight, you name it, whatever. That's it. You're done.
No, it's funny. Even fat
society
bitches
treats you like shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They'll call you fat, make funny, blah blah, or the whole nine, or you say you're like, bro. I'm telling you, bro. At the end of the day, like it's tremendously more shittier.
Even fat bitches get options. You can be a fat, nasty ass whale, and they still get dick.
Dude.
These fat, simp ass dudes would be like, "Yeah, I like BBWs."
They got whole agendas for that. Like, there's a whole thing for like to be like overweight and you name it, whatever, and it's like they're like over here making profit and
they're saying, they call it plus size. I'm like, no, that bitch is fat.
It's a plus size. Yeah,
or it's like, with men, dude. It's like if you got a gut, bro. If you got
they're gonna call you fat.
You're done. Yeah, nah. If you're a guy with you're done. Yeah.
Even if you wear glasses, bro, they fucking rip on you.
Social
media.
You
go to a club. Hey, you go to a club or you go to a beat, whatever, and you go and you're like, hey, trying to raise a girl, they'll just look at you and be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no moves.
On social media, dude, as simple as this. If you're a fat guy on social media, you're going to be called a fat ass, fat fuck. If you're a fat chick, they'll be like, body positivity. Oh my God. You go, girl. I'm like, that bitch has hypertension. That bitch is not going anywhere except to the fucking ER. What the fuck are you talking about?
Like, or they'll become like a big, somehow, this is what's even more crazy to me.
Lizzo, man.
They'll become like a big entity somehow because they're like trying to, like go like all hard in the whole social aspect of it. And they'll be like on interviews, you name it, and they start getting big from it and shit.
Like Lizzo, that bitch is disgusting. And she's like, oh my God. Like, she actually got shunned for losing weight. She was getting healthier and they shunned her for like, oh my God, you hate fat people.
They hated her for losing weight?
Yeah.
What the
so she regained the weight. She regained the weight.
Like, what?
It's like, yeah, I'm
That's
sorry for
sad.
trying to be
That's
healthy.
depressing.
If she gets weight or loses weight, who cares?
Yeah, that's so pathetic. She regained it on purpose. All right, go back to
That's
hypertension, I guess.
wild, bro.
That's insane, dude. That's
Back to
pathetic.
hypertension.
She's over here
Yeah,
treating
literally.
her own health and body weight as basically monetary value. It's like she's the YouTube video.
You know what's funny is that she got in trouble for fat shaming other girls after, which is ironic. She got in trouble for it. She was like making fun of other chicks that were fat. It's like, bitch, because you know being fat's not good. You're making fun of other
Oh
fat
my
bitches.
god.
Like, shut the fuck up. Like, what the hell? It's hilarious, man, honestly. Bardock
Like,
is
well, one thing I
mid-class.
will say that's
yeah,
really
mid-class,
funny
yeah.
though is like if you look at it like so this is the ironic part about it. Like statistically, no, like it's just statistically blatantly proven if you're overweight, whatever, you're gonna have a lot of health problems, you name it. So like, but there's some people that I actually do know that are like either overweight, slightly, whatever, blah blah, and they're perfectly fine and healthy as a fucking horse. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, there is rare exceptions, you name it too. And there's
some
even
guys
people
just,
that.
some guys just naturally have higher body fat percentage, and it's not that they're unhealthy. It's just they're naturally more like have a higher tendency genetically.
Like, there's even people like with smoking. Like I've known someone that's like smoked and done all this crazy or drink so much alcohol, they're perfectly fine, healthy as a horse.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of weird. If another person picks it up, it's not common. It's rare.
Yeah,
but when
definitely.
Another person picks up the regular guy, right? Who's not the exception. He does it for like a month and he's done.
Yeah, they get like fucking cancer the next month. Like, yeah, it's different.
So there is that, but those are like rare exceptions, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, basically, bro, like for men, it's just like our checklist is very short, right? It's like you look good and you're fun to hang out with. Bet, like you're in. For women, it's like you gotta be tall, you gotta got the drip, you gotta got you gotta have the hairdo, you gotta have like the money, you gotta have the height. You feel me? It's like 20 things, bro. So it's just like if you wanna be relevant in today's society, you gotta do something about it.
Grind,
bro.
dude. Yeah, 6 figures, 6 foot.
Oh, you're done. Yeah, as a guy, you're done, bro. You can't even be short, bro. You can't even be average height.
Hell no, you gotta be 6 figures, 6 foot, 6 pack.
You gotta be 6 figures, 6 foot. This like it's crazy, bro.
I don't care if you're smart, really. You know, it's like it's not really about that, dude. I'm sorry.
I told my girl. I told my girl that, and like there was one point, and she was like, "Yeah, that's just like fucking crazy." Like what? Well,
that's our reality.
It's just crazy. Like who's gonna fucking like hammer you for something you can't even control? Like just your height.
Your height, yeah.
You know what I mean, or whatever, or just unrealistic wealth expectations. Like
exactly.
Yeah. The best way to negate height disadvantage is you need Riz. Dead ass. Like you need to get Riz.
You need a Riz. Yeah, to negate height disadvantage.
Like, get money, get in shape. Because if you don't have height, you can't fix that. I know there's like this bullshit.
That's how my uncle was, bro. Like one of my uncles, like he was short, like unfortunately, but like he had like a kind of a Riz game, so it worked out in the end.
Yeah, because if you're like 5'5", 180 pounds, you're fat as fuck eating Cheetos, you're fucked, man.
Oh no. Yeah.
You're not getting no pussy.
Yeah.
No pussy at all.
Literally.
Yeah, you need to get in the gym, get a 6-pack, get a high skill, get a good job. Then you'll have some.
I'm sorry, bro. Some guys just don't give a fuck, bro. They just like it's almost disgusting. Like seriously, the
guys will like no hygiene, fat as fuck, Cheeto fingers. They don't give a fuck. You know, it is what it is. And guys, they don't get pussy. It is what it is. They're probably virgins. It is what it is.
They're in the basement.
Yeah, they're in the basement, their mom's basement, fucking eating Cheetos and typing on social media, being trolls. You know, it is what it is. So that's your life. That's your life. But don't complain when
bro. Even people like for if you even take a guy that like goes out, has a life, responsible, working out, whatever, doing things, whatever, and then also enjoying his own shit in his home, whatever, his crib, or doing his own hobby activities, right? And you compare that guy to a guy that's just like, at home on social media all the time, just not doing nothing, being a fucking pathetic. Like, who do you think the woman's gonna pick, bro?
Literally,
that's a hard one.
You think they're gonna pick the Discord goon that just wastes his life and just trolls everybody? No.
Yeah, he's on Discord all day, literally, bro. It's not attractive, bro.
You're pathetic, buddy. Like, she doesn't want you. Sorry. Literally. You sure Omnimon isn't planetary? Didn't he destroy a planet with just his speed and durability? No, he kind of enslaved a planet, but he didn't just like outright blow up a planet in one shot. So he's not planetary, not quite.
Let's highball him and say he is planetary. Dude, Bardock is blowing it out the water.
Yeah,
dude.
That still wouldn't be Bardock. Matter.
Yeah. Not only that, bro. Like, if you think about it this way, if they really are like planetary, like if they're really, really built like that, like why would they be sending armies to conquest?
True. Yeah, they send like
and do shit like. That doesn't make sense. Like look at the Empire, right? Like they have a weapon that can destroy shit. Like, what's the point of them trying to conquer whatever when they could just show fear and destroy the planet instantaneous and then force them to obey? You
Yeah,
get what I'm
literally.
saying? Like,
They
so
don't have Death Star AP. Like Death Star legitimately blows fucking planets up in one shot, like on Star Wars. But they don't have that kind of power. They need to like go there, kind of influence the people, and then enslave them if they have to. They can't just blow the fucking planet up. Not one Vulture at least. Like Omni-Man alone can't do that. You know, so
Well, that's a good point though. Like I haven't seen the series, but maybe they like enlist soldiers to like, enslave the citizens of the planet to have
yeah,
this like allies for them, right? So like blowing
exactly.
up the planet would be counterintuitive. So maybe
Yeah,
they are, again, I haven't seen it, but like I guess it makes
yeah,
sense
no,
for them
yeah,
not
no.
to blow it up.
That
Yeah.
is part of the narrative. I will, because
that is part of the narrative.
I haven't seen all of it either. But there is a certain narrative, and yeah, that's a valid point too, Shinobi. It's like basically what it is like they send certain Virtumites, whatever the fuck you call them, to
Yeah,
basically like go out to certain planets, kind of befriend, figure out their attacks, and like they're basically sending as a spy, and then to like see how it goes, and then to like eventually take off like the double agent shit and then just start rolling it under your thumb. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
basically what they send them there for. So yes, they don't send them just to destroy a planet, but there's moments where if they analyze the threat level, okay, and they know the threat level is enough to like, be contesting them, 9 out of 10 times they're sending multiple, Virtumites to deal with the planet or to be able to conquer it or whatever. Or
Okay.
just one alone isn't even enough. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like if they're really like, so like you have all this stuff where it's like, yeah, there is incentive for them to conquer and this and like to not destroy. But at the same time, like what's more beneficial? Fear to show like power, like, that, oh yeah, I can just do this whenever the fuck I want. So either listen or you're all done or that's it, right?
yeah.
Or let me work my fucking ass off and fight a war on this planet just to conquer it. You know
Yeah,
what
Literally.
I mean? Like,
essentially,
Yeah.
how you prove they're not planetary is, well, spoiler alert, is when they have been threatened, they didn't automatically just destroy the planet. And rationally, that
no.
would be the best course of action if they had that level of AP. Instead, they beat you to submission. For example, that one
Yeah.
Martian dude, whatever the fuck his name is, he got his ass beat by the Vulture instead of them just destroying the planet. So I think multiple of them can enslave a planet, even one, but they don't have the output AP ability to one-shot planet like a Death Star or something. They don't have that kind of ability,
Yeah.
but
There's
I
just
would say,
nothing that's shown it so far. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
nothing has
Like
been
the
shown.
best
Yeah,
we've seen is Omni Man like building up his speed to where he could destroy a city just by flying near it.
yeah,
But
and then
it's
in
like
a couple of
that's
seconds
it.
he was able to destroy a city. But yeah, that was like the best feat. Like a couple of seconds he's destroying a city, but not even one-shotting it. It was took a few hits. But
Yeah,
yeah,
like until we like see like either like them blatantly doing it, you know what I mean? What's it called? Or like let's say there's like a big ass like fucking ginormous meteor that can literally destroy a planet and they just destroy that casually, right?
yeah,
Unless it's something that we really can gauge, then by all means, free reign. But I just
yeah.
at least
The
from what I've
best,
seen so far, I don't think there's enough to actually really confer that they are actually just
yeah,
casually
the
planetary like
highest.
Dragon Ball Z,
Yeah, the
you
highest
know?
one-shot AP ability I've seen is like mountain level. I think I saw Omni-Man punch the fucking floor and like a fucking mountain just splattered. But that's
Yeah,
like the
yeah, yeah. He just
best.
punched the ground and he made the mountain blow up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's like the
yeah.
best AP I've seen. So bare minimum, he's like fucking mountain level. Bare
Which is
minimum.
impressive.
That's fucking impressive.
That's even more casual than Madara. You
Yeah, that's like
know.
Mater
So
Susanoo's fucking sword. Yeah, it's like that kind of shit. So
I
they're
mean,
not
so it's
weak.
like
They're not weak.
yeah, you
Yeah.
have that, and they're definitely not weak. Whatever. Like they're clearly no fucking joke, but they have their limits, and
Yeah,
we've
yeah.
even seen Omni Man like struggling with a certain amount of threats and percent of like it was either robots or it's like other alien creature or it's
Yeah.
fucking that old
The fuck
dude that's outsmarting him with gadgets. Like,
fucking
so I don't know, bro. Like,
Cecil.
I feel
Yeah,
like there's
exactly.
enough to show he has limits. Like
He does.
the
Yeah.
best feat I've seen durability wise was like him being in the sun. No, not even him. It was Mark and some other person like fighting in the sun for a moment. But they weren't like completely immune or anything either. Like it was doing damage, but they could at least be in it for a good bit and then they had to get out, otherwise they would die. You
Yeah,
know?
exactly. I remember that. Yeah.
So
They're
that
definitely to be
that's
respected
impressive.
though.
You know what I mean? Because that's
Yeah.
like,
That's like
that
radiation durability as
yeah,
well
that's
as
like
Yeah,
radiation
exactly.
and like heat resistance. But then
yeah,
Vulturemites.
again,
exactly.
Yeah,
yeah.
Viltrumites are basically immune to all human viruses because I remember they were trying to
Yeah.
find a weakness for Nolan or Omni-Man rather, and they shot like every virus into Viltrumite cells and nothing was fucking killing it. Cancer, fucking, fucking asbestos. Nothing was killing the fucking cell. You couldn't destroy
Oh
it.
yeah, they're cracked. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So, so they have like cracked like resistance and durability stuff.
Yeah.
But once again, that still doesn't equate to planetary.
Yeah,
That's
definitely
just
not
them
planetary.
reducing heat and hacks.
Yeah, they have a ton of hacks. They're really durable, but yeah, they're not planetary. I'd say. Yeah, I agree. What would be the most likely event that ultimately causes the extension of humanity? I think it would be cyborgs replacing us. I would say either extreme tribalism to the point of nuclear war, which I say is very improbable, if I'm being honest, because most of humanity is not that retarded. Or yeah, AI. Maybe AI gets to the point where it becomes sentient and it starts to outsmart us, and then we end up enslaved or like exterminated or something. Probably would be AI, I'd say. Probably. Or aliens, maybe. We don't know too much about them, but maybe. How do you
Yeah, I
think
don't know about
GTA?
cyborgs
Yeah,
per se. I mean, I feel like we have enough wherewithal to not program these quote unquote cyborgs to
to
be
that
a
degree,
potential
yeah.
threat.
Yeah.
I think the most, like, if I had to say something off rip, probably like us over consuming resources to the point where it leads to more and more extinction of animals,
Yeah.
to the point where like it affects crops and our diets, and it's basically like a lack of food chain, if you will. So I just think over consumption of resources,
I think
basically.
it's another possibility. Maybe over contamination or over consumption of the Earth's resources. That's definitely a possibility as well. To the point where life is no really longer sustainable. It's like getting harder and harder to maintain purity. Either that or AI, or aliens or AI. Those are all possibilities. Yeah, but if you talk to the very smart
Oh,
people or listen to them, like Elon and guys like that, they talk about that sometimes. Like, what's the most
I,
probable?
I almost forgot, Jay. You when you were speaking about like all that stuff about the Virtumites, they do
Yeah.
have one weakness that is horrible though. Like it is absolutely a joke. Their
Don't tell
weakness
me
is
it's sound.
it's sound.
Are
It's
you
sound.
serious?
Yes, they're
No,
Daredevil. They're basically Superman Daredevil.
dude,
So
I just
Oh, I
they're
fucking
remember that.
fucking
called that,
Yeah.
yeah,
bro.
they're cracked out of their mind in all these aspects. But yet, if you have only like it's baby levels of sound too. Like I'm not talking about like insane. No, like just like retarded ass low ass sound levels that can fuck
Dude,
up your
I
ears.
called that.
Yep,
Wow.
to where they can't move or
Yeah.
they're
I
paralyzed.
think I remember that.
It's crazy.
I
That's
think
so
either
cliche, bro.
yeah,
It's
I
like
think it
we've
was a
seen
certain
that.
frequency. Yeah, I think it was a frequency. It fucked up Mark or something.
Same with Venom.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah,
same
there is
shit,
an
bro.
alien that did a
Yeah,
certain
Venom.
frequency to make
Yeah.
like Mark paralyzed. There's another one you could do to make him go to sleep, which is weird. Then there's just a certain like level of loudness, like where their ears just can't handle it. Like everything else is built different, but just not their ear, and to where it just ruptures and then it bleeds and they just can't move because of the pain, basically.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry, that's lame,
exactly.
bro. That's just
Yeah,
lame.
it's a pretty cliche and generic
It's
weakness, I'd
one
say.
way.
It
It's
is.
like
It is
kryptonite,
cliche.
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's their
Like
kryptonite.
fucking Superman, Venom, Hulk, even Hulk sometimes sound fucks him up. Like, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's very cliche. How big do you think GTA 6 will be? I think they said 4 times bigger than GTA 5, map wise. That's what I heard. About 4 times bigger. They showed a side by side comparison. It does seem substantially bigger than the map in GTA
Graphics
5.
look immaculate, bro.
Oh,
I
dude, some
can't
of it
wait,
looks
dude.
real. I'm like, is that a fucking movie trailer? Like, what the fuck is this?
Dead
It looks
ass.
really
Hey, but you know what
dead
that
ass.
mean? You know what that means, though, Jay? That means Batman with just a simple gadget bodies.
Oh, dude, easy. You'd use those
Well,
like
one sound pulse done.
you use like a
Yo, the
sonic batarang.
Batmobile in GTA was sick, dude.
Oh, dude, sonic batarang from Batman. That's all.
And obviously, if he uses like a suit, or even just certain like normal suit versions of Batman would slam. But if we take away that and we just like give him like a Hellbat or any of the other shit, bro, it's not
Oh,
even
Hellbat
that's
would
just like
fucking
that's horrible.
Hellbat would
That's not that's so
absolutely.
mean.
He fought Darkseid with that shit. He'd absolutely demolish
Yeah,
Iron Man with that
like
shit. Uh, let's see. Ratchet and Clank versus Iron Man. I've never really
bro,
scaled Ratchet and Clank.
me
And
either, you know.
I
So
love that game growing up,
game is
though.
dope though.
PS2
Yeah.
days,
Yeah,
so
growing up,
good.
I used to play that game a lot.
Yeah.
GTA 6 is even out yet, and once again, Rockstar is getting sued. Oh yeah, I know you're talking about. The Florida Joker is trying to get Rockstar to pay him because they use his likeness. Here's the thing about companies that are multi-billion-dollar corporations. They put in writing that if something is similar to someone or something, that is coincidental. So in a court of law, that's all they need, and that case would get dismissed. They
Yeah,
explicitly state that just because it's similar, it's strictly coincidental, and there's no way to prove their intention. So if he did take him to court, he would lose and end up probably spending a fuckload of money in legal fees. So that'd be stupid to try to actually win that. lawsuit.
Yeah, you would pay a shit ton of money to even enact that
Like
lawsuit.
that's like saying that's like suing Kishimoto for making Naruto after Hunter x Hunter.
It's like they make sure these companies make sure how to protect themselves legally. They're not just gonna fucking put something similar out and not put a legal note to protect themselves from.
Dude, GTA's done this before multiple times. It's like they're no stranger to it.
Los Santos is literally fucking LA, but they make sure not to like blatantly copy like pixel for pixel, frame by frame LA. They have similarities, but they're not gonna fucking copy it and actually get sued and actually lose in a court of law. So that shit's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Like that's a stupid lawsuit. He's gonna end up wasting a lot of fucking money if he actually does it. I doubt he'll actually take them to court because I'm sure he's not retarded. So, Nanami versus Toto. Nanami versus Toto. Toto
Who's Nanami?
That's an interesting fight. I think that was the guy with the glasses that lost to Jogo.
Oh, dude, he is sick, bro. I love them so much. Yeah.
I feel like Nanami probably would take it. I think Nanami has more experience than Toto. Toto's very talented, but he's still a little immature with his curse techniques and his ability.
Nanami's ability was sick, bro.
Yeah, I'd probably say Nanami. I haven't seen much of Toto lately. I'd say Nanami's more experienced and probably more capable than Toto. I know they both fought Mahito, if I'm not mistaken, but Nanami had more success, and I think he went one-on-one with Mahito, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't read those chapters in a while, but I'd probably say Nanami. I think full potential Toto probably beats him, though. He's probably going to be special grade by the time he's done, from what I remember. So, thoughts on whether a fictional character being infuriated during a fight generally makes them worse at combat? Yeah, there's definitely characters that fall into that. I would say a good example would probably be Batman's son, Damian Wayne. When he gets rageful, he makes mistakes. Even Batman points it out. I was like, dude, you're getting sloppy. Like you need to calm the fuck down.
That's just realistic too.
Yeah, it's realistic. Like even in real fights, for example, if you fight emotionally, you're gonna get knocked the fuck out. Like a good example was Conor McGregor against Jose Aldo. The reason why Aldo got fucking slept is because Conor got into his mind via mental warfare during their World Press Tour when they were doing the press conference. He got into Aldo's mind like no one else ever has. The bell rung. He sprinted at Conor, and Conor knocked him the fuck out. So
like, it's just science. It's literally science. Like you remove your concentration, your discipline, you're not going to strategize anymore. Like nothing. You're just trying to use like basically just your raw stats in order to win the fight, and that's not how you can win fights. Like I mean, that may work in certain moments, but not always.
Yeah, not always. Anime, I'd say. Who's an example of someone that makes mistakes when they get infuriated? It's a good. I can't really say Saiyans because they actually get more powerful. Let's see.
Unless you're Broly.
Unless you're Broly, yeah, because he's just so raw and like untapped and uncontrolled. It's a good anime example. That's a tough question. I'm trying to think of someone.
A character who loses like control when they're angrier.
Yeah, exactly. Someone that fights worse when they're pissed off. Like someone that loses technique.
Maybe Trunks, because like remember when he went like Super Saiyan Grade 3?
Yeah.
And like that was completely like off track. Like
that's actually a good example because when they fought Second Form Cell, him and Vegeta, Cell even pointed out his flaws. Like you might be because you're so angry, you got so big that you're too slow to fight me. Like you're infuriated. So now you can't even my speed. So Vegeta.
The only time it ever looks like it's where it's a misconception and it looks like it actually does benefit is when we're watching someone that's clearly on adrenaline. There's a difference between someone like on adrenaline and like that's actually being really amped up with, and then they're also emotional at the same time, than someone that's actually just being super angry when they're fighting and it's just a normal situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So. Yeah. Trunks is a good example actually against Cell, Second Form Cell, yeah.
But like people with like Broly or like I don't know, even like the Hulk, right? It just amps their power. So like it's not necessarily like a hindrance on their performance. If anything, it loses their train of thought, but like it kind of compensates with like their amount of power they're able to amplify with. So
rage is the very source of power, especially Hulk. Like that's his source is rage itself. So yeah, it actually that in his case it's actually beneficial. So yeah. What liberal stance do you agree with and disagree with, and what conservative stance do you agree with and disagree with? Leftist liberal stance. That I agree with. Let's see. I would say having more of a socialist type system for services that are necessities to society, medical, educational. I don't think college should be free though. I think college, once you're in college, you're an adult, and what would happen is if it were free, people would take advantage of that, and the system would become diluted. I actually think it would hurt the economy if college was free, because college being a paid service forces people to actually have to think that decision through. It's not like grade school, because at this point you're no longer a child, you're a developed adult. But as far as grade school, medical services, at least basic medical services, things like that, I do think there should be a social aspect, and those should be universally available. Things like that, things that you need to survive, in my opinion. Yeah, I do agree with that liberal stance. A lot of conservatives say no, we need to monetize, the medical field, but I think there's a lot of negatives. Look at the pharmaceutical corruption. Look at
Gosh, yeah.
things like that. There's a lot of negatives. I think the negatives outweigh the positives when it comes to monetizing those sorts of services. So I would agree with that. Something I disagree with the left. There's tons of things actually. Um, I would say I disagree with. Let's see.
Speaking of the medical system, that's another thing women really prosper with as well.
Yeah.
Like they flourish in that field of employment.
Yeah, exactly. Something I disagree with. The left, there's so many things, but I'm trying to see something specific. Let's see. I would disagree with, I guess, marginalizing people into groups, trying to create tribalism. I think both. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that because both sides do that, the right and the left, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, the left, something more specific that the left says. Oh, taking away accountability when it comes to things that are legitimately health concerns. The left does this. Trying to eliminate fat shaming. I'm not saying you should fucking bully people, but I'm saying reinforcing unhealthy habits is bad too.
A buck, though.
Yeah, taking away accountability from that, taking accountability away from women, taking accountability away from.
You can't just sugarcoat everything. Like that's not how humans operate. What's it called? There are some humans that actually need it to be blunt. Like I've known people where they're always being sugarcoated or nice or whatever, or telling them what they want to hear. Does fucking nothing, makes it worse, and nothing changes. Then somebody actually finally puts their fucking foot down and be blunt, and then guess what? Now they get their head out of their ass.
So I would say the oversensitivity by the left I disagree with. They're too sensitive to the point where it's affecting people on an individual level, making them softer, less capable, and especially in the cruel, competitive natured world that we're in when it comes to,
it doesn't even help growth. Like
it
stunts development as well. Like that just doesn't. It doesn't logically follow. That's the fucking problem. Like you really think that people on the fucking street are gonna give a damn? You know what I mean? And etc. And like nobody cares.
Yeah.
They really don't. Like, bro, you could go in the city right now and act like you're homeless. Nobody's gonna give a fuck.
I think
not a single person.
I would say oversensitivity to the point where it's either affecting an individual health-wise or affecting society in a negative way, such as the pronoun shit. Like, here's the thing, I don't give a fuck what you call yourself. But if you're trying to legally bind me to call you something that goes against biology, I think that's tyrannical. I don't think you should be able to impose your subjective philosophy onto me. You can we can do it in a private setting, and I'll be respectful and call it whatever you want. But trying to legally bind me to call you something,
because it's like morality and philosophy. Like that's blatantly like there's a lot of subjectiveness with it, right? And there's a lot of contentiousness with it, right? And but then it gets even more weird when you have like science, right, and biology and even whatever, and then we're incorporating all these social, things or issues or dichotomies or whatever. And it's like, and then we start making it like either legal or to the point where it's affecting your living style, your kids, whatever. That's where people just start to be like, oh, what the fuck? Like, we got to have boundaries. You know what I mean? It's like when you start crossing those boundaries and just saying only my feelings matters or this or whatever, blah, blah, and fuck all of you, it starts to feel like a one-way street. And just like what Jay's saying, tyrannical. You know what I mean? Like it's tyrant behavior,
And speaking of boundaries, bro, like I think what's beneficial from like liberal ideologies, it's supposed to like empower like a equality mindset in people, like whether you're like a person of a certain race or sex preference, or maybe you're transgender and you have a different pronoun than others, like Jay's saying. Like I think it's okay to feel like you are like anybody else in society. Like it's a great thing to
whatever you want to do.
Like that kind of like ideology kind of gets like inflated in their heads. It's almost like too progressive, and so like those boundaries are they're not only met, but then they're overstepped by yourself because like now you're trying to be too progressive and you're shoving these
You're trying to
ideologies down
control
people's
people. You're
throats.
trying to control people's lives because of your own beliefs, views, whatever. Like that's like
Exactly.
letting someone's religion start to dictate our laws and
Yeah,
our
exactly.
lives. And like how is that even fair? You know what I mean? Like I
There
don't.
needs to be,
Doesn't,
yeah, I think there needs to be a sort of separation, so similar to how there's a separation of church and state. There needs to be a separation of philosophy and state. Like just because you use a
yes.
certain pronoun or whatever the fuck you are, even though you're biologically this, I shouldn't be legally binded to say shit to you. It should be separated, kind of like church is separated from the state. You can't force someone
Yeah.
to practice a religion. You can't force me to call you something you're biologically not identified
It's
as or
even worse,
whatever.
Jay, when they're attacking parents to where they're not allowing you to even parent or for you to
Yeah,
even like teach or
it's too
or show your
invasive.
kid how you want to, you know what I mean, whatever.
Yeah,
It's like basically saying, "Oh, you can't homeschool your kid anymore." Like what? Like, you know what I
yeah,
mean? Like
that's too invasive. Yeah,
they're just going across lines and boundaries to where
yeah,
that's where it's just at that point, if you don't see how that can't be immoral or at least unjust, then I don't know what to fucking tell you. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like it's
yeah.
like and it goes the other way too. It applies to anyone. I don't care if you're straight, you know, gay, trans, whatever the fucking case may be. That's for anything.
Exactly.
Same
Yeah.
shit goes for even the norm or whatever about or traditionalism. At the end of the day, you shouldn't be fucking shoving shit down people's throats, or
Exactly.
especially hitting the parts where it literally forces people to just bow down and deal with it. That's
Yeah,
fucked. You know?
that's counterproductive and hypercritical to the idea of
If anything, I feel like
progressiveness
that
anyway.
invokes more hatred, more discrimination, and it's going to just cause more chaos.
Yeah,
You know?
inevitably when you force someone to do something, they're gonna resent you. That's what happens. Yeah,
Or they're
so
gonna act up. It's like it's like free will. You know what I mean? Like if you try to take someone's free will and basically say, you know, fuck you, whatever, blah blah, for whatever reasons, whether if it's philosophy, religion, whatever, you think people are just gonna sit there? No, there's always going to be a revolt, whether if it is pure hatred and discrimination, or if it's just blatantly like, hey, this is fucked up. Now you're fucking with my kids and me, whatever, blah blah, and I wasn't, you know, bothering you or nothing. All right, bet. Let's throw hands, right? You know, like it's like, what do you expect? You
yeah,
know, it's a
resentment.
natural human compulsion.
Yeah, you try to restrain someone's philosophy and impose your own. There's gonna be resentment and conflict. I mean, we see that every
Yeah,
day.
literally.
And,
That's
and
what it
me
was.
logically,
Yeah,
I don't see the good in that. I
yeah,
personally don't.
it's
Like, sure, it
counterproductive.
allows more of like what you're trying to enforce out there or whatever, right? But you're gonna get. I feel like it's just doing more harm than good. It's exactly what
Yeah,
Jay said. It's counterproductive, and then to the point where then you have suicide rates increasing, this, and it's just it's like, is it really worth it at that point? You know what I mean?
yeah,
So
exactly. As far as a right stance, I agree with so many. I mean, more so
yeah.
towards the right, personally. I'm pro-gun. What
Like
else?
for instance, like you know how we have sex ed too, Jay? Like how
Yeah,
like parents have to like, you know, fill out waivers, whatever you name it, this and that. Why can't they do the same with any other social philosophy or morality, whatever thing? You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like, what's
exactly.
so hard about that? Why we just got to be like, oh no, fuck you, parent. This is what's
Exactly.
happening. Like
It's
what?
like, oh, I got to sign to take this kid to the fucking zoo, but you get to just teach my kid whatever they want. Like, I don't have to
I
sign off
guess
on that.
so.
I guess
Yeah,
so.
literally,
Oh
right?
shit, man. Wow. It's fucking, yeah, that's bullshit.
Uh,
That's not. That's why the only way there would be civil war in this country is if the LGBT stuff would have continued to be tried to be imposed on children. That would have caused civil war, honestly. There already
Yeah.
was riot, like
you actually think
protests.
it would have cost us some for
Yeah,
war?
that would have caused it because when you start messing with
I
with
didn't think of
people's
it that way.
kids, when you start messing with people's kids, they're gonna get violent. That's when there's
To
gonna be
be fair,
problems.
look
Absolutely.
at now
Yeah,
thinking about it, you got to put like look at the protest, how it was starting to build up,
that was the
how
first
violent
time.
people were
Yeah, those
getting. You name it.
protests were the
Yeah.
first time I saw Muslims and Christians together in one protest. They were actually both against fucking schools teaching their children about
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
sexual
Their
nature
religion said
topics.
fuck that.
Both
Yeah.
of them were like, "Hey, fuck us believing in a different God. Fuck this." That's basically what it was. So.
Mhm.
That's gonna cause civil war. If anything, it would be something like that. That's why that shit died
That's
off quick. You don't even
crazy.
hear about that gender child bullshit no more because no one fucks with it.
See, that's
Yeah,
the interesting like that's the interesting aspect of it. If I'm really being honest, like it went from like where it was becoming, you know, controversial, all this stuff, whatever, blah blah. And then it went from like, okay, whatever, but at least, you know, it's to the point where we can just discuss or this or that or whatever, right? And nothing more. And then so people didn't really care about it because it's like, all right, it's not really affecting me or whatever, so who cares, right? And then it just starts getting to the point where it's like, oh no, now you really got to deal with it. Where the bathrooms, this sports, whatever, blah blah, and it's getting building up more and more, and that's when people finally started to crack. Because if I'm being honest, back then it really wasn't bad. You know what I
Nah,
mean? Like
not
it
really.
was,
Yeah.
yeah, debates or this or that or whatever, or obviously the idiots and discriminating, fucking hating piece of shits out there too.
Yeah.
But like it was nowhere near, and now it's like just nothing but tension and this, and it
Well,
was
I
getting
mean,
crazy. It
it
was
makes
getting
sense,
crazy.
man. When you have a transgendered, like man fight with like other female
That's
in
insane, dude.
combat sports, it's going to cause a reaction, I'd say,
Yeah.
Yeah,
understandably
that's
so.
fucking
So it's
insane.
just
Like,
like,
I'm so glad
uh,
that the Olympic, basically the sort of board of the Olympics banned that bullshit. Like, you can't have fucking dudes sprinting against women. Like, come on, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? Go
or
compete against your
The
own.
sad
weightlifting,
part
like that's
about
not
it
fair.
is
That's
Like,
fucking
the sad
bullshit.
part about
Yeah.
it is they embraced it originally and they were allowing it or just kind of like free reign, or it was just to the point where they were so scared to even intervene because they didn't want to get sued or this
yeah,
or canceled or whatever, to where it was going all around whatever. And then next thing you know, tons of lawsuits started happening or tons of,
Bullshit, yeah.
injuries, whatever, blah, blah, because it's mainly women. It was women to where they're like, hey, this is some bullshit. I just lost my whole career or life or this, blah, blah, this and that because this happened. And bro, it was getting crazy. Like
it
shit was
That's
was.
popping off.
that's
It
bullshit.
was.
Yeah, that's absolute
Yeah.
bullshit. I'm glad that died out quick.
Didn't
But
Dana White also like fucking get super pissed about
yeah,
like
Dana White would never
something
fuck
like
with
that?
that shit. He would never have a trans in the fucking
Yeah, yeah. Like
Olympic
I think
Oh
he
yeah,
said
Joe
that
Rogan
like he
too.
saw like it was
Yeah.
like it was a trans woman fighting like
MMA,
another
yeah.
woman, and yeah, and that trans woman was just like beating
Beating
the
the shit out
shit
of him.
out of that
Yeah,
woman,
it's
and she
not
was like a
cool, bro.
professional, like one of the best of the best, and just
Yeah.
getting destroyed.
Fucking getting hit by a man,
And I
literally.
think he commented on it, and he was like, "This is just like fucking outrageous" or something.
This is
I can't remember
bullshit.
what he said, but yeah, he was
Yeah.
mad.
That's absolutely bullshit. Yeah, no one's gonna agree with that. $5 from Kedrick, appreciate it, brother. If the infinite Tsukuyomi exists and you had a choice to join it, would you? No. I wouldn't want to live in a fake reality where I know, like going into it, I know
It's
it's fake.
fabricated.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wouldn't want to.
Like, yeah, for me, the reason why is because it feels like it's kind of hard to explain for me, but I'll make it like in some way make sense. The reason why for me I just couldn't do it is because for one, it's just the fact that it wouldn't be real. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
Like it
not. We
just
know. Yeah,
I know it's not something that's real. It's something that I would feel like kind of bored in a way too, because I feel like I wouldn't even like you won't have that feeling of like accomplishment of like, damn, I got here. I actually like it just doesn't hit the same. You know what I mean? Like it's different. You feel more disappointed at that point. You feel like you took the easy way out. You know what I mean? Some bullshit, like that's my main problem. It's the psychological aspect of it.
yeah,
And then most
basically.
importantly, let's be real. If there's ever even a situation like that remotely, 9 out of 10 times there is severe cons, and and it's gonna backfire. You know what I mean? Like it's always some like,
In the
okay,
real world,
what's the
yeah,
what's the catch, right? Yeah, in reality, if we're being legit,
yeah,
like,
exactly. I wouldn't want to because I would know going into it that it's simply just an escape rather than a solution. So yeah, I wouldn't.
yeah.
If I was like
Yeah,
severely like handicaps like medically, or if I'm like
Then
100 years
yes.
old
yeah, that's
already,
different.
or maybe like that, then
Yeah, it
at
would have
that
to be
point in my
like an
life, then
extreme
sure, I'm ready.
justification. Like, let's say like I went through like some like crazy ass shit. Like it was like my life was fully traumatic and just and I have nobody. I mean, it's like some crazy shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like it's
yeah.
like severe. Then yeah, facts. Or if I'm like a vegetable or whatever
Yeah,
or
that's the more
blind or deaf,
understandable.
at that point I'd probably be like, yeah, you
Because you
know what,
really,
fuck it, because it's
Fuck
like
it, bro.
you really
that's a
have.
permanent. Yeah.
Yeah, at that point, you really don't have control of anything, so you might as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I asked because someone argued that a scaling chain of character A losing to B who lost to C, therefore A loses to C wasn't valid because A was pissed when fighting B. That would be a blanket statement. You'd have to know exactly the context of those matchups and why what happened and why these people lost to the people they lost to. So yeah, you can't just automatically assume if you don't have the overall situation. So yeah.
Yeah.
They're not weak to sound, they're weak to a specific sound frequency. Yeah, basically, kind of like Venom. Yeah. Bro would have to prove that they put the NPC into the game with the intent of referencing him, which he can't. So it'd be smart of him to drop it. He's not gonna go to court with it. Yeah, man. There's no way he could prove that. It was already stated previously that if anything similar, it's coincidental. Rockstar made sure to do that. As a failsafe, so he's not gonna go anywhere with that shit. Yuta versus Mahito. Yuta versus Mahito. Current Yuta Mahito hasn't really been seen in action from what I can remember in quite some time. Um, I think Yuto's above Nanami. And I know Mahito probably has increased in ability and power since his battle with Nanami, but I'd probably say Yuta beats him based off what we've seen, based off his curse energy amounts. Or I'd probably say Yuta. And I'm pretty sure he's a special grade sorcerer, if I'm not mistaken. He might be first grade, but I'm pretty sure he's special. I'd have to reread.
Yes.
I read reports on people getting physically stronger from anger during fights, so whether you're inaccurate. That's an adrenaline spike. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what you're
exactly.
referencing.
Yeah,
That
if it's
yeah,
adrenaline, yeah.
that's different. Yeah.
That's why I said it's a misconception because fucking like that doesn't mean like, oh yeah, it is about like, oh yeah, now you should get angry. No. That's why there's an abundance of statistics and objective evidence to where you want to have a lot of self-control, you want to be disciplined, you want to be calculated, etc. You name it, because that's how you actually control and can win a fight.
Yeah,
Anger
exactly.
is a gamble. You know what I mean? It's blatantly a gamble, even if there is an adrenaline or whatever. Sure, whatever, but 9 out of 10 times only temporary, or better yet, if your opponent is very talented, calculated, whatever, etc., they're still going to be able to deal with you, even if there is a strange difference. Because what people don't understand is, especially if you know certain fighting styles, aka jiu-jitsu or judo, it don't
Yeah.
matter about your fucking body weight. You're going
Yeah, it
down
doesn't
in the
matter.
fucking ground if
Yeah.
you know that martial art. And you know what I mean? Like, it's all about technique, etc. Like, I've seen fucking light ass woman or a skinny woman, just normal lean builds, fucking tossing over a guy that weighs twice or 3 times their fucking weight with a judo move,
Yeah,
So,
technique. Yeah. And in the real world
yeah.
especially, technique can negate any physical sort of advantages your opponent may have. Like for example, if you know how to box at a high level and you're going against a guy twice your size, you would negate that weight advantage by knocking him out. You have the ability to accurately land a shot on a pivotal spot that will knock anyone out regardless of size. So that would negate
Yeah.
that advantage. Or jiu-jitsu, for example, you could be 150 pounds and fucking be a boa constrictor to someone who's 300 pounds just because you know what you're doing. So it's technique definitely aids you quite a bit. By yeah,
I could be stronger than my girl, but if she does a fucking sweep and puts her leg around my leg right where I'm gonna be forced to fall, guess what? I'm falling whether I like it or not.
yeah. I had a friend like a couple years ago when I was boxing, and we were at a bar. I don't drink, but we were at a bar. I was just with him, and he's louder than me. He's probably like 135 pounds, Golden Glove guy. And this bigger guy, twice our size, went up to him, started talking shit. His name was Andrew. He beat the fuck out of the guy. The guy was twice his size, and he beat the fuck out of him. And then the guy bought him a beer
Yeah.
after. He's like, "Hey man, you beat my ass, and I'll
Good
buy you
shit.
one." Yeah, and his hands are quick as fuck because his technique was so good that first of all the guy couldn't fucking hit him, and he kept hitting the guy.
Yeah, that too. Like if you're just
Yeah,
quicker and you have strength and technique, bro, like
he was on him right
fucked.
away. He was on his ass, beating the fuck out of him. He's like, all right, you win." Like he said, I'll buy you a cold one and everything because he beat the fuck out of him. So technique definitely helps, man. Definitely. Weight matters, but technique can offset it, especially if there's a large discrepancy. So, if someone's good enough at controlling their anger, could they make themselves angry for the adrenaline stat boost and keep fighting in a controlled manner? In the real world, that's very difficult to do. Maybe in a fictional based reality, but in the real
Like
world,
Super Saiyan.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
very difficult to tap into the type of adrenaline that mothers get when their child's life's on the line. That's very hard to tap into. A good example of someone that in the sport that tried to master that was strongman competition, Eddie Hall. I don't know if you guys have heard of him, but he
Yeah,
would
definitely.
every time he'd lift heavy, he would picture his kid dying or something, and it would give him like this huge boost in strength because he's imagining the worst possible scenario. He's imagining that he's
Morbid.
lifting a car off his, yeah, exactly, a car off his child. That's how he broke
And
the
that's risky. Like you're
yeah,
playing a risk too, because that means you're now allowing your body to approach limits that it's not used to or can't really do
yeah,
realistically
literally.
in a way to where it's like using the gates as lead. Like you know what I mean? Like that's basically what it is. Like
Yeah, and literally he broke the world record for deadlifting that day when he did that. He literally broke the world record and won
goddamn.
the strongman competition. It was like over 1,000 pounds. It was like fuck ton of weight, and he's like, yeah, that's what I
Didn't
do.
blood
And
come from his nose too?
yeah, he
Like
almost
he
passed
That's
started
out
bleeding from
too.
crazy.
his nose.
Yeah, he almost fucking passed out. It was like holy shit, man. But that guy's one of the best strongmen of all time. So yeah, let's see though.
Yeah, and that mainly applies to women. Like if we're talking about like generally or like most common scenarios, it's mainly women that get those type of amps for like I don't know the science behind of it, but it's not really men. It's women. So
Yeah, exactly. Um, what is the answer to the trolley problem? Oh, you mean that philosophical like dilemma? Well, first of all, for the people that don't know, basically the trolley problem is deciding whether to sacrifice one person for many others. So you have a train, and there's two sets of train tracks. So you have to either put it on the train track that kills one person, or the one that kills several. Most people are going to choose the one that has one, because most people decide morality based off what
Always, yeah.
outputs the most net good, and obviously one life will be lost, but
That's Itachi all over again,
yeah,
bro.
you might lose one life, but you save multiple. You know,
Yeah,
No,
I don't see what's wrong with
or
that.
even
yeah,
like when you have one like this where you have like a kid, like a baby or something, then you have like 5 adults. Like then at that point you pick. Surprisingly as it sounds, most people will pick the baby.
yeah. That's
Like
why
that's
women and children are usually like prioritized
yeah,
morally.
that
So
too. Yeah.
yeah. Which probability would you choose? 100 chance to win, 100% chance to win 100K, 90% chance to win a million, or 50% chance to win a billion?
Wow.
I mean, the first one is a sure thing. I wouldn't choose the last one, that's for sure. It'd be
Probably
between
the
Yeah.
90%, to be honest.
yeah, probably that. It's 10 times the amount, and you only have a 10% less chance of getting it. Probably that one. Oh. Um, the 50% is not worth it. You fucking flip a coin for a
Because
billion.
it's like a billion or nothing. And that's
Yeah,
a
fuck.
huge gamble.
That's a
Like,
huge gamble.
fuck,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, fuck that. If someone's good enough at controlling their anger, could they make them? Oh, I just read that. Okay. Any questions though, folks? You have feel free to ask. Any questions at all? We went on a fucking red pill tangent. It's been a while since we've done that. Um, hopefully we don't get
For
yellow
real.
marked, but we'll see. Yeah. Any questions at all? Any questions at all? It can be anime. It can be the red pill
He
shit.
said
Whatever you guys want to
fucking
ask.
yellow mark.
I remember one time, I forgot which stream it was, but we got yellow marked for talking about fucking. I forgot what we were talking about.
Oh, no way. That's
Yeah, it's just one,
ridiculous.
but I think we talked a lot of politics in that one. Yeah.
Uh,
I was like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Oh, you
what
did.
they hit you with?
It
What?
didn't even tell me. It just said limited monetization. Probably the advertisers like, nah, fuck that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah. It's only one time it's ever happened though, but yeah, it's weird. Yeah, folks, any questions at all? I know this one got very IRL very
Bro,
quickly.
there's no freedom of speech no more, bro. I'm
Oh
telling you.
hell no, there's not. Yeah, most places
Yeah, nice
not
little
exist.
tangents, though.
You
Honestly.
could say a fucking turtle has a goddamn shell, and and without it, it's a bitch and gets fucked up, and you're a criminal for that.
Literally, man, you can't say shit. Like harsh reality is
Uh,
harsh, but it's reality. I mean, what the fuck you want us to do? Yeah.
like literally, like I don't understand like the sensitive like issue within that logic. Like regardless if you're a guy, a girl, whatever, it don't fucking matter. Nobody cares about that. Then
Yeah.
day, what it is, what it is. Like
Yeah, it's like a lot of people want to kill the messenger. I'm like, don't kill the messenger. They're just simply telling you the truth. Like, you're mad
literally.
about it. It's not their fault. That's just reality. The sky is blue and 1 + 1 = 2. The fuck you want me to do about it? Can't change it.
Literally, bro.
It is what it
Deal
is.
with it.
Yeah, it's life, man. If you're fat and you're eating Cheetos, that's you. Fix it. Yeah. Some people.
It's the same mentality of like, okay, there's radiation outside. I know you want to go play outside and you're bored, whatever, but guess what? Staying here, you die. And then what, you're gonna get mad because I'm telling you just how it works? Like, okay.
Literally, dude. Like, what the fuck are we supposed to do about it? I can't warp reality. Sorry, I don't have reality warping power. So I mean, I don't know what to tell you. How do you
That's
think it?
wild, though, bro.
How do you think JJK should end? Yuji killing Sukuna one day.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
want to see Yuji beat the fuck out of Sukuna and avenge Gojo. That's what I want to see. I think that's. I would say no time, not anytime soon though. He's not even close. But yeah, in the future, hopefully one day, or maybe Gojo comes back or some shit. I mean, I guess it would kind of delegitimize his death, but JJK seems like it's a type of verse where once you're dead, you're dead. Like it's over. It seems like that so
Oh, yeah.
far. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone come back or anything like that. So I think once you're gone, you're gone. So it seems like Gojo's gone. I know some people are theorizing he might come back, but I don't know. Seems like one of those shows where if you're dead, you're dead. So yeah. But yeah, folks, any questions at all? Any questions at all? IRL, politics. This has been very versatile. This stream. And next week will be a
Absolutely.
good one. We got fights. Should be interesting to see how Fight Companion stream does. So yeah, it's gonna be dope. Um, do you think Noburo would also come back, or is it all copium like Gojo? I think they're both copium, especially Gojo. I mean, we all love Gojo, man. We all want him back. And Noburo, he's pretty loved though. Noburo's pretty loved, not as loved as Gojo, but He's a pretty loved character.
And I'm just saying this right now. Gojo's coming back. I'm calling that shit. Like they're not. I highly, highly, highly doubt they're gonna fucking just kill him off like that and that's it. He's gone. I highly doubt it.
And Gojo would make more sense because of the significance of his character, even power wise. Nabora is cool, but what is she gonna do if she comes back? I mean, she's not fucking with Sasuke.
Like look at Kakashi. Like look at Kakashi. Like everybody got pissed or whatever. David, and then he got brought back. Like so, like, and that's Kakashi. Like, you know, what I mean, I know he's popular too, technically, but he was mainly like a side. Like Gojo, on the other hand, he was more portrayed like as a main character.
Gojo literally, was like honestly, let's be honest, we all loved him more than Yuji for most of the goddamn show. So I mean,
he was the center of the attention, basically. Like it was mainly around him for any of the big events, the big boys, any of that shit. Like it was him.
Yeah, he literally was like the most loved character. Obito was a straight up asshole for killing Itachi's teammates. He didn't need to do that. It served no purpose. At that point in time, Obito was extremely cynical, and I would say he was extremely invidious. Like he kind of got some sort of satisfaction from causing cruelty and causing harm. So he was like he was in a very dark place at that point in his life. That was not too long
he
after
was just fucked. He was like
so I mean,
he was even watching like Kakashi, like he was like stalking him around that time and just looking at him like, well, Kakashi's at Ren's grave. Like, his mental was fucked at that time.
There was like a scene where he like when Kakashi went to visit his grave and left flowers and fucking Obito stepped all over him and was like fuck you and a bunch of weird shit. So he was in a dark place, man. So
and then right after that time, then the motherfucker gets a haircut and then goes to attack the Leaf with the 9 tips.
Literally, you got prepared. You got a fresh
he was
cut.
just everywhere. But at the end of the day, what we do know, it was due to like he was just fucking like he was having like a Joker moment. He was just all over the place. He was like very conflicted. He was like either one moment he's like doesn't give a fuck, the next he's like like that's why I think he personally spared Itachi. Because like he just like I don't know, there was something with Itachi that he just either saw or like he couldn't, and that's why he didn't.
He was spiraling.
And, like he was just spiraling, and then we even see that like when he's in the Nine Tails incident, like when we don't see it until the war arc, but when we finally get behind the scenes of what he's actually thinking behind all his motives and actions, like he just screams and he's like none of it matters anymore, like like and just going from like he's blatantly emotionally conflicted the whole time.
Especially early on, Maeve versus Butcher. Honestly, dude, Butcher with the V24, whatever shit's called, like temporary compound V. Dude, he's fucking with Soldier Boy, he's fucking with Homelander.
Yeah, he was. If anything, I think he was. It's hard to gauge. I'll say relative bare minimum. I won't say equal to Soldier Boy, but he was relative at least, and that's impressive.
Yeah,
if you're at least relative in fighting Homelander and keeping him down with Soldier Boy, that's very impressive.
Yeah, I think Butcher probably would beat Maeve. Maeve held her own against a holding back Homelander, but Butcher was going toe to toe with like not
Homelander was Homelander, he was
but he was trying to kill him though. He was trying to kill him.
Yeah, he was trying to kill. Yeah, he was like he wanted because he got pissed. Like the way the fight started, he's like, "You little fucking rat bitch!" Like you said, we just have a 1v1.
Yeah,
and instead you're trying to team up. All right, laser beam right. He was knocked out for a little bit. Then he takes the drug or whatever, I guess, or something. And then now he's just going blow for blow, doing some Avengers shit.
Literally, like he did better against a higher effort Homelander. Maeve did okay.
He wanted to kill Soldier Boy and him. Like,
he
didn't give a fuck.
Him. And with Maeve, he was trying to stop her. He's like, "Calm the fuck down, bitch!" Like, what the fuck? But like,
he was reasoning with her the whole time. He was talking. He's like,
kept
"Stop!"
Like, punching him and shit. So and then he got serious.
He didn't get serious until he gets stabbed by a fucking pencil in his ear by her.
And then after that, he was like, "You're a fucking bitch." And like, but then he Butcher though, he definitely did better. So I'd probably say Butcher. I wonder how that's gonna go because I know they said the more you take that temporary shit, the higher chance you might die from like the effects. So
you gotta watch that shit though, Shinobi.
Yeah, I do, bro.
That shit is amazing.
I know, for sure.
I shouldn't even be talking about it. My bad. I forgot you haven't seen it. What were you?
That's all good, man.
Fucking fire.
I'm feeling for sure.
Yeah. Homelander was definitely bloodlusted. I remember. Yeah, Homelander, was he ever bloodlusted? I think the most bloodlusted was when he fucked up all those people in that cabin that his son was in. Yeah, but those are just slaughter-ass humans, though. Those are just humans, but...
he was bloodlusted at that moment. Another moment he was bloodlusted was what was it? Fucking, I'm trying to remember. There was another moment. Fucking, fuck, I can't remember, but it was somebody. I just don't remember. Oh no,
Yeah.
that's what it was. The rooftop scene.
Oh yeah.
Like he was
That
like
shit's it.
really fucking like, and he just like told you like, nah, like you're fucking dying. You know,
Oh yeah,
like
I remember that shit. Yeah, I
yeah, like
remember.
he got like weirdly bloodlusted out of
It's funny
nowhere on the
because it
fucking.
was a suicide attempt, and he's like, "Don't jump," and at the end, he's like, "Just fucking jump, bitch." I was like, "What the fuck?"
Damn.
He didn't
Yeah,
give a
and then she
fuck.
started like, and then she's like, no, I don't want to, whatever. And then he just gets like
He like
bloodlusted for
slapped
no
her off the fucking
reason.
building. I was like, "Holy shit!" He didn't give a fuck, dude.
Yeah, so he's gotten bloodlusted with fathers, but I feel like it boils down to his ego. It's like his perception with his ego. So if he thinks you're like some inferior creature, right? And then you like try his shit, he gets so butthurt,
He
he
gets
gets like
he
really
gets
pissed.
pissed,
Yeah, but then like if it's someone that can be competitive or endanger him, he starts to like worry, get like stressed
especially
and
Soldier Boy.
overthink and like yeah, like so like it's that's the
That's
problem.
crazy.
Like
Yeah,
he's I don't know, his mental is really weird. Like he'll
it's
get
weird.
mental nerf with someone that's competitive, but then with someone that's like, fucking nothing, then he's like fully ready to go and just bloodless, like some Minato shit,
Yeah, like if you fuck with his
So,
son or fuck with his ego, then yeah,
that's
he's gonna.
it.
Yeah, so literally
Now,
that's what
to
it
be
is.
fair, for Soldier Boy, he was like that at first, but the moment he realized and like gauged his power, he's like, "Oh no, I can actually fuck you up." Like then he didn't give a fuck, and he like got his eyes glue and everything, and he was ready
Yeah,
for it. And
literally. Yeah, fucking.
so,
Let's see. Butcher wasn't relative to Soldier Boy at all. He got smoked. I mean, he's inferior to Soldier Boy, but I think he's relative enough to fight him. He did lose, especially the last episode. He did get his ass beat low key, but
oh
relative
yeah, yeah.
enough. Relative enough. He was gonna blow because he has that weird shit that Soldier Boy like blows
Like
up with
think of
radiation, but yeah,
think of it this way: Soldier Boy was lifting like probably what 80 or 90% of the weight to deal with Homelander,
yeah,
and just with Butcher, he was just enough to make it like to hit right there equally with Homelander, to where they were able to subdue Homelander and beat the shit out of him, and then force him to run.
yeah. That's
I
like the
think
only
that's
time he's ran. Yeah,
yeah, I think that's enough evidence to conclude that he's definitely relative.
yeah. He's inferior, but yeah,
like
he's relative. Yeah,
like you can't be relative. What's it like? If he wasn't relative, he would have just got knocked out or just tossed around the whole time, and it would still been Soldier Boy. You
yeah.
know.
Fucking yeah, Homelander. That was the only time he ever ran too. He's like, fuck this shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like Butcher, you gotta give him respect. Like that, he was
Yeah,
cracked on them drugs.
yeah. On them drugs, he was fucking like, he was fucking people up, man.
It was
Most
like
of
them.
the.
It was like the Kryptonian fucking pills that Batman made, and you just
Oh yeah,
become cracked.
yeah. He was pretty fucking cracked. I
Remember
wish.
Alfred? He knocked out Superman with one headbutt.
Yeah, I gotta say
Damn.
though, honestly, what I was pissed about with Butcher was at the end when he sold because
Yeah,
Soldier Boy like tackled fucking Homelander's kid and he didn't want to go after Homelander anymore. I'm like, dude, Homelander's right there, fucker, kill him. Like I wanted them to kill that
Yeah,
fucker,
for
but
real.
he sold. I was actually on Soldier Boy's side. Soldier Boy's like, you're a fucking pussy. We have him right
you
here. You're
know they
fucking
would
bitching.
have
Uh,
they would have killed Homelander
they
if
would
they
have had
just
him.
worked together. They would have,
Yeah.
yeah. But
I'm like, dude,
it was the same thing
we're
like last time. They would have
yeah.
killed him, but then
Like
Homelander just
Soldier Boy
outsmarted them.
like Soldier Boy wasn't gonna kill the kid. Like I doubt he would have fucking like blew
No,
his
no, no,
brains
no.
in. Like, bro, just fuck up Homelander, then worry about the kid. Why are you fucking attacking Soldier Boy now, bro? Like, what the fuck? I was kind of pissed when that
Literally.
happened. They had him right there. They would have blasted him. He would have lost his powers. He would have been fucked. They would have won. You know, so it would have been that disappointed me. I'm not gonna lie. Soldier Boy was right there. He was. So I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, that was kind of disappointing. He was the only one that could have beaten Homelander. The only one.
The trailer
Uh,
looks fucking crazy though. That
yeah, it
shit's
looks like
like
really political, like
some fucking weird
political
ass parasites and
disputes
fucking
and fucking yeah,
yeah.
When's that coming
parasites.
out? Season 4?
Yeah,
Is it soon
I
or?
think
I
it
don't
said
know.
coming soon. I'm assuming probably if I had to guess, either
2024.
20 probably like end of 2024 if I had to guess.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
maybe
Nice.
mid 2024 if we're lucky, like mid 2024. But for I probably end of 2024 if I had to guess. It looks really good already. I mean, and Invincible too. Apparently they're on part 2 of season 2 isn't coming out until apparently it's a while for
Yeah, yeah. I
Oh
Invincible.
heard they
yeah.
delayed it or
So
something.
Some dumb
I
shit.
just looked it up. It says it's coming out 2024, so we're right. And the announcement was made in early November alongside its first teaser art.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so those both those goated shows. I mean, there's new shit coming soon. We just gotta wait a while, unfortunately, though. So,
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah. Then she changed her mind and bro killed her anyway. Yeah, dude, that shit was weird. Homelander doesn't give a fuck about humans at all. He really doesn't. He let people in the plane die.
I'm
Let
just
that.
waiting. I know it's gonna happen. I know we're gonna get an Injustice arc. I'm just waiting for him to crack and say fuck it, and then now
Yeah.
he's just like an evil Superman, and it's the world against him.
Oh
Basically,
my
I'm
God.
waiting for that. I know it's
That
coming.
I know Soldier Boy is not dead. They have him like incubated. I hope he comes back because
Yeah.
he's I don't see anyone else beating Homelander at all.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be honest, like
Yeah.
this is the way I kind of see it. Like there's gonna be story right progression, things happen, yada yada. But the way I see it is like Homelander might eventually break, right? Because I feel like it's just gonna happen. Like we've gotten a lot of like hints or implications that
Yeah,
he
he's
wants
slowly
to,
spiraling.
but he's
Yeah.
like, yeah, exactly. So what I see is like eventually that will happen, however long that takes, because that's gonna be like the big event, right?
Yeah.
And then they're gonna have no fucking choice but to use Soldier Boy. They're
Yeah,
gonna
they're gonna
have
have to
to,
wake him
bro.
up.
They're gonna
He's the only one, unless they make some other fucking superhero
crack,
like the
like
comics.
some pull something out of
Just
their
come out of
ass.
nowhere too. Yeah.
Yeah, because fucking in the comics, Black Noir was actually a Homelander clone. In this, he's way weaker than Homelander, but in the comics, he was a clone of him. Maybe they'll do some shit like that. I don't know, but in the trailer, I think Black Noir was in the trailer. Maybe that's the clone. I don't know. We'll see. But if he is a clone, that's their best bet. Black Noir.
It
But
was. I was annoyed what they did with Black Noir in the show because like it
yeah,
felt like they were giving a lot of built up for him to try to like be brave and have like a badass rematch with Soldier Boy,
that would have
but
been
then
dope.
like he just gets no diffed on screen by Homelander. It's like,
You got
bro,
fucking solo. Yeah, you got one shot.
yeah,
Remember?
literally, like, he just got hit through his guts and dead. Yeah.
Black Noir, he's like, did you know about this Black Noir? He's like, yeah. He's like, you motherfucker. He just killed him right there. I was like, damn, bro.
It wasn't even that bad though. Like
Yeah.
once again, he's so sensitive. His little fucking ego,
So
bro.
annoying.
Like
You know what's funny is when
it
A
wasn't even
Train.
that deep,
Yeah, I
bro.
remember with A Train, he had a shake in his hand, and then Homelander's like, "You fat fuck, you keep fucking eating like shit. You're fucking useless." He's like, "But I need 30 calories a day." He's like, "You don't want to run anymore, you fucking fat motherfucker." I was like, "Damn."
God
And
damn,
then
bro.
under his
Yeah.
breath,
God
because he
damn.
has super hearing, he heard him when A Train's walking away. He's like, "Fuck you." Homelander's like, "What the fuck did you say to me?" He's like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry, man." He fucking heard him, and then fucking he got bloodlust low key. He's like, "Fucking say it again." He's like, "I'm so sorry, I'm sorry." He's about to kill him right there. That shit was hilarious. I started dying when that happened. Homelander's funny when
Oh
he's mad,
shit.
dude. That shit is so funny.
Oh, you know, when he's mad, it's funny as fuck.
Yeah,
And it's even intimidating as well at
yeah,
certain points. At certain points, but for the most part, it's just comical. It's so
yeah.
fucking funny.
When he
It's
makes
like a
fun of
little
A
angry
Train,
little man child, you know, like
when he made fun of A Train, I was fucking dying. He's like, "You're a fat motherfucker." I was like, "Damn, dude, fucking mean." But yeah, that shit was funny.
Just tell him
like
flat out, bro.
Yeah,
Like, no, that
straight
Black
up.
North shit had me so like, bro. I was like, that shit made me laugh, but then I just got so annoyed. I was like, no way, this motherfucker is butthurt and he's about to kill Black North. That's
No,
wild. No
that was
way.
so
I was like,
mean.
no.
Yeah, Black Noir is the only one that really didn't like have a problem with him. He actually liked him. Like, what the fuck, dude?
It was basically like he got. I forgot the exact reason. Maybe Jay remembers, but he got mad at Black Noir because he just knew some like past information and just didn't tell him about it. Like it
Yeah,
was
I think he
something so
knew
trivial and
I
stupid.
think he knew that Soldier Boy was dead, and I'm pretty sure he knew Soldier Boy was his dad. And I think that pissed him
Oh
off.
wow.
He's like, "You didn't fucking tell me?"
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it was. Yeah,
But I mean,
yeah.
Black Noir is scared shitless of Soldier Boy too, though. He's scared of both of them. So I mean, like, he beat his ass years ago, so he's scared of him. Yeah. So it's I get
But that's
it,
what
you
I'm
know.
saying. Like, how do you get that butthurt because
Yeah, that's
someone?
some dumb shit. I mean, what the fuck? What is? Yeah, that's some dumbass shit. People argue that Soldier Boy was nerfed at Herogasm versus Homelander because he just had a PTSD attack before the fight. Thoughts? Nerfed? No. All that did was
No,
it
no,
triggered his like radiation explosion. I don't think he was nerfed. No. Yeah,
no. It was blatantly obvious too
stated
because
too.
when
Yeah.
they're about to fight, like he Soldier Boy was threatening him. He was all serious. He was like ready to go. He was like,
Yeah,
"Yeah,
he
I'm gonna
was.
fuck you up." He was talking his shit and
He's talking
everything.
shit.
Like,
He was talking shit. So yeah,
uh,
he's not nerfed. It triggers his like weird like fucking radiation thing, but he's not nerfed though.
yeah. And
Mindstorm is so
normally when a
underrated.
character's nerfed, like the narrator or the author will emphasize that. Like it'll
Yeah,
be
literally.
pretty obvious when they are.
Yeah, Mindstorm is so underrated. He no dish Butcher and Soldier Boy feared him. He's easily top 3 in the verse, only behind Homelander and Soldier Boy. With prep time, he is the weird dude that can like fucking get in your fucking mind and give you nightmares or some shit. Yeah, he's with prep
Oh
time he
yeah,
is,
prep
but
time. Yeah.
without prep time he gets blitzed, which was basically what happened. He got plug and blitzed by Soldier Boy. So I agree.
Shame.
A-Train would blitz him too. He wouldn't even allow him to use that
Yeah,
shit.
but basically that guy that he just said is like he's basically a Itachi with Tsukiyomi.
Yeah, he kind of has like a
Oh,
Tsukiyomi where
Lord.
like if you look at his eyes, you're fucked. Like only he can break you out too. Like you're basically.
Like, and Soldier Boy
Yeah.
said it too. He's like, "Do not look at his fucking eyes, bro. Like
Yeah.
you're done."
I remember that shit. Yeah, Soldier Boy was cool. I mean, like during that moment, Huey he
Yeah.
kept hearing things. He was like, "What the fuck you keep hearing?" He's like, "You need to check your fucking ears, pal."
So if
Like,
it's like, yeah, if it's like prep time, let's say he's like wearing a suit or something, and Soldier Boy doesn't know who he is, and he's like underestimating, or like he just comes out of nowhere and like hits
Yeah.
just enough. Like, yeah, he's done. Yeah.
Yeah, he would be probably
Even
top pick.
Homelander would be.
even
They'd be
Homelander.
even worse for him.
Oh god, he's a pussy too. So yeah, he'd have him. And then that one bitch that blows heads up is pretty powerful. I don't think she could do it to like really powerful soups though.
No, yeah, no. Yeah.
'Cause
She would have done it to
would've
Homelander.
Yeah,
If she could. Yeah.
she probably would have done it to Homelander, Soldier Boy. Yeah, she probably would have. I think it's genius that Butcher get Homelander's powers pretty much because it shows him becoming the same thing he hates in the process. That's a good point. Yeah, that is kind of like a parallel of Homelander. That's what I love.
And that's
about
how
the
far
writing.
he's going. Like he's willing to go like to do something he just despises in
In a
order
way,
to
yeah,
have a chance.
he's basically he came to the realization he has to fight fire with fire, but in a way he's becoming the monster that he always hated, which is Homelander. So he's basically becoming him at the same fucking time.
And it's really interesting because, like, for instance, as an example, like in Marvel, like Punisher, he would never do that. He's he's like super strict on his code, to where he would never become a criminal in order to beat a criminal. He'll just do it his own way or whatever, right?
His own conviction.
Like Butcher, he at least accepts his limits and is humble enough to know, like, you know, like he just like fuck it. You know what I mean? Like I'm just gonna do this and that's it. Like, you know what I mean? So it is what it is. You know, so it's whatever. But it's really interesting because it's like, yeah, like that's just not like that shit fucks with him. You know?
Oh yeah,
So,
it's affecting his health, affecting his mind. Yeah, he's getting fucked up. Let's see. Have y'all watched Gen V? I've heard of Gen V. Apparently, it's basically a sequel to season 3, but it's a prequel to season 4 apparently. And it's not about the boy. It's not about the 7. It's about like college supers, like soups, like kids in college have superpowers or some shit. I haven't seen it. I heard it's okay though. Yeah, that's what I heard.
I haven't seen it either. No.
Yeah, exactly. We got a taste of that in the last finale with Homelander killing that one dude, so he's definitely going to break soon. Yeah, facts. He's gonna fucking snap for sure. What are the Homelander's top 5
bro,
worst
the
moments?
scene where he's laser beaming the whole like
God.
and it was like in his head. I'll never forget. I thought that shit was legit, and my mouth was like, oh,
yeah,
it goes down.
That would have been the end of the world. That would have been the end of the world, basically. Yeah, everyone would have been fucked. They just would have destroyed the probably the planet, like at that point.
Imagine.
Yeah, he's basically an evil Superman. What are Homelander's top 5 worst moments? You mean like evilest moments? Probably the plane where he didn't save those people. He let them all fucking die.
I'm not gonna lie. I could see the U.S. being petty as fuck though, and just spamming all their nukes, even though they know they're gonna die. Whatever, they just be so petty. Yeah, like, and they would just like shoot it, and then like the Homelander's forced to fly and leave, and he just can't be on Earth now because he'll get fucked up by radiation. He's not immune to that.
Yeah, he's not immune to that. No. It's like,
so like he can't breathe. He would need a mask like the whole time or some shit. So
yeah, he would have to fly away or like get the fuck away from there because they would just blow themselves up. Yeah,
he would have to leave Earth, and that's a problem because I don't think he can breathe in space either. There's nothing we know.
Yeah, top 5.
So like that's one way to like fucking like pull a fuck you card.
Yeah, like, hey, if we die, you die, bitch. They just blow the whole
literally.
World up. They had that one scene where they showed him lasering people, but it was imagination. Yeah, that shit was cold, man. It was really cold.
But yeah, that was just hinting that once again he's getting closer and closer to breaking.
That one guy,
he's contemplating.
Yeah, the one guy, the guy that was like, that took over Vought after the blonde chick died. The guy, what's his fucking name? He's the same guy that plays Gustavo Fringe in Breaking Bad.
Nice.
Yeah, he's playing a character of like the CEO of Vought or whatever. He pissed Homelander off so much because Homelander couldn't do anything to him because he owns the company and he would tell him what to do. He was like, no, Homelander, we're gonna do things my way. You can pout all you want, and he would get so mad. He's like, motherfucker, like he can't do anything about it. He'd have to listen. Yeah, I guarantee he wanted to kill him every second. He was in the same room with that guy, but
he hated. Are you talking about the black guy?
Yeah,
that guy.
He hated that guy.
I think his name's Edgar.
Edgar,
Edgar,
yeah.
Like Edgar. That motherfucker would talk his shit and was such a smartass, and you could just tell he wanted to kill him.
Yeah, he wanted to kill him so bad. I remember when he made Starlight co-captain. Homelander was like, "What the fuck is this?" He's like, well, Homelander, your reception ratings are really low and hers are high, so she gets to lead now. He got so pissed. He's like,
Oh damn, bro.
yeah, he was pissed, dude. It was
I'm not taking that shit.
it's fucking good
Yeah.
though. The show's really good. To me, it's damn near 10 out of 10. It's that good.
Yeah.
Yeah. What possessed Soldier Boy to throw a car through a house, which killed MM's family? I think there was a lot of racism at that point in history. When Soldier Boy
Yeah.
was doing that shit, that was like during the World War II, the Nazi shit, the racism, segregation. That's why MM fucking hates Soldier Boy because he's killed his whole fucking family. So yeah. I forgot about Mindstorm. Yeah, he's pretty dope. Victoria Newman's power is bloodbending. That's why she can pop heads. Yeah, dude, her power is insane, dude.
Some Avatar shit right there.
Literally, she's like fucking Katara from fucking Avatar.
Yeah.
I need Stan Edgar and Soldier Boy to come back in season 4 to humble Homelander. Yeah, fuck Homelander, dude. I hope he dies. And
Oh
Ryan.
damn.
Ryan's alright, but yeah, he did go with Homelander at the end. So he's probably gonna teach Ryan to become him. That's gonna be dangerous. If that kid grows up, man, he's another Homelander, man.
To
Fuck.
become him. I love
Literally.
it.
It's fucking terrible. Hopefully not, but he's with him now. But yeah, folks, any questions at all? The Boys is dope. If you haven't watched it, highly recommend it. It's fucking great. And Invincible with Omni-Man stuff. Great show too. Both of them are fucking good. So best shows I've seen in a long time. I'll say that. Especially The Boys. Boys is a solid 9.5 out of 10. Invincible is a solid, probably like a 8.5 out of 10. Both really good shows. So
It's
yeah,
just
folks,
so underrated. Such a
yeah.
good show.
Amazon's doing their shit right, I tell you that. Both Prime originals. So they're doing their shit right. Apparently Gen V is good too. Maybe I'll check that out. But yeah, folks, any questions at all? We'll go about 10 more minutes. We're almost at the 4 hour mark, so been a great stream.
W
Very
stream.
very political.
Sorry I was gone for the majority of it, but fucking
Oh, you're good.
Hey
had
man.
some shit to do. But I know you guys still handled that shit. It was late.
Yeah,
Duty
a lot
calls,
of IRL
man.
shit. Yeah. A lot of good tangents.
Oh, so I thought it was probably just Naruto.
Yeah, earlier in the stream it was a lot of Naruto, Dragon Ball, and then later on it changed to like
DBZ.
DBZ.
Yeah.
IRL. Okay.
Yeah, IRL.
Oh, DBZ.
Yeah. The only thing I didn't make sense about Invincible is why they only came with 4 episodes. Apparently, it's like I don't know. They have like something holding up the rest of the episodes. I kind of
Yeah, that shit was weird because like the first season, everything was done. They released all that shit at once.
They're doing like a part 1 and part 2, which is kind of annoying. But whatever. I mean, Gen V is okay.
I feel like anime is like really struggling right now. To be honest, like all the IRL stuff that's not really bad. Like they're doing all right. But I feel like all the anime shit is just like fucked right now, and I think it had something to do with like the writer strike and all this other bullshit.
Yeah, there was like a weird Hollywood. There was a writer actor strike for whatever reason. I don't know. I think they're paid or some shit. Yeah,
I think that's what's fucking up all the animes right now. Like really hard. Like IRL. Too. Yeah, everything's getting fucked, but it's just like they're surviving a lot more better. I guess I can say it's like. Yeah. But animes is fucked. Like Boruto out of nowhere was just canceled. They just said nope, it's not even coming out in 2024. You're gonna have to wait until 2025. Fucking Invincible struggling, all this other shit struggling. Like I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Hollywood shit lasted a few months. Everything got put on hold. All the major shows on Netflix, movies, TV shows. The only thing that's been consistent. Yeah, I wonder why. I think it was pay or some shit. Even the actors went on strike. The writers and the fucking actors. I don't even know why exactly, but. Yeah, they were on. It only ended a couple months ago. Now everything's back to production again, and they're filming shit again. But it was weird. Video games, the only thing that's been consistent. The only things that have really been like coming out.
Yeah, video games been perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, and next year is going to be a huge year. It's going to be Suicide Squad, Wolverine, and 2025 we got fucking GTA 6. So a lot of good shit coming, and then apparently a lot of good movies too next year. Like Joker 2.
2025 will be lit though, at least.
Oh
for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It's gonna be GTA 6 is gonna be fucking huge. I already know. It's gonna be massive. Gen V is okay, but nowhere near as good as The Boys. Oh, okay. Yeah, The Boys is really good, to be honest. Boruto got delayed. Yep, a lot of shit's delayed these days.
That's whack. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Apparently it's fucking it is. It sucks. Yeah, media is it's an okay place right now, but yeah, that's the writers' strike and all that. It hampered production for a lot of things.
Marvel's all over the place right now too.
Yeah,
like it was getting so bad to where they were like there was like rumors, and then it just even became like a legitimate consideration to where like they were thinking of bringing back the original Avengers because of how bad they've been doing.
Yeah.
Like all this shit, like so I don't know, bro. Like everything's just weird right now.
They're major projects that could maybe catapult them back into being revered.
Deadpool.
Deadpool 3 and then Secret Wars. They're gonna have Secret
Yeah.
Wars. They're gonna have apparently Tobey Maguire. Apparently they're gonna
Yep.
have I think fucking Hugh Jackman's gonna be in that one too. Apparently they're gonna.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Any rumors you hear, they're more than likely legitimate. I'm just saying, like, and I'm not even like you know trying to like no, like I'm being dead ass because when everybody was saying, oh, Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire, they're more likely in the third Spider movie, and even the actor, even Andrew and Tobey were denying it. Everyone, you know, what Marvel was trying to deny it, and next thing you know, it was true all along. You know, so like if you hear about it enough, or it's being written, whatever, it's more than likely the case. And yeah, for Secret Wars, from what I've heard and seen, it sounds like it's gonna be a banger, bro.
That's gonna be sick.
Hopefully,
imagine Tobey Maguire Spider-Man and Hughes Wolverine together. That's fucking dope, man.
Yeah.
Like those interactions they're gonna have, it's gonna be dope as fuck.
Literally.
Their dialogue and shit. Spider-Man's gonna be like joking and shit. Wolverine's gonna be like, shut the fuck up. Like it's gonna be dope.
Yeah, for real, bro.
Even Deadpool and Wolverine, they're gonna be like Deadpool's gonna be like.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be fighting the whole time. I already know,
they're
bro.
probably gonna scrap. Watch when they first meet. Watch them scrap. They're probably gonna scrap a little bit.
Because I'm gonna be honest, if Deadpool can piss Spider-Man off, and mind you, Spider-Man's always comical and cracking jokes and shit.
Yeah.
If he pisses him off, imagine Logan.
He's gonna be like, "Shut up, bub." This is literally what he calls everybody.
Literally.
Apparently, the guy that plays Butcher is gonna play a variant of Wolverine. Another variant.
Yeah, I heard that.
That's dope. He actually he looks like Wolverine. So
he looks like him too. Yeah.
And speaking of actors, even Anthony Starr, the guy that plays Homelander, they're asking him. People keep asking him if he's gonna voice Homelander in Mortal Kombat, and fucking there's a video of him answering like Homelander would. He's like, "How about you shut the fuck up?" I was like, or some shit like that. I was like, "Damn, dude, you're Homelander in real life."
Yeah, and they were gonna bring Iron Man back. That was actually in the works, but then Robert Downey Jr. he declined. I forgot the reason, but he declined.
No way.
And then Kevin Feige, he made an official statement recently. He's like, yeah, so we tried, but you know, he's not coming back no matter what.
His legacy is intact.
So, wow,
he did his time.
Yeah.
So
what's it called? And the reason why they're gonna do that is because they were trying to figure out who's gonna be the intellect competition for the smart villains, such as Kang and Doom and
those guys.
Yeah, but to be fair, it's not a big deal because they'll technically have Reed Richards. So I'm assuming he'll take the role, of Iron Man instead, and go from there. But it just won't be like a badass Iron Man suit.
I'll be the same.
Yeah, Iron Man just.
It's not going to be the same, because Iron Man was basically like the difference with Iron Man is he's intellect and he's out in the battlefield. Reed Richards, he just does shit behind the scenes. He's a bitch.
Yeah, low-key. And I think the Russo brothers, the guys that wrote Avengers, said like we can't bring Iron Man back because he had the most goated ending ever. Like we can't delegitimize.
That's
what
like, Kevin Feige said too with his last statement. He's like, he's gonna not tarnish the legacy.
Yeah, like this guy is Robert Downey's like he's a legacy.
He is a legend.
Yeah, he's a fucking legend. Like, he's up there with the great, and not just MCU, but actors in history. He's like fucking one of all-time great. So,
Chris Evans, he'll have cameos. I think that's what it is. Yeah, like he's gonna be coming out officially. Yeah. He'll make certain appearances, but he's not really gonna be having like, scenes and shit like legit scenes. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's gonna be Secret Wars. I see a lot of promise in that one, especially they're gonna have Hugh and Toby in it. That's gonna be promising. They're gonna have. Apparently, they're gonna lead.
I'll say this. What will be really funny though is because imagine this though, they're pulling the fucking Maguire and Andrew shit all over again. I highly doubt it for Iron Man because of everything we just said. Yeah. But imagine they actually pulled the bullshit moment and they bring back the original Avengers and Infinity Wars. Not Infinity War and Secret Wars. That would actually be funny. I'm like, wait, what the fuck?
And
I feel like there's gonna be mixed feelings. Either people are gonna be pissed or like it. But
yeah, imagine fucking. I wonder who the villain for that one's gonna be. Like the main villain, probably like.
I don't remember who was the villain in. It was Doom. Dr. Doom was the villain during Secret Wars. I think. I think that's who it was.
Yeah, that's a good villain actually. That's a good villain. Dr. Doom's a good one.
But it's gonna be weird because in that story he gets the power of the Beyonder, which is like omnipotence, and they needed the Infinity Gauntlet in order to fight him. So I don't know.
They're probably gonna like make it convenient to the story. They'll probably have some like different shit, like similar but different. Yeah, that's gonna be dope though. Fucking Toby, Hugh, like those guys together leading the team. It's gonna be dope, honestly.
That's how Spider-Man originally got the Venom in the comics, at least. But in Secret Wars, again.
That's lit.
Yeah, I know they're making another Spider-Man. I think for Tom's iteration, Tom Holland's. They're making a Spider-Man 4, I think.
Oh, my bad. So I was close. The villain was the Beyonder in Secret Wars. He was like an omnipotent being who is basically just toying around. He's basically pulling what the Imp does to Superman. You know what I mean? Just being a troll. That's basically what he was doing, and he was just like just causing a lot of fucking problems, and to the point where he like literally took like all this shit from like different multiverses or whatever and just combined it all in like one Earth planet to where you have like basically what he did. It was so cool. Like like let's say like the continent of like fucking the United States is like our canon, like Avengers and all of our people, right? And then across the world in like Japan, that place is like where Marvel Zombies is. That's basically what he was doing. He was taking different like multiverses or different like unique things within Marvel, and he was just placing it on different parts of Earth. So it's like they were all interacting with each other, and it was just so cool.
Yeah, I don't know how you even fucking fight the Beyond. That guy's fucking, omnipotent.
He's like like to be fair, they didn't even beat him in the comics. Like it was more of like him just being willing like to surrender in the end, but he just left and got bored. But but like that's who it was legitimately. But in Doctor Doom, what happened is he pulled like a Iron Man moment and like did something really smart, and he was able to outsmart Beyonder in a way, and then to where Beyonder like kind of like was forced to concede in a sense, but he could have still fought, but then he just stopped. That's kind of how it went in the story.
Yeah, they're gonna have to pull.
And then Doctor Doom betrayed everyone right after.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, I'm fucking tripping. That's what he did. He fucking took the power of Beyonder. That's what he did. He absorbed the Beyonder somehow and took it, and then he became the villain right after.
Yeah, so. I could do that in a movie. I mean, they're probably gonna make it.
That's fucking broken.
Yeah, I don't know how they're gonna have to put the bullshit to beat someone of that caliber. That's even stronger than Thanos. So,
yeah, bro.
Thanos, at least like you just take the gauntlet off, you win. But fucking omnipotent being, that's fucking crazy.
Because like Black, like what was really funny is like Thanos went to challenge Doctor Doom with the power of the Beyonder, and then Doctor Doom just like completely Thanos is like, I'm Thanos, right? And then Doctor Doom's like, I'm fucking Doom, bitch, and he just kills him in one shot. It was so funny. I give him props though for trying to fight him, but and then Black Panther was like, you know what? Let me try something a little more smarter. He gets the Infinity Gauntlet. Everyone's trying to fight whatever, and they're still losing and shit.
Yeah, that should be promising. I think those two films are promising. The most promising since probably
has a lot of potential.
Yeah, the most promising since the Spider-Man movie with the 3 Spider-Mans. That's probably.
I'm gonna be honest. What I really want, like, what would it be really fucking cool is if they do the Civil Wars event properly. Like the movie was good. I'll say that it was still good. It was all right, But in the Marvel comics, it was incredible and goated because the philosophy and the morality with it was just insane. It was extremely controversial. It was really hard to pick. Like, who do you pick? Either free will and keep your identity, or your identity has to be exposed and you have to follow the government regulations. It's like, what do you do between that, right? It was like more of that along that line. It was Iron Man versus Captain America. It was villains and heroes choosing either side. And it was just a whole civil war between heroes and villains. And it was so fucking cool. And then it happens a second time with Hulk, because Hulk was such a unpredictable, like, dangerous person. He has this like power to predict like the future, and he's normally 9 out of 10 times accurate. What's it called? It's very rare when he's wrong, whatever. So it's like one side, which was Captain Marvel, was like, okay, we should just believe it. The other side was like, nah, give Hulk a chance, right? And then basically it just went chaos from there. So like, I want an actual good Civil War event where shit's just going down. Not some, let's bring a couple heroes and make them fight at an airport. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. But let's see. But yeah, folks, I think that's gonna wrap it up. We're over 4 hours. Great stream though. A lot of this one was a lot of IRL stuff, but a lot of anime as well. But next week we'll do our first fight companion. pod. The
Yes,
last
sir.
UFC event of the year. We're still gonna answer questions in between fights, in between rounds.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be great though because UFC fans can tune in, hear our thoughts in live, in live time to the fights going live.
We won't be
So
showing it because
yeah, oh hell
copyright.
no, yeah, we're gonna get banned if I do
No,
that.
can't
But
do that.
Yeah.
No way.
I'll have a cool setup. We'll have audio separate from ours, so obviously I don't get banned for the audio of the fight.
Don't YouTube channels be getting taken down the moment they're
Oh
showing
yeah,
it too?
they like make channels
they
just
don't
for
play
it.
with that shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, hell no. But yeah,
That's
folks, hope you guys
wild.
enjoyed. And yeah, next week should be a special stream. We haven't done that. I haven't done that in a long time. So now it's gonna be the whole crew. It'll be a fun one. So
Be lit, bro.
yeah.
Yeah.
But before I go, if you haven't already, if you're watching the recording or live, make sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. But yeah, we'll catch you in the next one, folks. Stay classy.
Later, guys.